Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and welcome, everyone. We have B. Tim here with us.
You know, when I heard that question yesterday about whether videos are considered evidence, my heart sank. And then I looked at your channel and I said to myself, at first I thought the name of your channel was a little, it was a strange name. But now I'm thinking it is actually the most appropriate name for this fucking case. It is a
appropriate name for a lot of cases because it's twisted. It just doesn't.
It's twisted tragedy. It is a twisted tragedy that we got a jury after 32 days of fucking trial stating, is a video evidence?
I fucking can't.
And then I'm sitting there and then I'm like, are you just real? And then they're like, what if we do with the lesser included? Is it a hung jury? And I sat there, I was like, so are you telling me that you're going to hang this jury? You think she's innocent, and you're going to hang this jury because you don't want to convict her for being. Some people don't want to who want to convict her for being drunk, and you're going to hang the jury. I sat there and I was like, I really had an existential crisis at that moment. I was like, what the hell is happening with humanity?
What is going on?
This is the craziest thing I've ever sat through. All hope has just dropped when I heard that. And then in the end of the day, I said, some hope was kind of returning. I was like, okay.
When they went home, right?
Yeah. Is it realistic that they wouldn't just like say, okay, let's just convict her of the lesser charge and just get her over with? So I'm thinking, okay, maybe this jury is not as dumb as I think they are. Maybe they're just contemplating whether she, it was an accident while she was drunk and she killed this guy. I don't know. But one thing's for certain, I personally think this jury has been contaminated. I think every jury is going to be contaminated from today until whatever.
Forever.
In Canton.
Unless they do some things.
I don't think you could, even if you grab this entire jury the day one and put them in a sealed room with no internet and nothing, I just, if there's another hung jury or there's an acquittal, I'm just going to be like, yeah, this jury was contaminated from day one. And there's a lot of people that just lied to get on the jury. And it's just that simple.
It's a very real possibility. They knew last time that they were screaming it from the rooftops. Oh, I'm in the jury pool, like idiots, to not do it. There was a couple that still did it, but if conversations were had behind the scenes, that's what I want to know. And then those conversations of, oh, you're on the jury? Good. Don't say anything.
Yeah. I mean,
jury tampering.
What is going on when we have a situation where you're debating on whether she was drunk driving? That's the main debate. That is the main debate. Not that whether she killed the man, even though she admitted in multiple interviews that she thought she hit something. Not that she admitted that she was drunk and even said that the shots were weak while driving. But I could not believe what I heard. I was like, is this for real? Is this reality? And then I sat there and I says, I don't know. And then if this lady gets an acquittal or gets a hung jury, I swear to God, I just don't get it. I don't get it. This case was perfect. There was every element of explaining this situation. What else? The only thing where it was missing was a photo of her hitting him with the car.
Holly's right. There has to be consequences for lying to get onto a jury. There has to be consequences for people who jury tamper. There has to be consequences for people that do these things to create these situations. That is the only thing that's going to stop this shit from happening again and again and again and again and again.
Yeah, I think Jackson wants to leave. He's like, if there's another hung jury, they try to do another trial, I think he's gone. I think he has quit. He says, we don't have quit. No, I think you'll have quit because he's losing.
I think he'll have that very big quit.
Yeah, because you got to realize a guy like that is losing a bunch of money. He's flying out from California. He has his own practice. Yeah. So this is a very costly thing. He's not making money. This is mainly for publicity, but it's not the great publicity that he's thinking of because everyone found out that he's a sleazy lawyer that does any underhand. But you know what? This is not the first time Jackson got something off. Look what was that actor he got off? Spacey, he got off. What did he do? He attacked the victim on the stand.
Yeah.
It's nasty. It's just so nasty.
I could never take a case like that and the choice be to attack the victim, because I've been the victim. So that's not an option. If you're a good lawyer, you can find a better way than to attack the victim.
Well,
That's
you're only supposed to do a third-party culprit defense when you believe that a third-party culprit defense is the truth, that your client, it was being framed, and
you can prove a third-party culprit, which they had no elements of in this case, none at all.
And I think that's, I just couldn't believe that this jury just like asked that question, and I was just like, my whole mood just went down. I was like, man, this is not a good question to ask that question.
But then at the same time, I'm like, we can't read the jury's minds. There might have been one jury member who was like, well, the video's not evidence. And they were like, all right, cool, we'll ask the judge. And that question is sent in. I also think that they could be arguing over the manslaughter versus the vehicular, because if they're arguing over just DUI, OUI, we would have been done. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, that'd be
done.
Crazy if we come back tomorrow, because I think there's a verdict coming today. A verdict, or they're going to say, well, we're having
there's something, whether it's we're hung or a verdict. There's something that.
But if they come back with, oh well, acquittal or OUI,
we're past acquittal stage, I believe.
I don't think you know what, when a question like that is being asked,
I know.
That's not
think promising. About the question, but then I also think that maybe people are reading it wrong.
Well, it could be.
People are reading it wrong.
There could be just one juror.
If there's a problem in that jury room where someone refuses to deliberate, they can be bounced off that jury. So if there's someone in that room that's like, nope, she's innocent, I'm not deliberating at all.
Yeah, I mean, there could be just one juror that'd be like, well, I don't think she's guilty of anything. Even though I don't think the videos are actual evidence. And they're like, can we just ask the judge?
We don't have court tomorrow because it's Juneteenth, guys. It's a federal holiday here in the States. So there is no court tomorrow if there was to be any. But there would be court Friday. I know people reported there wouldn't be court Friday. There will be court Friday if the jurors have to continue. There will be.
That's why I think there's
no holiday Friday.
That's why I think there would be like a strong incentive for them to do
do it now.
Today. Yeah.
Right. Do it now before the holiday. And so you can just be done with it. Well, maybe and maybe not. Maybe and maybe not. You have to remember that in the trial, they mentioned the first trial quite a few times in questioning of the witnesses. So that's not a secret to the jurors that there was a first proceeding, a first case, that would slipped a couple times. So if the jurors were paying attention, they know that this is the second trial.
Yeah. But how do you go from the first trial, which in my opinion, Laley did the best he could, but it was a weaker case. You had 9 jurors willing to convict this lady. And then the second case, you got them asking about, will she be convicted of the higher thing? Wow.
Read this, Jim. Read this, please. For the love of God. These people can't be that dumb.
There's been talking point on Twitter that she wasn't under oath, so they can't be used. They use their own rationale.
Anything a defendant says can and will be used against them in a court of law. She doesn't have to be under oath, you dumb fucks.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the person that would explain that would be her. But yes, like if I went, for instance, let's say Proctor, because these people want to make Proctor into the devil, whatever, went on documentary and says, yeah, well, I wanted to frame her because I truly believe that she did it. You do realize that would be considered evidence because that would be a statement of guilt. He wasn't under oath. So obviously, so your logic doesn't, but this is the problem. It's like you got these younger people, no offense to you if you are.
None taken.
I'm an
old fuck. I'm an old fuck now.
That question every little thing, and they don't know how to weigh evidence. And like this whole thing, the judge is like, you are the fact finders. If they're asking about video clips, I doubt that they can even find the fucking way home without their phone apps. I mean, like, this is just crazy to me. Like, this is just like, what is happening with people? You got this mother, a grieving mother, sitting there for almost 3 fucking years, crying her eyes out. The father looks like he's dying on there. And you guys want to put them through another trial, or you want to fucking just let this lady go on a slap, even though when the lady was smiling during an autopsy fucking report of her own witness. talking about how he was cut up into pieces and dissected to see what was inside him. And this lady's smiling like it's like she's at a bar. And then I just could, you got a plaintiff, you got a defendant that is literally has duper's delight, smiling, literally has no defense on why the taillight is broken. There is no fucking defense she has the taillight is broken. What she goes, I'm supposed to believe that a taillight's not going to shatter at 24 fucking miles an hour like that, but yet it's going to shatter when it goes back up at 1 mile an hour on a car that doesn't even touch. Right. It's like, what is going on here? What happened to people's common sense? It's like I'm sitting here, and I know why the YouTubers and the TV people do it. Common sense dictates that they're just making money. It is what it is. Common sense. People who are outside protesting, all that, they just want to get famous. They're wackadoos. They're a bunch of crazy people. But I thought to myself, you got to be kidding me with this jury. There's nothing to be gained from it, and yet they are thinking in. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? What the fuck is wrong with Canton? Just unbelievable.
Well, it's the whole Norfolk County. They got that jury from the entire Norfolk County, not just Canton. The whole Norfolk County. I don't even know if there's anybody from Canton on it, but
I swear to God, Hank, I agree with Matt. He should have picked 70-year-olds on that motherfucking jury. People that don't even have an email address, because 20-year-olds is like, they got to be brain dead. You got to be brain dead if you think this woman's like, there's not evidence against this woman. For at the very least, I thought the debate would be, well, did she intend to hit him or was it an accident? Let's say she's drunk and she just backs up and she hits him and leaves him there and then finds out the next day. That would be a debate. That would be a good discussion to have, because you don't know what the mind of the person is. Obviously, right. You might be like saying, she's not a criminal, and she doesn't do a lot of, she doesn't have a past record. This could be a terrible mistake. Let's just give her the lighter murder charge and just move on. You know what I mean? But
it's just sad. The whole thing is freaking sad.
It's a twisted tragedy. It's literally a twisted fucking tragedy, because you got this situation where, everyone's so concerned with Karen Reed, but no one gives two fucks about John O'Keefe.
John, right. It's like, what world does anyone court TV? Yeah, they're saying that they're coming into the court.
Yeah,
the judge still has to like hear you bullshit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
He hasn't deliberated yet, so there ain't nothing in yet now.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they got a verdict before lunch, to be honest with you.
Me neither.
And I don't think it's not going to be a good verdict, in my opinion. I feel like it's going to be some bullshit, because I have a feeling this jury's going to, number one, they're intimidated by the people outside. Number two, you got, Judge Cannoni has lost full control of her courtroom, full control outside the courtroom.
That's on her. And I know that like practicing attorneys have this like unwritten rule, about not criticizing judges, but fuck that. If they need to be criticized, they need to be criticized. It is what it is. Okay.
I mean, this is just outrageous behavior. How do you have you have an outline of where people should stand from, and then you at the last minute when the jury's deliberating, you're like, oh, just stand right there, make a bunch of noise outside the courtroom, have a complete circus outside the courtroom. Absolutely ridiculous. This judge has been completely weak in every single room, in every single situation. I just, allowing that dog Russell lady in was a huge mistake.
So stupid. First of all, she has no credentials to be a dog bite expert, no methodology to get to that answer to even how do you debunk a methodology that doesn't exist? You don't, because it doesn't exist. You can't do a double negative. So I don't know how you certify someone like her as an expert just because, and these were her things, because she's a ER doctor and was a pathologist. So that means every ER doctor who has then become a pathologist is now a dog bite.
Yeah, apparently, were you a nurse at one time? Did you work at a nursing home? You could be a dog expert in the next trial. How's that?
Can I? Am I an expert in law?
Because you read a book. You're an expert.
I've been reading books since I was 12. I worked in the criminal justice system. I mean, I must be an expert, right? Under Bev's rules, I'm an expert.
I'm an expert. I'm just so sick. Like this poor guy was hit with a car and left there to die in the freezing cold. And then if that's not bad enough, the whole situation where the whole family gets harassed and his friends and family get harassed. I swear to God, I couldn't, you know what I mean? And feels worse than OJ to me, to be honest with you. This feels worse than fucking Casey Anthony, because at least
it's worse. Yeah, I was going to say that feels worse than Casey Anthony, and that one was pretty bad,
Yeah, it's like, like it looks like the conspiracy
AMS,
won.
even if there was a fucking video, people would say it's so it doesn't even matter. Even if there was a video showing her doing it, that still wouldn't help.
It's just an outrageous situation to see sleaziness, criminal activity, and lies. Basically,
well, that's the other part of the problem that I have, which is if Norfolk County bit the criminal activity in its ass with the harassment and the cyber stalking, and our stalking laws are clear. It includes digital. It includes online and digital. These people could have been charged with stalking, criminal harassment, and some of this shit a long time ago would have been nipped in the butt. That's on Norfolk County.
I would say the Norfolk County failed the witnesses. The moment those grand jury minutes came out, there should have been a lockdown on all other information coming out, and there should have been some consequences done.
Well, it was the defense leaking everything, and
but that's what I'm saying.
And
like,
that's the problem is there should have been a gag order.
There should have been a gag order.
Day one, when all that stuff started.
I mean, look,
because the defense was the one leaking it.
Look at the Diddy trial. Look at the Koberger trial. There are gag orders there too. And guess what? You don't have the same shit that happens there. You don't have actual witnesses being harassed there. And that's the thing. It's like,
that's really strange. I don't know why. Okay. I don't know why Kevin would blame Hank's mistake over the holes in the sweatshirt. That's not going to make a jury vote guilty or not guilty. It doesn't even make any sense. Also, blaming Hank is a terrible idea, considering there is nobody, and I mean no one in this state, that could have done a better job than Hank Brennan.
Yeah, I mean, you got to realize that that's a mistake and not a great mistake. But the facts are, that's not what tanks the. If I was on a jury,
has nothing to do with whether a jury is going to vote guilty or not guilty. Is holes in a shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna let a lady that, like, because then I would just disregard the shirt. I would sit there and be like, okay, well,
right. So fuck the shirt. Where's the rest?
Okay, I would focus on the cell phone data and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, the data. Yeah, exactly.
Kevin tries to straddle the fence too much. I think Kevin tries to be too fair with people who aren't fair with him.
Listen, I can be fair, but also I know when it's a little ridiculous, and that, in my opinion, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you got fucking Nick Rocco, who's, I think the hairdressing stuff has killed his brain cells, because he's just repeating shit that Karen tells him.
Well, that's what they've been doing.
Yeah. I mean, there's people that think like too much, like that don't think logically. Like, I'm not gonna bullshit you and come in here and be like, oh, they're definitely gonna be a verdict of guilty. It's like, when I hear a question like that, I'm gonna tell you, like, it's not looking good. It looks like she might get away with it. But do I think
that's the thing is, she admitted to driving that car and being drunk? What is there to deliberate, in my opinion?
Yeah, if you thought you're just gonna acquit her and just because basically, if you just convict her of OUI, that's basically an acquittal. That's like. Right. That's the same thing with, like, there was a situation in New York City where a guy was riding a train and a bunch of kids tried to mug him, with a knife, and he had a gun and he shot them all. And basically what happened is that they tried to try him for murder or stuff like that, and all that stuff, like not murder, but like charges, major charges. And the only thing they got him for was gun possession, basically having a gun, having a weapon, and that was it. And that's the same thing with Karen. If you just convict her of OUI, what, you think the judge is going to throw her in jail for 2.5 years? Are you kidding me? No. First time offender? No.
She probably gets something, but not, nearly what she should,
I'd be shocked.
She did. She had a 360 camera. Like, what in the world makes anyone think that she didn't see him with a damn 360 camera and alerts screaming at her? It just doesn't. Well, stop straddling the fence and go where the evidence is. Here's the thing. I can't straddle the fence if I know the evidence is here, right? I can't do it. The evidence is here, then the evidence is here. If the evidence is here, then the evidence is here. I can't stay here if I know that it's here. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, and unfortunately, I think, I don't know what the situation, order ready to say, like, well, it was this, and this, and this. I don't know what made the jury think that this lady's, giving this lady an acquittal. on multiple charges. I don't know.
Right. We have no idea. No clue. No clue.
Well, unfortunately, you know, if you're out there, the reason why they say, well, why are anti-Karen Read people out there? Because most of the people have jobs.
It's a circus, and because we don't want a fallen officer's name to be screamed against a bunch of pink mob assholes who are making a circus out of his death. It isn't a circus. It's somebody's loved one. That's why. It's somebody's loved one.
You know, and it's just, you know, I just think like the truth of the matter is that you have a mob of people willing to do criminal activity.
Whatever.
For instance, you had a guy, you know, you had that weirdo guy, I forgot the old guy's name, assault JLR on a live stream. You know, you have
and nothing was done. You remember that?
Nothing was done.
Assault.
No one was arrested for that.
County. Like,
you have violent protesters outside. You have literal gangs of people who are assaulting people outside, and they're doing nothing. And I think, unfortunately,
and the cop watched it happen. But at least he pulled me aside and asked me if I wanted to press charges, and I said no. At least he did his job. So I think that state police officer that watched that entire thing, and we had it filmed from 3 different views, but I think that state police officer, because the woman who was involved in it actually went on to Twitter after this happened, tried to save herself by saying, I assaulted her. And then we had to be like, ma'am, we have it on video from 3 different things, and a police officer saw it. So do you want to retract that statement? Then she said, I slapped her daughter in the face, which again, we still have it. It's on my channel. It didn't go anywhere. So, and 2 other people have it. So we had somebody filming from the back behind us on purpose. We knew because past times people had been down there and they're falling over and claiming assault. And so we knew to film, and that's exactly what we did. And so after we had to call said woman out about her lies, and we're like, really, what does this look like to you? Because that doesn't look like anybody's assaulting it. It looks like she's being assaulted. And she just shut up. She just shut up.
Yeah.
So it's like, I could go down and have you charged, ma'am. And I also could have you charged with this kind of harassment since you know it's not true, and defamation since you know it's not true. It's on tape 3 different times, and a police officer watched it happen. That's why he pulled me aside. It's like, that's the type of people you're dealing with, who will literally go and lie. No problem. I had the camera out, so she very well knew it was being filmed. Well, in her mind, though, it was only my camera. So she might have thought it didn't catch it, which is why we filmed from numerous places, you know? Maybe they're afraid of the mob.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like Kevin, but I disagree with him sometimes in a situation.
I mean, yeah, we like Kevin. I just disagree with him. I just disagree. That's all.
I think there was plenty of evidence for Man too. I think there was plenty. I think there was plenty of evidence. Unfortunately, we live in a society of how can I say this kindly, of not very intellectual people, not very smart people that don't really listen to the actual thing being explained to them. They
don't do any research at all whatsoever either.
And this is the problem. And you got people that literally are questioning fucking video clips.
You know, if I just wasn't in a wheelchair, I might have.
Yeah, and the problem, you know what the sad thing is, if this woman gets acquitted, you know, the harassment of the people will not stop. These people will still have to deal with this fucking this horrible person, what she did. And this lady probably, if I have an idea what this lady's going to do, she's probably going to move to fucking California and try to be like a movie star and make a bunch of money that she's going to have to pay a little bit to the people that sue the fuck out of her. But you know what? She's going to just straddle away, happy 15 minutes of fame, and everyone else has to do the cleanup. And it's just a sad situation. And, you know, it's
so a friend of mine actually called D&E yesterday.
Okay.
And it's funny because she called to ask if she could buy $100 worth of pizza and have it sent down to Dedham for the family, for the victims, the family, the witnesses. And Chris, of course, obliged because Chris is the great guy that he is. But 5 minutes before my friend called to do this, 5 minutes. All right. Someone had literally just threatened Chris. Some woman, some crazed lunatic. Like, what in the fucking hell is wrong with you people? Like, what is wrong with you people? That makes no sense. Makes no sense whatsoever. None at all. The trolls are out in force today, folks. Well, that's the thing. He didn't look mortally wounded. And you can't say it's when she found him, because that was Alan Jackson's excuse, except he was. Yeah, I know. It's just strange to ask that kind of question. Oh, yeah. My daughter told me to bring her down there in her wheelchair and she'd play bumper cars with her. I kid you not. My daughter said this. I kid you not. She said it. She said it. She's very protective of her mummy. Yeah, the trolls are out. They're out. Just whack them. You know?
Yeah. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be surprised and I won't lose faith. But I know one thing. If this shit was in New York City, this lady would have been convicted the first time. No fucking doubt about it. This shit would have not, like, you know, we would have been like, I think the first words from the jury pool would have been like, did you see that crazy bitch's face? She got 100% hit him with the car and she's fucking Daybell. But whatever.
It's just so insane to me. Insane. That's even a question. Why? I just
Bro, we need to do I don't know. We need to do some sort of test the waters in Canton because something's up with that whole area. That's the question. If they let this woman be acquitted, I swear to God, you know what I mean? Like, I can understand you convicting her, a follicular manslaughter or something like that and leaving the scene or something like that.
I still have faith, Navin. I still have faith. I have faith that the jury went to sleep, woke up, and figured out they need to do the right thing.
I have so little faith in this.
Unfortunately, they can't remove the judge off the bench. She is the chief justice judge in this area, and we don't vote our judges in. So even the shitty judges stay forever until they retire because our lawmakers are too pussy to actually vote it out of committee and remove them. So that's what happens here, unfortunately, in the state of Massachusetts. So, yeah. Well, that is what she's done her whole life, right, Karen? Buy her way out of it. Buy her way out of it. Come on, guys. We have to, you gotta wish it into reality here. If you guys get all stressy and depressy on me, we might be sending stressy and depressy vibes. We don't want to send stressy and depressy vibes to the jury.
Well, that's true, but we'll see what happens.
God damn it.
maybe a rainstorm will hit the fucking Dedham County and make everyone fucking wet outside. That will make me feel a little better. A little miserable weather.
Disperse. Actually, it is going to rain today, by the way.
Good. Let it be fucking thunderclouds hitting that area. So they all get soaked.
More and more throughout the day. So by like 11 or 12, it's going to be 50 or 60% chance of rain. So it is going to rain.
That's going to make me feel a little better.
Some people. Yeah. It could be.
Maybe it's God punishing them. Like literally, like
Mama Bree's right, though. Like there are a lot of weak-minded people that are just easily led. Believe me, I've seen it. I have seen it, and it has surprised me that there are that many people that are that easily led.
The problem is they don't really understand the details. Like if you looked at both the defendant's witnesses and the prosecution witnesses, they told a story. And it's very much a story of a man who got hit with a sudden, powerful force that landed on the back of his head. And the one thing they all disagree with is the wounds, how the wounds. Now, they said it's dog bites. But if I was on a jury, I'd be like, where did this dog come from?
Right. Where did they didn't get any story as to where this dog came from, when, where, why, how, nothing. They got no story. So if I'm the jury, I'm like, okay, well, what about the dog? The experts for the other side said the dog bite didn't kill him. So what does the dog have anything to do with anything? If the dog bite didn't kill him, right, then what does the dog have anything to do with anything?
Yeah, but anywho, it is what it is. Anyway, I got work. I got to head out. I just want to talk to you. Hopefully I'm wrong and there's a conviction, but if not, well, it is what it is. We'll do it
together. Whatever it is, we'll do it together.
Well, we'll see what happens in the next one. We'll see what happens. All right, bye.
Thanks, B. Tim. We always enjoy having B-Tim. He can pop in and out throughout the day. Oh, we're going to the courthouse. That was perfect timing, B-Tim. All right, everybody cross your goddamn fingers. Yeah, dog with no saliva. And say some goddamn prayers for Peggy. She deserves this. John deserves this. Oh, yeah, those people are going there into the Sandra Birchmore case, Jennifer, but we won't let them spread misinformation because we're here. They shouldn't have earbuds.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything
yeah, I know, right? Did you listen at all?
The Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Sad.
This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Me too, Mama Bree. Me frickin' too.
So I have to
Me
ask you
too.
those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions?
They're all going to say
from
yes anyway,
discussing
even if
this
they're
case
lying.
with anyone
So
since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all.
Of course they
We'll
did.
send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please.
I don't do that. Obviously, I've said that throughout the entire trial that I don't buy that they didn't see anything on social media, nothing on the news throughout the entirety of the trial. I mean, that should have been a red flag alone that some people are friggin' lying. Hello. Especially younger people. There's no fucking chance. There's no chance. No chance, dude. No chance. Right? Did anybody tell up brains?
Jury is exiting the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
We'll see you at the recess. Please exit
I
the
think
courtroom.
this is for TV, so we might get a little bit of Julie Grant, which I might leave on. Good morning, Russell Limo. Because I appreciate things that Julie Grant has to say about this. She's the only one that talks about John, and she's the only one who gives a heads up to the, a love to the witnesses. And I appreciate that. Julie knows I appreciate that. I've told her I appreciate that. If you ever get a chance to meet Julie, she's a good person. If you ever get a chance to have a talk with Julie, she's a good human being. That's what my daughter used to call. She used to say human beings, not human beings, but human beings. I get it. I mean, listen, my daughter's 20 and she's the opposite of whatever's going on in that jury room. She would have voted to convict easy. But I've also taught my daughter to never take someone else's word for something and always do your research. Always. 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 Always do your damn research. Oh no, she's definitely guilty. No, she's definitely guilty. Yeah, you know why, Francesca? I'll give you one guess. I'll give y'all one guess why. We know why. No, she's guilty, Hawk. Sorry to burst your bubble. She's very guilty. Yeah, she's very guilty. She's super duper guilty. Unless you're going to tell me what happened within a 30-second time period of when she backed that car up at 24 miles an hour and John's phone stopped moving forever. She get beat up in 30 seconds? Thrown out on the lawn hours later when there's dirt underneath him? Does that make any sense? No, probably not, right? And that's the problem with people who don't know the facts of the case. Is they've been flooded with social media nonsensical bullshit. Things that aren't even true. They've been fed for all this time. And so they believe in some vast giant conspiracy where John's thrown out 3 hours later, but there's still dirt underneath him. Oh, hell no. Of course. Dude, that guy, Rex Huerman, is that the guy? Gilgo Beach? Yeah, okay. That wife needs to realize what her husband did.
A little bit. It was about question number 4 after the third question that was read by that judge.
Oh, they're popping back
later in the day, and it was if we are...
Pause that for 1 second. All right. while we're all in here, I didn't do this morning. Do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There's a ticker on the bottom of your screen. If you would like to donate to the channel, that is the way that we get by on a daily basis. That's how we bring you guys the content for these very long periods of time that we do, is by your love. So we have things like Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link in the chat if you want to use credit or debit. And then we have things like super chats and super stickers and memberships. Make sure to get your membership, because tomorrow night we are going to have a members only stream. So make sure that you're a member before that. All right, back to this, because I want to hear what Julie has to say. Why are these people waiting on the
defense team? The defense team on the steps, they're allowing the O'Keefe family their time to get into their vehicles, and then they're heading down the stairs. We see that live happening right here in real time. This defense team, all of the attorneys are still under a gag order. They can't answer questions like what we saw in the first trial. And then also this defendant has been answering questions up until deliberations. She's not answering any case-related questions as they're posed to her.
Of course she's
like
not.
we saw during the 8 weeks of presentation of evidence, Julie.
Right. Matt, curious, are
Again,
the
beep, beep.
families brought out through separate entrances? We were talking in our last show segment about how both the O'Keefe family and the Reed family are all under a lot of stress. And our psychology expert on the show was saying there's a lot of fear for everybody for different reasons on both sides today. Do they exit and enter the same way? If you know, I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's only the judge and the jury members, and there is several trials that happen throughout the course of this case at this courthouse behind me. They use a separate entrance, and I'm not going to get into details about that for security reasons, but the family members of the O'Keefe family, the victim in all of this, John O'Keefe, his family is always escorted with state police. That has always been the case. And they coordinate with the victims' right advocates and the court staff to where the defense team walks out at a different time. And they are also escorted with state police. There's been no interaction that I have seen of the parties. There has been no interaction with this crowd, with the O'Keefe family that I've seen during this trial. So it resembles, I'll say, to what we saw in trial number 1. Julie?
I appreciate it so much. Matt Johnson live for us in Dedham, Massachusetts on this case. We'll be speaking soon. Thank you kindly for that early update, Matt. Let me bring in now our guest. Standing by with me, I have retired FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer and criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Matt Tim Panic. Good morning to you both.
Matt.
Matt, I want to begin with you, if I may, please. I was getting Jennifer's prediction in our last hour and want to get yours in terms of what we think the jury could be stuck on and what you think the result in the end will be. Your thoughts at this early hour this Wednesday morning.
It is. She knew what she was doing.
So yesterday, the question seemed very pointed. It's like, what do we do if we are found not guilty on 2 charges? We don't know precisely what it is, but we probably can assume that it's murder 2 and leaving the scene of an accident involving death. That's where the first jury was. And so then it becomes like, all right, but we're hung on charge 2, count 2, section 5, misdemeanor OUI. That feels like the most likely situation doing that. However, if the jury is kind of disguising where they're at and they just chose the lowest charge to actually where they're at, maybe where they're actually hung up, like motor vehicle homicide or involuntary manslaughter, but it feels that's kind of where it's at.
Agreed.
And you have to think, what's the most likely result? If there's somebody on the jury who is, I don't care, I'm not going to convict her no matter what, that count could very likely be hung. What was interesting, the 2 questions that stood out to me the most yesterday, one, are the videos evidence? And it's like, this was an 8-week trial. Every single time those videos were admitted, Hank Brennan asked to minimum evidence. So that at least one juror didn't know there were evidence. Number 2, it was the question, it's like the DUI at 12:45 or 5:04. It's like the entire case dealt with a time frame at 12:30 to 1 a.m. So it's pretty safely to assume we're talking about 12:45 because this whole case doesn't occur at 5:04 a.m. That's just where part of it when Officer O'Keefe is later found. But this whole incident that we're talking about occurs at 12:45.
Yes, excellent observations you're making there, Matt. I want to welcome in Jennifer Coffindaffer,
all we can do is
retired
guess.
FBI special agent, standing by. Jen, we talked about your predictions and your thoughts, and for
In a
anybody who
hotel.
didn't see the last hour, you think it's that manslaughter charge that the jury is stuck on. As I'm looking at the crowd growing outside of the courthouse this morning, and we know that even though it's a quiet crowd, a respectful crowd, which is great, very different from what we saw the first time around, with so much noise and so much vitriol many days outside of the courthouse. Tell me, do you think that this jury should have been sequestered either for the whole trial or even for just the deliberations?
Yes, Julie. I've always thought and maintained from the very beginning that they should have been sequestered. I also find it, just a terrible state of affairs that now they're allowed to congregate right outside the courthouse. For anybody who's been in that area and at that courthouse, it's so easy to see them when the jurors are brought in, no matter what entrance they use. They are everywhere.
Right.
And I just think that that is not creating any sort of impartial environment. And I just think it's really a shame of the circus atmosphere. I can't imagine being the mother, being John O'Keefe's mother, and having to see all of this, whether they're quiet or not. They're all dressed up in pink. They have their kids out there. Like, this is some sort of show or drama or movie they're coming to see. This is a murder trial. John O'Keefe is dead. And that is really, I think, the upsetting part of this, again, is the circus that remains.
Right, Jen. Well, and something else I think that's an important point to clarify for any of our wonderful viewers who may just be joining the coverage, who maybe didn't follow the trial from its inception. Jen, you and Matt know so well the history of this case and how this is one that the Reed team deliberately wanted to be tried in the court of public opinion. And we know that there were a lot of O'Keefe supporters who did not want to be out in public for fear of getting attacked. I had one of his cousins on the show the other day, Renee Rizzitano, who said that we've been called murderers. I mean, stop and think of that. The O'Keefe family being insulted in such a way and to have to withstand such attacks and hatefulness is awful. Jen, I'm wondering, do you think that is why we're not seeing the visible showing of support outside of the courthouse for John O'Keefe that we are Karen Reed? I'm just curious. I don't know, and feel free to disagree with me, but I'm wondering if you think that it could be because of fear of
Julie, shout out, my friend.
Any type of harassment or verbal attacks.
Julie, I 100% concur with you. Watching this case for the last 2 years, if you come out in support of a guilty verdict or even say the most minor comment against Karen Reed's innocence, you are met with a host of individuals that will attack. That's both online, but these individuals are living it. They are called, as you said, murderers, the family members supporting the murderers. It's been horrible to watch. And I think that is 100%. And behind the scenes, Julie, you have individuals that are doing work to find information that is negative against anybody who comes out. And then they post that and go after them socially. So it's really just in their best interest, honestly, to stand back and just watch, but very unfair.
Right. And appreciate you sharing that for anyone who may be unaware. Trust me, I've seen it. I know what this is like. Matt Tampanik, you do too. Your thoughts on that point?
I think what it is this case should have always been tried in the courtroom. Unfortunately, over the last 2 years, to get the notoriety it has, bloggers and content creators have tried to make this case so much bigger than it is. That it needs to be, this has to be a discussion, it needs to be held everywhere. And that's perfectly fine. But I can tell you that it shouldn't be in the situation where we're calling families of the deceased, the victim in this case, murderers. It shouldn't be a situation where people should be worrying about whether a blogger is going to show up to their place of business or their house, yelling at them and calling them liars and stuff like that. That's
Yeah.
not what the founders of the Constitution envisioned by the First
It
Amendment.
isn't.
And unfortunately, that is what it's transpired into. It has evolved over the last couple of years. Not that getting justice for John O'Keefe, but rather that Karen Reed has been framed and she should be vindicated by the court system.
Bullshit.
And if that's what happens, so be it. But that's
Yeah.
not really
Wearing a
what has
blue
happened the
suit.
last
She knows
couple
exactly
of years.
what she was doing.
It has been an onslaught of people online in your face telling you that if you believe them, you are a sheep, you are a liar, you're part of the system. And guess what? At the end of the day, if the jury acquits the defendant of all charges, so be it. But the victim and the families and the witnesses should have never been subjected to the harassment they have been over the last few years.
You're exactly right. Thank you so much
That's
for
on
that, Matt
Norfolk County
Timpanic,
again.
Jennifer Coffindeffer. Thank you both. Jen, I know we need to let you go. Matt, you're coming with us, so we're going to hit a break. When we come back, we'll stay in Dedham, Massachusetts. We are live on a verdict watch. The clock ticking again. The jury's in the deliberation room. They're out 15 hours, 36 minutes, and counting. We thank you for spending part of your Wednesday morning with us here on Court TV.
I'm going to mute that for a second. Just going to mute that for a second, but that's gross. Why do you need to hand a wealthy woman cash? I don't understand. Make it make sense. I did get a donation that I just saw, the first one of the day, and it's from Shannon. And I appreciate you, Shannon. I really do. She sends $50 and she says, I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you so much. You know, our channel only gets by with you guys' support, and that means donations. And so if we don't get them, we don't cover the cost. So I appreciate every single person that signs up for a membership or sends a super chat or a super sticker, and the, you know, people that realize that if I don't, you know, if I don't get those, I can't keep this running. I'm not a 15,000 subscriber channel. I'm not that big yet. I took a 6-month break with my daughter. And so I appreciate everybody's support and everyone who's been here day in and day out and hitting that like button and making sure you share, and everybody does their part. And I appreciate all of you for that. All of you, because it's a group effort, you know. And I like when Matt said, I know I watched some of it. We should watch some of that. That's what we should watch. Matt says something beautiful in that too. Matt Phelps. He says, Turtle Boy's a vile person. And I'm like, thank God someone else says it out loud. You know? Yeah, Anna, and that's what pisses me off. Of course you word on purpose. Is I will tell you from my state and all the cases that I've sat in on, and all the things that I have done in the criminal justice system, I have never seen a defendant who had an alcohol or drug related incident and didn't have alcohol testing or drug testing. Never seen it. Never seen it. The cat and I don't know. I'd have to look to see what date his trial is. I don't know if they have set one yet, you know? Exactly. Teamwork. Like that troll that spent a whole whopping 5 seconds with the comment that he did that just got ignored, and then I whacked a troll. I'm very quick on the trigger finger, so I don't know why they bother, because A, no one's going to see it, and B, you're just going to get banned. So you're going to make 5 other fake accounts, and you're still just going to get blocked, banned. I don't deal with negativity. I don't deal with people who come here just to troll. I don't need your engagement. People are always like, well, it's engagement, Elise. It's engagement on your channel. It's views on your channel. It's likes on your channel, even dislikes. It's engagement. And I'm like, I don't care. I will not be one of those content creators. I fucking will not do it. I will not pander to people. I will not allow it just because it's engagement. I don't give a shit. Take your engagement elsewhere. If that's what you came here to do, it tells me what kind of person you are. That you can't handle an opinion that isn't the same as yours. But not only that, you have to come here to try to insult or ridicule other people. If you have to do that, then you have no argument. Your argument is moot, because you're not arguing an argument. You're just being vile. You know? I don't know. You know, because I don't know who's on the jury. But Yeah, I don't think anything's set for his yet, but I'm covering that. Make no mistake about it. I may even get some credentials and pop in on that trial in person. In person. You know? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Chris got one yesterday. Some lady threatened him 5 minutes before my friend called and offered to buy $100 worth of pizza and asked Chris if he could get it to Dedham, to the family and to the witnesses. 5 minutes before she called. 5 minutes before she freaking called, somebody had just threatened Chris. What is wrong with you? First of all, you don't even know Chris Albert. Chris is a good guy. He's helped a lot in that community, and people seem to forget that. They only target him because, well, the sewer turtle said so, right? The sewer turtle said so. The sewer turtle doesn't even know him. I do.
A verdict watch in the case against defendant Karen Reed. She's accused of murdering her boyfriend. Boston police
It's
officer
as much as
John
someone can
O'Keefe.
afford trying to do
Our
the right
cameras
thing.
are
And his
inside of
pizzas
the
aren't super
courtroom, as you can
expensive, so
see,
that'll cover
by
quite
the
a
shot
few
of that
pizzas.
lovely
Probably
white
about
fan
8,
there. We're also
7, 8.
outside of the courthouse looking at
She didn't
the
have to
crowd
donate
as
$100
everybody
for
is
pizza.
waiting for a possible decision today. The clock is ticking on your screen.
Yeah.
We're approaching
It's like a good day
the
when I get a $100 donation. That
mark.
never
This
happens
is day
here.
4. Jury deliberations started last Friday for just
It
a short
all-
amount
it
of
all
time,
makes a
carried
difference.
into Monday and Tuesday, and now
No.
today.
Okay.
And on Tuesday, the jury had some questions. They came back with a few questions for the court. So we
Thank
wanted
you,
to
girl. I
recap
don't
those
watch his
for you
stuff.
if you missed it.
Okay.
One of them was, does convicting guilty on a
the
subcharge,
docket.
say, for example, offense 2, number 5, convict on the overall charge? Here's a look at the response that the attorneys gave in the courtroom
Oh, proud
when
mama.
it came to what the judge would answer the jury. Both sides got to weigh in.
Right.
Let's take a look.
She's got twinsies.
Does convicting
I don't know how she did it.
guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the
Thank you, Maria.
verdict slip as it relates
Thank
to
you very
count 2, and I
much.
think there are some
appreciate you.
excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered
Yeah, they
by
did.
the amendments
Yeah,
in the
they
verdict
did.
slip. So we certainly could say something like,
Don't rage, Anna.
does
Breathe.
does
We got
convicting
this.
guilty, the question was, quote,
got
does
this.
convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense
Congrats,
2, number
Anna.
5,
Proud
convict
mama
the
moment.
overall charge?
Proud
The answer is
mama.
no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge, 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002,
Good
which is
point,
a proper
J-Rock.
statement of the law.
Good point, my friend.
And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to
I'm
the
hearing
verdict
July,
slip.
but I have to check the
And
docket.
I'm happy to go over
see
those with you and put
exactly
those
Okay,
on
go
record.
ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on,
Under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is
Woosah, Jennifer,
excellent.
we got this. We got to think
If you
positive
find the
thoughts.
defendant
You have
guilty
to.
of
You
the
have
lesser
to.
offense,
Okay.
of involuntary manslaughter. We would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We
says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both.
Come on, guys.
And the final edit
Fuck
would
up.
be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant.
Should.
If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it.
All right. Would
I don't
I?
have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language I can use. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to, but I think the
A real
form as you
possibility.
fill it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position
At
that
least one.
if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
Yes,
All right.
that makes more sense.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the
You're amazing,
amended verdict slip,
Francesca.
explaining that it really is consistent with the jury
Just like me.
instructions I gave them, but walking
Nothing-
them through it.
Nothing yet.
So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip.
Oh, your
And
mom.
let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think
The
I'll
frickin'
walk
rock
them through
star.
it like we do in civil cases.
All right, so let's bring in our legal analyst guest and see what he thinks of what the judge discussed with the attorneys
Matt.
and what the attorneys had to say as they weighed in on the instruction. Matt Timpanik, our guest this hour. Matt, what did you think of what the judge did? She ultimately brought them in and then said to work through it top to bottom. Effective
works.
enough? What are your thoughts, please?
When you look at the verdict form, and I talked about this on my YouTube show of the weekend, it's not as complicated as the defense made it out to be.
No.
In the actual jury instructions themselves, not the verdict form, it lays out exactly what you do. If you think that the defendant is not guilty, you check the box and move on. If you find that whatever charge you found to be guilty, the highest offense for charge 2 is motor vehicle manslaughter. If you find her guilty of that, check that box and move on. There should only be, of the 5 numbers, there should only be 1 box checked. There shouldn't be 2. There shouldn't be, 2 and 5 or 2, 3, and 4. No, it's 1. One box is all you were checking based on the charge. And I definitely think that the defense, like, I remember their other verdict form,
Let's
they wanted to
hope
put,
so,
like,
J-Rock.
not guilty after every single charge, which could have opened up a double jeopardy issue.
This is
if
live.
she were to be found guilty on that page, be like, well, they acquitted her here, but they found her guilty here. So I definitely think that the judge did the right thing, just kind of simplifying it and
We're
explaining
watching
it to the
this
jury
live.
because, as I've stated
But they just
previously,
replayed
this
something.
is where the jury was
To
going to
answer your
focus the
question fully.
pretty much the entirety of their deliberations. The first jury didn't reportedly thought that murder wasn't proven, as well as the leaving the scene of accident. So this is where I believe they'd be focusing their time. And based on the questions we got yesterday, that seems to be the case.
Right, right. And Matt, you explained that so well. And we've put up on the screen for our wonderful viewing audience, page 2, the page where there seem to be more choices than on pages 1 or 3 of the verdict slip. And so here, looking at that, just as you explained, you can see at the very top would be the option for not guilty. And then if you just follow it down, as you said, this isn't multiple boxes, but one box. As you look at it, Matt, thoughts on whether this is too complicated? We've heard that argument. You touched on it a bit. We've heard some people going, oh my, a lot of words on the page. Your thoughts, please.
I can't.
I think that when the instructions usually lay it out. The reason we do jury instructions is so that the jury can get guidance on something like this. This verdict form, remember, and during the charge conference, David Yannetti asked for the lesser includeds of this offense. And with it brings all of the lesser includeds of motor vehicle manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence, as well as simple misdemeanor OUI. So when you're putting it all together, it's all right. If the four-person must start, it's like, all right, let's start at the bottom and work our way up. It's like, all right, was she under the influence of alcohol at the time of the incident question? That was one of the biggest things. Like, well, the times, like, no, the indictment states that it was on the day in question, January 29, 2022. So whether it was 12:45 in the morning and 5:04 in the morning, that's still January 29, 2022. So if you found she was operating under the influence, the verdict would be guilty for that charge. So I think that it's not overly complicated, but I think that the way maybe not following the instructions made it a little bit more difficult. And with so many words, yeah, it potentially could be, but overall, I think the judge did a good job clearing it up.
Right. If they start from the top and work their way down, it should make sense. Hopefully that did provide some clarification. We'll go over the last question on the other side of this break. Matt, Tim, Panic, stand by, please. The last question pertaining to what if we come back not guilty on 2 counts, and what if we're stuck? What if we're undecided on a 3rd count? What does that mean? Does that mean we're hung overall? We'll talk about that next.
So I do think someone's playing stupid. At least one person. I think you're right, because what it sounds like to me is there's one person on there who was trying to say, hey, the videos are not evidence. Hard to Penny. Hold on. Penny Commit. She's WZB. BZ. Hard to say if jurors look dressed for a verdict. 4 women in dresses, 1 in a skirt, 1 in jeans, 2 of the men in shorts. I mean, I don't really think they dress. This is Massachusetts. So I'll tell you something about us. They wear, shorts in the snow. So that doesn't really, like, and some people's way of dressing up is not other people's. And so we're dealing with Massachusetts here. So I wouldn't say that everyone here would dress up for a verdict, I think, yeah, that might also be a possibility that she's acting like, what if she drank after 5? Well, even if she did, she still would have been over the legal limit. She was 2 or 3 times over the legal limit. She still would have been over the legal limit before that. So, here's the thing. I think there's someone on the jury that tried to play the whole, well, the videos are not evidence, so we can't consider them, knowing damn well they were, but just to try to sway people. And they were like, all right, well, if you don't think they are and we think they are, then we'll send a note to the judge asking if they are. There was a 4th question. The 4th question was if they find not guilty on 2 of the charges, but are undecided on the 3rd, will that be a hung jury or overall? So what I'm guessing is they're arguing over the lesser includeds. The lesser includeds, you know? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. There are some people that do that kind of stuff, like beanies and sweatshirts, and it was a little cool yesterday where it was a little rainy, and so there was some wind, and it was only 60s yesterday. It wasn't like 70s. It made 70 by like 5 o'clock, but no, she didn't. She said she can't answer because she can't answer that last one. It's a hypothetical. You can't answer a hypothetical question. The court has no business sort of answering that type of question. She cannot, if she answered that question, it would be an appealable issue later where they would say, well, what you said to the jury could have swayed them one way or another. You know? I mean, if that's also a very real possibility, maybe someone's just stupid. You know? Maybe someone is just stupid. I don't know. You know? I don't know. It's possible. It's possible, but is it probable to not know that everything that they hand you is evidence? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. You live here, Jesse, you know. What they're wearing does not matter. Not in the state of Massachusetts. Maybe in other states it matters, but yeah, that was a weird question. Again, I think it might have came from the same person with the whole, oh, our videos, evidence sort of deal. Of course they're evidence. They're the defendant's own words. Yeah, well, wasted is definitely, we call that, white girl wasted. White girl wasted. Oh, well, if you need anything via email, you know how to get me, Ellen. I won't text you until you text me and tell me that your phone is back on. Yes and no. No, because all the lesser includeds are underneath the one that they're underneath one, not the other 2. So if they found not guilty on 2 of them, but wanted a guilty on one of the lesser includeds, but couldn't agree on which lesser included, that would make sense to me.
How are you feeling today?
Yeah, that's what she's wearing. Oh yeah, you feel good. Of course you do.
I was our Matt Johnson just a short time ago, asking defendant Karen Reed how she is feeling this morning as the pressure is on. We're approaching the 16-hour mark of jury deliberations. We're in day number 4.
That's
Live
true.
look at the courtroom. You see the lovely fan. We are waiting to see if the jury arrives at a verdict or if we could have another mistrial. It's a possibility. The last question the jury sent out on Tuesday was, if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1? Take a listen.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply,
it's a possibility,
this is not a question I can answer on this and sending it back.
And that is essentially what the judge did. Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matthew Timpanek, has experience on both sides of the courtroom. He's been a prosecutor and he's currently in the private sector and does criminal defense work. So Matt, what did you think of how the judge handled that question? Was her response appropriate?
It was right on the money. When she was reading it, she knew exactly how she was going to respond. The jury was fishing around and be like, hey, what if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges? What happens to the 3rd? If we're hung on 1, does that mean that we're hung on all of them? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You need to decide whether or not you have a verdict on all 3 charges. It's not just 2, it's 3. So if you have a verdict on 3, then you tell the the bailiff and you can come back in to deliver that
Could
verdict.
be, but I don't
So
want to read too
the
much
judge
into it.
absolutely did the right thing, saying like, this is a theoretical question. This I can't answer.
Right, Matt, right. So now we have this possibility
Juries
that the
can
jury could be
surprise
hung
you.
on one of the charges. Matt, what do you think the likelihood that is?
It's a pretty good likelihood.
It's getting, I'll probably say more better than 50-50 right now. If I were to guess, I think they're hung up on count 2, and this is very important. If they are hung, so say they decide verdicts on 1 and 3, but are hung on 2, that means they're hung on the entirety of it. So, and this is something the jury doesn't know. A part of me thinks the defense team, if they could go into the jury room and be like,
Why is it pausing?
Brian Koberger prepares
just
to return to
happened?
court for
What the hell? Was that me or Court TV? It must have been Court
funny,
TV.
when she was reading it, she knew exactly how she was going to respond. The jury was fishing
Ran it back,
around
that
and be
was
like, hey, what if we find not guilty on 2 of the charges? What happens to the 3rd? If we're hung on 1, does that mean that we're hung on all of them? And it's like, no, that's not how it works. You need to decide whether or not you have a verdict on all 3 charges. It's not just 2, it's 3. So if you have a verdict on 3, then you tell the bailiff and you can come back in to deliver that verdict. So the judge absolutely did the right thing, saying like, this is a theoretical question. This I can't answer.
Right, Matt, right. So now we have this possibility that the jury could be hung on one of the charges. Matt, what do you think the likelihood that is?
It's getting, I'll probably say more better than 50-50 right now. If I were to guess, I think they're hung up on count 2, and this is very important. If they are hung, so say they decide verdicts on 1 and 3, but are hung on 2, that means they're hung on the entirety of it. So, and this is something the jury doesn't know. A part of me thinks the defense team, if they could go into the jury room and be like,
So that wasn't me. That was Court TV. Okay. I was wondering what the hell happened there. I'm like, that can't be me. It was Court TV. Okay. You know, people, not only is the sewer turtle saying shit about my friend that isn't true, but Jess Machado seems to think she needs to write a story about things that are not facts. This is half the problem with people. Okay? This is half the problem with shit that isn't true. You don't write stories on things that are not true. You don't do that. That's not a thing. You don't write stories about things that are fabrications and have no truth in reality whatsoever. You know, none. Here's an idea. Why are you so obsessed with Lindsay Sewer Turtle? Why don't you leave her and her children alone? Not only did you say a bunch of shit on your parent last show that's not true, not even by a long shot, okay? But that's called defamation because you didn't check. You just took your quote source's word, whoever the fuck that idiot was, and decided that that was going to be a fact. Not a fact. Not even close. Okay, good. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem. Again, that's, Norfolk County. Oh, thank you, Alma. That's really nice of you. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. I actually just put a couple things on there that I need for the yard. A tent, because I have one tree in my yard. The entire yard is all sun. So it's all sun. Also, by the way, you guys know that
Tim Panic,
I just
when
saw this, but
certain people
July
on your
is
jury,
Prime Day,
depending upon which side you're
July
on, and you know how it is. Sometimes somebody you want gets
Right?
struck by the other
All
side
the
because
love.
they know you're going to want them. Sometimes
go to
cause
battle
challenges, and I
over my
certainly
friend.
hear you. That's an
You've
excellent
dealt with
point
enough.
about the age of the jury, and then that raises the question of
Leave her the
whether they
fuck
should be
alone.
sequestered, because We know
Yes,
there's an awful lot of
sequestered.
outside noise about this case. You're providing excellent insight for us as always. Matt Timpanic, stand by kindly, please. I'm being told we're going to hit another break. We just surpassed the 16-hour mark. Will we get a verdict today in Dedham, Massachusetts? We'll find out together here on Court TV.
Morning, Michelle.
Brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students.
It's
oh my
just
God,
gross.
this doesn't happen here.
You can't write a story on something that didn't happen. So no, I know I put those on yesterday, so it couldn't be that. But you can't write a story about something that didn't happen. You can't. You just can't. You cannot do it. You can't. You just can't. That is so not only false, disingenuous, but irresponsible. Irresponsible. They do. They love misinformation. Love it. Love it. She didn't write a story about it yet. She said, oh, I'm going to have to write a story about that, apparently. I'm getting the screenshots now. Like, what is wrong with you? I would be. Yes, I would be, Alma. I actually would be. I would love one of those in my yard. That would be great. She didn't write a story about it yet, but she said, oh, I'm going to have to write a story about that. Write a story about what? Everything he said was false. Everything. Talking about, oh, her, you know, about her children. Like, they're minor children, number one. Number two, everything he said was false. Let's hope so, Smitty. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Bree said if there's a corrupted juror, maybe they'll slip up and talk about shit that wasn't presented. That's what I'm hoping, because then they can be bounced right off the jury. If they start talking about stuff that wasn't in the trial and wasn't presented, they can be bounced right on off that jury. How would you know that? You know? Listen, I like Kevin. I'm fond of Kevin. We kind of went down the same path when it comes to, you know, the beginning of this to the end of this, when it comes to realizing. But there's a few things I don't agree with that he said. That he doesn't care about what the result is. Well, if you didn't care, why'd you write a book? I could never say I don't care. I care. Because it has affected my life. My daily life. And then to boot, I have met some really amazing people I would not have met otherwise, including Chris Albert and his family, you know, some other Alberts that I'm really close with, that I adore. And they're good people. Decent, kind, funny, smart, good people. Good people. How could you not care if you've gotten to know any of them, or any of us for that matter? You know, also criticizing Hank Brennan, there is no one who could have done a better job. I mean, I'm pretty good with, you know, making guesses on what's going to happen and what's not, other than obviously no one knows what a jury is going to do. All we can do is guess on that. But I'm pretty good when it comes to motions and all that stuff on guessing. And there's no one in this state. And I know he doesn't have a lot of, you know, he's told people he does not have interest in the law. He doesn't really know much about it. Before this case, didn't really know a lot about it. But there's no one who could have done a better job than Hank Brennan. There is no one in this state that could have done a better job. There just isn't. There isn't. That's just the fact of the matter. No one. You couldn't have found anyone else. He did the best job anyone was going to do. And of course, I know he's sick. We sent him flowers in the hospital to hopefully, you know, make him feel better and let him know that people were thinking about him. And I would do it for any one of you, you know. But I do disagree with a few things that he said lately, including, you know, the thing about the sweatshirt, the holes in the sweatshirt. That really doesn't have anything to do with what a jury's going to vote guilty or not guilty on. That mistake, I don't think, is really going to make it much of a difference, to be honest with you guys. You know, I think I would be lying if I said I didn't care what happened, right? I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't be upset if she didn't see jail time. I would be, because all this harassment for what? I do know that no matter what,
How you feeling?
I can't listen to him, buried in civil suits for years to come, buried. And they could get her on witness intimidation if they chose
The
to.
16th hour of jury
Why is there
deliberations
no volume?
in this homicide case taking place in Dedham,
Hey,
Massachusetts,
Julie?
a small
Julie Grant? There's
town in
no
the greater
volume over here on
Boston
this
area.
end.
This is trial number
Their
2.
TV's
First
mucking it
jury
up.
was hung. Will this jury be?
You know?
And should they have been sequestered for
And
the
I love
trial
you.
or for just
I
their
love all of you.
deliberations?
Hey,
Let's bring
there
in
was
our legal
nobody that
analyst
could've done
guest,
better
attorney
job.
Matt
There
Timpanek,
just
on the
isn't.
program
So I
with us.
disagree
Matt,
on
what
the
are your
prospect
thoughts on that?
of
Do you think the
making a bunch
judge
of
should have
mistakes or
sequestered
something,
them for
but
all of this trial, or even just a small part of it,
I
the
absolutely love Kevin.
deliberation part
I
that we're
just
in now?
don't agree with him on that fact. But see, that's the thing.
I
We
didn't
can
think it
still be
was
friends
really
and not agree.
necessary because remember,
You know, me and my
the
friend Trace, we
jurors are
have
brought
different
to an
ideas of
undisclosed
this case.
location
We're
and
still
they are
friends. I have
bussed
plenty,
over every single
for the
day.
people that
I think
can't
the
be friends with
reports
other
that
people
the
because they disagree
people
on
figure
things,
out the bus
that's how
route,
you know people
but
don't
for the
have deep
most
running
part,
hearts.
it seems
Because you're never going to
what
agree
they
100%
were
with
doing then,
everybody
they
on
were not
everything.
looking in the facts of the case. I don't
I've
think it's really
disagreed with that for a
necessary.
while just
When you
because you can't
see,
back up
when
a
you do a
24 miles per hour
sequestration, that's really
at a
the
high rate of speed
last
on accident.
resort because you're taking those jurors
That's
away from
that's
their
the thing. It
families,
goes from
away from being
not
able to
accident,
care for, like I said, care
you
for
know,
their families,
from
and that's a
accident to
huge
not
burden, and
accident
that
is
has to
backing up
be
24
an
miles an hour. You can't do
absolute
that on
last
accident.
resort. If
No.
there was evidence that jurors were being like tampered
Well,
with, like somebody actually showing up to their house, following
we
people
all
home,
have a hard
that would
time.
need to be a sequestration.
You know?
But as far as I know it, I haven't
Murder too,
heard
I think they
anything
met the
of that
burden of
nature.
no ifs, ands, or buts.
Appreciate it, Matt.
You know,
So
a
we
lot of
have
people forget
7
that murder. It's because it's
men
murder.
on this
People don't
jury.
realize
Your
like it
thoughts
doesn't require
on
an
that?
intent.
The final panel
You know,
deliberating.
does not require
Depending
an
upon
intent,
which side
not
you're
in this
on,
state at
would you
least.
feel encouraged or any
And so
or
if they had
discouraged in any
overcharged, it
way
would have been
by the
murder one,
makeup?
not murder two. You know, I think
In this type of case,
I get it.
depending
You know,
on, I
I'm
believe I heard there's a lot
disappointed
of
if the jury
younger
doesn't
women
convict
under
as well.
40 on the jury.
You know,
If
but
I'm the
Hank
Commonwealth, I'd
did an
probably be a little
outstanding job.
discouraged
There is nobody who could have
because of
done
the disgusting
a
things that
better
were sent in the
job.
text messages and
Nobody.
the
There's
lack
no
of
one.
honor in
Aw.
the
Right back
investigation
to
that
you, Jess.
some jurors might have taken
Right?
the,
I mean, I know
bold
there's
instruction to
people all
heart
over the
that
world
if you
care.
can't trust how the evidence
You
was
know?
got, you can
Well,
reject it. That was something
that's
I posted
debatable.
about previously, and
Are there
the first
some people that are good
jury
people?
didn't really take
Yes,
that
but
into
I
account,
don't.
but it's
You
entirely
hear her?
possible
Why
the
can't I hear
second
her?
jury did.
Sure. Looking at the makeup, there's 7 women, again, 5 men on this deliberating jury, not sequestered. These are residents of the area. Matt, if the jury does come back hung, let's say on one of the counts, in this case is retried, what's done differently? Is there a change of venue or a change of veneer?
What I can tell you is they might do a change of venue. The problem is this case has literally infected every square inch of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You can't go anywhere that people don't know about the case, haven't formed an opinion. It's just more prevalent in Norfolk County more than anywhere. You can't send it to Suffolk. You can't send it to Bristol. You can't send it to Plymouth County. All of those people have already formed opinions on it. So I think that potentially if it's retried, the difference is going to be jury selection.
Most definitely. Matt Timpanek, great analysis from you as always.
Sorry, guys.
Thanks so
I
much.
hear this.
We'll be right back with more Verdict coverage live.
Aw. You tell her I said hi. No, my headphones did not die, but for some reason the audio completely conked out and they were talking, but no noise was coming through my headphones. They were on, they were working, so I had to like reset them. I apologize, guys. I had no idea you guys could still hear them, and I couldn't. But my point is, do I think that there's some people on the FKR side that are good people? Well, here's my thought process on that. There isn't a person that I consider FKR if they're not doing things like trolling people and harassing people and screaming at people and emailing them and calling them. If you believe that there was an investigation and you don't like the way the investigation went and you think that she shouldn't be found guilty, okay, I understand that. I respect your opinion on that. Cool, fine. The second you step from that into screaming at people, insulting people, calling people names, doing those things, you are now FKR. So I believe that there are people, good people outside of the FKR bubble, but I wouldn't call them FKR. I would just call them people who have a different opinion than I do. I put that box around the people that act like circus monkeys, circus clowns, if you will, because that is what I have dealt with since 2023, every single day of my life, you know? So I love you. They didn't die. I fixed them. Though. I don't know what happened. I know. I'm sorry. I didn't know you guys could still hear them. I apologize. I apologize. All right. No, it was me. There was nothing in my, so I thought it was Court TV again, since I conked out a little while ago. It was a very good day. And actually, the day that Jesse joined us was a day that a few other people joined us. People that have to watch from work and are listening with their earpods and can't be in chat, but they realized that they had been fed a bunch of bullshit. Jesse wasn't the only one that joined us that day. You know? Me too, Karen. Me too. Me too, my friend. Me too. But you know what? Like I told you last night, we have to have faith. We have to have faith. I said a lot of prayers this morning. I asked John if he could send down any karma that he's got left and wrap his family up in love and send the common sense into the jury, because it needs to happen. She needs to be held accountable. Yes, I just wrote that one down. Steven Stearns, the Madeline Soto's stepdad. I wrote that one down. That might be a good July one too. Maui's always welcome here. She knows that. Everybody's welcome here, except trolls that will never give up. I think about heels every day, Ellen. You know, half the reason some of you are here, is because you've started following the trial with Heels and me and Kathy and Bree and B Tim when Heels was alive, God rest her soul, in the beginning of trial 1. And then she passed, and we kept going, and I vowed to keep going until the end of this thing, because I can hear her in my head literally being like, well, we got to get to the end of this thing. We'll never give up. You know, Heels is always on my mind. You know, that day was a little traumatic for me as well. You know, it sucks when someone that you care about passes away, and it happens
are on
the way it did.
Verdict watch on a case that people around the country have been watching, the case against defendant Karen Reed. She's accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John Keefe. And right now the jury's out over 16 hours. We're showing you a live look at the courtroom,
18 minutes.
a live look at her arrival, and a live look at our friend, Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan, who's standing there outside of the courthouse. Vinnie, wonderful to see you. Tell us what you're seeing and hearing where you are, please.
Absolutely. So right now there's a couple things happening, right? The deliberations resumed.
I cannot.
High anticipation that today.
Fun fact, Julie doesn't even like Vinnie Politan. Fun fact. But yeah, me too, but because I'm a decent person, you know. Contrary to what the sewer turtle tells people about a lot of us, that we're all horrible individuals. It's funny because he's the only horrible individual that we see. But, you know, for me, I have to have that empathy chip that feels a little bit bad for some of these people that have to realize that they've been lied to this entirety of this time. Kind of like Jessie, right? And I asked Jessie when she came along, what was the thing? What was the thing? You know, I think Heels' channel is still up. It's a good listen to go back. Sometimes I go back and listen to her voice. You know, because I can hear her sometimes when I'm thinking about her. I can literally hear her voice in my head. And so sometimes I go back and listen to her voice. And she was another content creator that was a wonderful person, and we were streaming the trial in the first trial, and the stream paused on us. And I think the main channel was hers, but we were all streaming our channels from her channel because you can do that on StreamYard. So we were all live, but she was the main person that had this on the screen, right? And it paused. And we were like, Heels, it's paused. We don't know what happened. And a few minutes later, we got word that she had fallen. And Heels was sick. She had about 30% lung capacity at that point. She never used her camera on. She always had her camera off. But it paused on us, and we got the message that she had fallen, and she was on her way to the hospital, but she should be okay. So we're like, okay, we're just going to move the stream over to my channel and say a prayer and check in on her. I wrote her a message that night before I went to bed, checking in on her to see if she was all right. Woke up the next morning, and she had passed away. Her lungs couldn't handle it. The pain kind of shocked her body, and she got to the hospital. I believe she talked to her children, and then she passed. And that accident happened while we were on stream. So I was sort of shocked in the morning, and I had to decide what I was going to do. So I was going to abandon ship, curl up in a ball like I wanted to, or keep going. And I wanted to keep going because she wanted to see this trial through. She wanted to see it through. And so I made a little vow that night that I would see this thing through, not just for me, not just for the family, but for Heels too. Memory of Heels, because she would have wanted to see a resolution in this case. She was one of the people that were calling out Karen's guilt early on, and dealt with a lot of shitty people. Yeah, her creator name is Heels in the Air, and her YouTube channel should still be there. So, I mean, the last time I went on it was about a month ago. So, as far as I know, it's still there. I check in every once in a while and listen to her voice, but it's tough. I said lots of prayers last night. I can pop it over to Lauren Crime in a second. I was hoping, Julie got him off the screen. No one likes spinning. He's muted. I can't with him. Yeah, narc behavior 101. Well, that's the thing. I'm not super, what you would call religious, I guess. But I do believe there's something bigger than myself. And so if there's something bigger than me, they're not Monarch. Just spotted the judge going back into the clerk's office. WCVB reporting. M. William Phelps said the cult is not as big as they're not. It's just it's a loud minority of people. Oh, I love that you still have her emails. She did. The first trial she did. There's no chance she didn't this time. You know what I mean? It is manufactured. Thanks, Becky. I appreciate that. I think the part that shocked me the most is that it happened while we were on stream. So, that I go back to that point in my mind, and I'm like, that's the point where she was, and we don't know how she fell, whether she tripped on something or her hip went out. We don't know. We have no idea. She was making breakfast and getting herself her coffee, and she was coming back to the computer table when it happened. So, I play that over in my head, a lot. It's okay because people can still go and check her channel and listen to her stuff from last year, you know. It's just sad. It makes me sad. We miss her. Yeah, there's something bigger than me. Something bigger than me, you know? So I sucked it up, and I remember last year being so sick. I was sick at one point. I don't know if it was pneumonia. I don't know what it was, but I was really, really sick. At a huge temperature, which I never get, even when I'm sick. I don't usually get temperatures. And I had a bucket next to the bed because I couldn't make it to the bathroom. And I was puking and had my laptop laying on my bed. And I was like, I can't stream today. I cannot stream the trial today. I am so sick. And then my head went to, but you have to. You promised heals. I was like, oh, fuck. So I literally put my laptop. I think I sent a picture of it to my friend Leah. Because she was like, you sound like shit. And I'm like, yeah, this is current situation. And so my laptop's on my bed. I'm laying on it like this with the laptop in front of me, the bucket over here. I took myself obviously off camera and just put the trial on for the first trial. But yeah, I was in rough shape that day. That's because I'm quick on the trigger finger. We're all quick. Exactly. We're locked in over here. It's the same people over and over and over. That's, you know. What would Jesse do, right? I know what Jesse would do. Jesse would do what Elise would do. So I know that answer. We're just quick on the trigger finger, you know what I mean? Like I usually see them coming in. I appreciate you guys. Oh yeah, I remember. Well, that's the thing. If Karen was a man, this would be very different. I mean, I don't know why they have these two together. I mean, they should just have the other guy do it. Vinny Politan's a joke. Mine is at 16 hours, 27 minutes. So mine's probably the most up to date. So mine says 16 hours, 27 minutes, and 34 seconds. Actually, let me see. Let's see if I could show you guys real quick what mine looks like. This is my timer, guys. That's my timer. It's huge. Oh, hey, listen. Every year I float down the Saco River. That's my adult vacation. And for 3 days, I'm just with my, friends, and we have a blast. And it's the only time I drink, and it's my vacation. Other than that, it's like a wedding, maybe a Super Bowl, something like that. A dinner. My verdict clock is ticking away. So this is my verdict clock. Mine's close. Wait, Law and Crime is like 24 minutes behind? Seriously? Weird. What? I don't. That's how some people ended up here. That's how some of the people who are here every single day end up here. I have plenty of people that are kind and respectful that stay here. So I don't know what you're talking about. Also, when people come in here just to troll, I'm very used to the just trolling comments. So I know what it looks like. I have a rosary tattooed on my arm for my dad, around the cross with the wings on it, the angel wings. Right? That's another thing. We're probably worn out. I also have mods that help. Right? Stella's still here. We have a lot of people that are here. They might have a different opinion on it, but they're not assholes, and they don't come here to just troll and... Wait, what? 40 minutes? Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. I don't know how his could be 40 minutes ahead. That's way too far. Way too far ahead. Way. No, I don't have patience left for that. He found me this timer because Freak's good at that stuff. He's good at that stuff. Gives me the timer. No, they're allowed to deliberate through lunch. So they get their lunch in the verdict room. 15 hours, 53 minutes on law and crime. Yeah, that's not right. That ain't right. I can't. His screen is too busy. I don't know how anybody does. I wouldn't know what to look at, to be honest. So I couldn't do it. You know what? Okay, can somebody give me the name of that where that show that Phelps was on last night, what that woman's name is? I think we could watch a little bit of that while we're waiting. Hold on.
Today, this Wednesday.
Yeah, my gut tells me that today's the day that the jury will speak. And when I say the jury will speak, they'll let us know where they are.
Yeah. Okay. And we love you. Right? Just showing everybody's different timers. Different timers. All right, let's see. Angela Box. All right, let's see if we can find this. Hold on a second. We're gonna find it, folks. Go to YouTube. Okay, cool. I found it. You can be a mod if you want. You know you're always welcome, my friend. I will always add you in there. My mods do a great job. You guys do an amazing job. You're here enough. You could be. Me either, P. Harley. All right. So, do me a favor. While I'm pulling this up, you guys hit the like button if you already didn't. Hit the subscribe button if you already didn't. Get your membership if you already didn't, because we're having a members only stream tomorrow. So if you don't have a membership, you won't be able to get in. I think our lowest tier is like $3.99 per month or something like that. And there's 4 different tiers, so you can pick from 4. It gives you different things. Like the higher you go, the better perks you get, things of that nature. So, oh my God, is Court TV actually getting super chats and memberships? I cannot believe it. Shut the hell up. That can't be a real thing. It is a real thing. I'm fucking shocked. No friggin' way. No freaking way. Hold on. I cannot believe that. That's crazy to me. That's bonkers. Hold on. I cannot believe that. That's crazy. Oh my God. Someone just put up the best. Hold on. You're right. Vinny is a clown. You're right. Oh, damn it. It won't let you. They're doing a members only mode. Oh my God. Court TV is doing a members only mode. So you can't even be in chat unless you pay for a membership. That's crazy. That is crazy. Nope. Absolutely not. Nope. But they are actually, Court TV, you should put your mods in check. I said nothing against your rules. Can I put your mod in a timeout for misuse of power? People are like, I actually can't believe that that's a thing, you guys. I am shocked that Court TV is getting super chats and super stickers, and they put it on a members only mode. Oh, also, if you use YouTube from your phone, folks, guess what? Be excited to know that there is a new thing on YouTube that they emailed me about this morning called communities. It's kind of like our Discord, okay? It's called Communities. And I was able to turn it on this morning. So from your phone, there's now a community option for y'all to watch and talk to each other. I love it. I love that we can do this. So I wrote a thing. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, so now there should be a new communities tab on my like main screen to the Twisted Tragedies YouTube thing, so that we have a little community. Hey Ski. So that's an actual thing. Now, I turned it on this morning, so it's now an option, which is kind of cool. I wrote the first post in it, so you should be able to see it when you go to the main thing. It tells me it only works on phones though, which is weird. But hey, that's pretty cool. It's kind of like a Discord. It's its own community where all of you who watch my channel and are subscribed to my channel can actually go and talk about whatever you want. Isn't that awesome? So I love that is now an option. Okay, so we're going to put this on. This was 15 hours ago. Is she new? She new to YouTube, I'm guessing. Because it seems to me as if she's new to YouTube, but not new all around, because I mean, she must know Phelps to have got him on there, right? All right. So we're gonna watch a little bit of this. Okay. Let me get it up on the screen. Will help. Can you guys hear anything?
Angela Box is one of our most outspoken political analysts.
Filthy leftist stalkers out there, welcome back to my channel. Where
she knows
I always say what you were thinking. A lot of these things come back to what the Democrat Party has done to the black community.
It took an Anglo-Saxon looking woman to set everybody straight. Her blue eyes.
I don't care about the politics part. We just want to hear about Phelps.
My name is Angela Box. Hey, you guys. We're on Karen Reed Verdict Watch, and it could come down any second. And I've got with me, I'm super thrilled, like beyond. M. William Phelps. If you're a true crime junkie like me, you'll totally know his face. You'll totally know his voice. His name is Matt, but his professional name is M. William Phelps. And he has a remarkable podcast called 34 Fairview Road. And it's not an FKR podcast. So if you're anti-FKR, if you're confused by FKR, definitely check this podcast out. Matt, what have you heard this morning?
Me too, Adam.
I mean, let's just start at the beginning. Like, what the actual F is going on here?
Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for saying those kind things about me. Well, I mean, I started my day this morning on Court TV before the jury even came in, talking about how today's a big day. You know, if there are no questions today, if they don't have a verdict today, then there's a lot going on in that room. But here we are, afternoon, and now there's 4 questions, I guess.
I have a different opinion.
They don't look good for people who want justice. But
don't troll.
That being said,
just get bounced.
Everybody could have the read of this totally off, right? The jury could be just sending out these questions in a way to confuse people. Juries do that sometimes.
You think so?
I mean, yeah. Well, no, they want answers to the questions, but they could be manipulating their questions in a way to try to send a message like they're leaning one way that they're not, I can't see a smart jury, an educated jury looking at this evidence and at least not finding her guilty of 2 of the counts, second degree murders might be a stretch, but the evidence is there for it. But I just, it might be a stretch. But the other 2, I mean, the OUI, as it's called in Massachusetts, driving under the influence, is a lock. I mean, she admitted to that. I shouldn't have been driving. Period. End of story.
She blew a .09 at 9 a.m.
Yeah. So that's a lock, right? So if they can't agree on that, I think there's big trouble here.
What are the questions that, because I was just, our friend Kate Peter, I was hoping to get a text from her earlier and just say guilty, but that has not happened yet. What are the questions that the jury has asked?
Love them.
Surmised.
They're delicious too.
Well, one of the questions was, which I found to be absolutely hilarious, was can the videotape evidence of Karen Reid's interviews, is that evidence?
There is a big difference. I talked about that earlier. There is
submitted as evidence, and all evidence has a sticker on it that says evidence on it. So that kind of question tells me a lot about this jury,
Yeah.
The other question had to do with the time. Okay. Are we judging her on a DUI or OUI at 12:34 or 5 a.m.? Again, the whole case is centered around 12:30 in the morning when she was driving. Not when she was heading back out, but when she was driving. So
not her, but him.
And then a later question came in that is just says, hold on, I don't remember the exact wording, but it says a real lot about I think where they're headed. And that new question that came is, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? So that, to me,
that's my idea. No way that they're taking this long.
That sounds like they're going to acquit her on second degree murder and manslaughter and hang on
that
DUI.
It would be disrespectful.
I remember when the in denial, alcoholic, vile, vicious narcissist Karen Reid said, "Oh, we're happy with this jury." I remember that. I would just like to stipulate, if this vile, vicious, in denial, alcoholic narcissist is found not guilty, I want to remind everybody who else was also found not guilty. Lizzie Borden, also from Fall River, OJ Simpson, and Casey Anthony. So, there you go. That's quite a little pantheon.
I had just texted my manager earlier today after some of these questions and said it kind of feels like OJ, like, not guilty, criminal, and then in the civil case she's going to just face guilty, because that's definitely going to happen.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah, she's going to go down for all of that, for sure.
I hope Hank is like, I'll work with the O'Keefes free of charge.
Right.
I mean, look, taking nothing away from him, he did a fabulous job. I mean, he presented everything very practically, which I like to see. I don't like to see bombast or like Alan Jackson with just all these questions, all these speculations. There's no room for it in a courtroom, but apparently there is.
Well, I like to say, never trust a man with boot polish in his hair, Robert Elise, or a man with lady levels of Botox, Alan Jackson. And I'm new to this thing. I didn't watch the first trial. I was like, I wasn't even interested. I was like, she hit him. It's a DUI. Like, what is this?
It was the same with me when I first heard about this.
It didn't seem that interesting to me.
I had no interest in this.
I think the thing that's interesting is the way that people have behaved. And I thought about this because there are good people on both sides of this. And I think the reason that the FKR movement is so strong is because good people can't imagine doing something that she did, which is once she realized, per David Yannetti, that she was going to be held criminally responsible, she concocted an insane conspiracy and like destroyed people's lives. Like normal people would never do such a thing.
I agree with you
like a psyop.
On that. What I found when I started to interview everybody last summer, it was this time last year, and I went into Canton and I start talking to all these free Karen Reed people. What I began to realize was that their fight wasn't. Karen became kind of a poster child for a different fight for them. A lot of these people were upset with the town of Canton long before this happened, and were fighting the town of Canton over various things.
Stupid
corruption, favoritism, everything you see in a small town, right? In a New England small town, maybe towns all over this country.
Yep.
So all of a sudden they had a poster child now to tack to their movement of fighting Canton, and it became Free Karen Reed. So they kind of jumped on the train and they just took this stuff to entire new levels I've never seen before. But, of course, they had a mouthpiece in Karen Reed kind of directing this whole thing. And I think in the podcast, I outlined that pretty well, that, it went from A to B to C to T, turtle. So everything funneled through her to him. Yeah. And I
can tell you're like nonplussed. You're like, I don't even have any words.
Yeah, when you can't get a fair trial for a prosecution, there's big problems in this country, right? When you can't get a fair shot at justice, there's big problems going on that are deep, and that concerns me. I've seen this now in a couple of different cases. It's starting. Look at the Long Island serial killer case. The ex-wife of Rex Heuermann comes out and says, well, Suffolk County's corrupt. So he was framed. My husband was framed. Please. So this is the new calling.
He didn't uncover anything. He was
I haven't followed that case that much yet either, for whatever reason. I will. But so basically this FKR thing has spawned all these. It's like a hydra with all the heads. So like spawn these other.
I think he proved it without a problem.
It's because X is corrupt. That means the whole case is corrupt. Is that so? It inspired it.
Right. So it's like if one person's corrupt, the whole system's corrupt. Now,
Karen herself.
I've seen corruption in cases all over this country. In fact, I'm working on season 5 of Paper Ghosts right now, and there's corruption in that case. But it doesn't change the evidence in the case. Some people might be corrupt. They might be taking money but it doesn't change the evidence in this case. Alan Jackson, in his closing, called Michael Proctor a cancer. Big word he chooses, right? That scares people. And yet he doesn't call the guy to the stand to challenge him. So, it's a different form of justice right now.
I don't think the hoodie holes have anything to do with anything.
Defense, if you will.
That's a good example.
Well, what's heartbreaking is that
make a difference here.
There used to until our whole obsession with there must be.
I hear you.
I think people are confused at what reasonable doubt is. Okay, I think they think you can't have any questions at all.
Right.
Now, personally, I don't have any questions. Yeah, I mean, like inferentially. Hank Brennan's closing. I watched it 3 times. It was a masterclass.
Most people
inferentially
watch it.
He doesn't move again after 12:38. Okay, so ergo, she hit him.
I don't.
He explained how a 216-pound man, a 6,000-pound car would not necessarily have a reaction on that, but yet it seems that the jurors are like,
bingo.
Well. You can't prove it 100% that he was hit, so we're not going to take any of those inferences or circumstantial evidence. We're just going to throw everything out the window. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
There was a video that he used made by the defense that showed what happened.
Yes.
I mean, it really showed what happened. It showed the taillight explode. But again, you make a very good point, Angela, that
and dealt with the sewer turtle.
Reasonable doubt is confusing for people because you said it. You said it. They go in there thinking, well, if I have one question about this, that's it. It's reasonable doubt. But that's not how reasonable doubt works.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way. You have to look at the totality of the evidence, right? What a lot of juries do, and I've interviewed lots of jurors in different murder cases. A lot of times what they do is witnesses will cancel out each other. So an expert comes in and like, well, some of that we don't. So they just toss the expert out. We don't count that. Okay, that's how you do that. So if you're having problems with an expert, we'll just toss all the testimony out, get it out of your deliberations because you can't rely on it. That doesn't mean you kick everything out. It just means that one expert you kick out of the deliberations.
There was some talk. I'm here in Texas, and I didn't realize that in Massachusetts you could have a rebuttal case. I was very surprised that there was not a rebuttal case, and I'm sure that Hank Brennan right now is wishing he had put one on, especially to call in the dog DNA lady. Like this is one of the dumbest things of this whole thing. Okay,
it is
the dumbest.
It is.
A dog has, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt,
her name.
Does a dog have
Angela?
upper and lower teeth?
Angela.
A jaw.
And DNA.
I didn't
And
either,
DNA.
Lindsay.
Was there any markings underneath his arm that would suggest that he'd been bitten by a dog?
No.
The dog is a good example of ringing a bell. So the defense rings a bell and lets it reverberate, right? And we don't have to prove it. We just have to ring that bell. Yeah. And what should have been done before the trial during the hearings, but it wasn't totally, was that should have never been allowed into the courtroom during this trial. That because it was not proven.
No.
It was not proven at all.
Nope.
It was disproved.
Yep.
Rather. So yeah, I mean, it's just changed everything. So you're in Texas. That's where season 5 of Paper Ghosts takes place.
Oh, good.
In Texas. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time out there the last
I want to talk about that because I'm going to start listening to all of your episodes for sure. But you guys, if you're feeling down today about this whole thing and the way it seems to be going, go listen to 34 Fairview Road and you'll be like, okay, I'm not crazy. And this is the strange thing to me. There are a couple of cultural moments right now in the country. We've got the Blake Lively thing. We're about 80% are like Team Justin. But then in this case, it's like 80% are free Karen Reed. And again, the smart people, you would think, it's like, do you understand that you have to have like 50 different people, the Sally Port camera, a dog, pieces of plastic, all these things conspiring to frame this beautiful and alluring and definitely not an alcoholic Karen Reed. Like it doesn't make any, it's so dumb.
Nonsense.
Like dumb.
But it's frustrating. Now, I would argue with you that there's not as many free Karen Reed as people would think by what they see on TV and what they see on social media.
That's good.
Yeah, because
the shirt holes.
It's a small group. It really is a small group of the same people. And there's indications and there's some evidence that she actually hires extra people to go out there and protest.
I've heard that.
Yeah. So it's not as big of a movement as would be presumed by looking on social media, which I don't suggest people do at all. Nope. That's a cesspool. It's just a cesspool of poison. And
it is.
So there's a lot of people in the Boston area in New England who haven't even heard of the case, who don't even know what free Karen Reed is, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not as big as a movement as they would like you to think it is.
Sorry, I have to change my camera here because my stupid software just glitches out all the time.
Yeah.
I want to pivot to Aiden Carney.
He laughs.
I'm a conservative and he's a conservative, evidently, but I don't claim this freak. Like, I don't claim him. He's a terrible person. Two vile, vicious, malignant narcissists seem to have joined forces here and don't have any compunction in destroying innocent people's lives. Like, it's nothing to them. Tell me about for people who are Because my husband's like, I'm not following this thing. I'm like, it's fascinating because of, I don't think it's not necessarily the case. It's the spectacle of what's happened, because this is a cut and dry case. But who is Aiden Carney for people who don't know who this person is?
Well, Aiden Carney is a blogger, a self-published blogger who goes by the nickname Turtle Boy. And he came from Worcester, Massachusetts,
An awful,
where he was a school teacher. And he started a blog, Turtle Boy News, in Worcester. And he starts reporting on, like, it's kind of like a tabloid. He starts like outing welfare moms and all of this. He starts going after kind of people who can't defend themselves, basically, and kind of airing all the dirty laundry. And this case comes along, Karen Reed, and he told me, he says, I had no interest in it, really. I didn't see it as anything big.
Kill money.
And then all of a sudden, I see the corruption, so I got to get involved. And then he hooks up with Karen, and they start this campaign together. And he believes that, he says, I believe that she was framed, and I'll go to my grave believing that. And so she realizes, in my opinion, she realizes, ooh, I've got a mouthpiece now. I can kind of utilize, shape, and mold and turn into a campaign, which they did very effectively. And so he then starts these
teaching kids
weekly YouTube shows, and that he turns into blogs, self-published blogs, and he begins to gather this following. He claims it's huge, but it's really not that big.
Nope.
You know, in Boston area, people know who he is. Some people, but lots of people don't.
Yep.
But in that group of people, sure, they all know him. And he just galvanized these people and started to use them as his surrogates, basically.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I was viciously, when that podcast was released, I mean, the first episode, the attacks started, and they just escalated from there. I mean, I literally got death threats posted online, death calls. I mean, I was on Court TV this morning. I got a call from a free Karen Reed person while I'm on Court TV.
They have your phone number?
My phone number's to my business cell phone's on my website. So, you know, which is fine. But, you know, this person sounded drunk at 8 o'clock in the morning, you know, and a lot of the calls sound the same, you know, drunk people, who uneducated people who just hit on these bullet points that have been sent out to them. Right.
I don't.
And
but
so
I need one.
Turtle Boy was very effective at getting Karen Reed's message out of the conspiracy. They created this conspiracy, and they got that message out.
They sure did.
They created it. And what I'm hoping, regardless of the criminal outcome, I hope that there are defamation cases coming very soon, because it wasn't just that he was raising questions. It was, he called people murderers.
It was intimidating witnesses. You know, you can't do that in a murder trial.
Can't do that. And when it's, and Karen was obviously, my opinion, your opinion, directing all of this.
Sure.
Yep.
I imagine that, well, this is my hope, I guess. Perhaps the Commonwealth will say, listen, Aiden, you're facing, 5, 6, 7 years in jail here.
7?
Or you can give up
50,
Karen
60.
And you can talk about how she directed all this. That's what I hope happens. I mean,
no chance.
I'm literally blown away by this. And it's such a strange thing. I remember when I was talking to Kate Peter about it, I can explain, I think, the conservative free Karen Reed person. The conservative free Karen Reed person. I say on my show all the time, I love a good conspiracy theory. I love a good rabbit hole. This is not one of them. Okay. This is a very simple case. But because we're all, we're so used to, corrupt government and corrupt this and corrupt that.
He is deranged.
That's why I think conservatives have jumped on this bandwagon. And then they also say, Michael Morrison's a, big time Democrat. I'm like, it's Massachusetts. Of course he's a Democrat. Like, That has nothing to do with it. The Alberts and the McCabe's, they're all conservatives. I would put money on it that they are.
It's funny you mention that, because all of New England is blue, except when you get to Canton, it's all red.
You know,
that whole area is red. So as I started to interview Free Karen Reed, it was one conservative after another. They're all conservative. You have that nailed. They are all conservative, and they galvanize. They galvanize together to spread this campaign of conspiracy. You know, first it's Colin Albert, and then it's Brian Albert, then it's Brian Higgins, then it's the dog. So everyone they were effective in that regard.
I mean, the Brian Higgins thing, and again, it's like I don't understand what's going on here. We didn't get to hear from the Sullivan sisters in the second trial. The Sullivan sisters were in Aruba and saw Karen lose her damn mind and accused John of screwing around. But the Brian Higgins text messages,
everyone
where she's
but Karen,
basically trying to give herself permission to have a little bit of an emotional cheating thing going on.
I think
when she knows damn good and well this didn't happen. Like it screams awful character. Like she's a bad person, you guys. Like a bad human being.
She is a bad human being, and she's done a lot of terrible things. Look, they've destroyed lives. I mean, I've spoken to Colin Albert. I've spoken to a lot of the people involved here, and their lives are destroyed. I mean, kids' lives are destroyed from this. So you have a kind of a you can see it happen. What happens is she sets this whole thing in play when she's arrested the second time for the murder charge,
I don't do politics, but I
for
want
the
to hear what
second-degree murder charge. I think it's in July or late June. When she's arrested, she sets it in play as she's handcuffed, and there's a body cam, and Yuri Buchanan is booking her, and she sets this all in play right there into that camera when she says, "You're all in on the same joke, right? You know Brian and Colin Albert did this, don't you?" She says that right in the police station. So
she does.
She's had 3-4 months to come up with this now. So that's when it's set in play right there.
I don't know who it is,
but people, and you make
felt.
such a good point in the podcast, and people don't seem to understand. David Yannetti, to me, I mean, I could be completely off base here. I'm sure he's a piece of garbage too, but he seems less egregious than the other two, Elisa and Jackson. I think at the beginning of this, he was like, "This is an accident. She didn't mean to do it." And you know what's wild to me too is that they were complaining about Michael Proctor, talking about her medical issues, if you will. David Yannetti is the one that told everybody about her little medical issues.
Yep.
He even said brain tumor. He even said she had a brain tumor.
Is that true?
In court. But there's never been no evidence of that. And look, I'm not here to defend Michael Proctor. A lot of the stuff he said was very misogynistic. However, if you look at some of the stuff that's related to the case in context, it fits in with what cops say. And what I mean by that is, this is a common DWI hit and run. She's gone. She's gone. She's going to plead out. We're going to drag her in. She's just going to cave. That's the kind of talk that's going on. So, because look, anytime there's one of these cases, it's a plea. It's always a plea, right? And that's what he believed that second day. Oh my God, she's just going to come in and give it up. But that's not what happened. So now those texts are looked at in a different context, right? It's really
I mean, I don't care.
Quite a few,
honestly,
Michael.
Like I'm a salty character. I don't care. Like the thing is like I am bummed out that he lost his job for accurately describing Karen Reed. Like Karen Reed's a piece of shit. Okay, a piece of shit.
You can say that again.
Anybody who does the things she's done, knowing she knows damn good and well what she did. Okay, she was not blackout drunk, and
she told us what she did.
she knows exactly what she did. She wasn't blackout drunk because she made up a story about dropping him off at the waterfall. And then she realized, oh, wait a minute, people saw me there. So, I just dropped him off there. Well, if you were blackout drunk, you'd be like, I don't remember any of this.
Oh, he was hit by a plow.
Deniability, but she didn't. She changed her story.
Hank made a good point of that in his closing. That first she says, I dropped him off at the waterfall, realizes I can't use that. Yep. Then second, she says, oh, he was hit by a plow. So because she's got to now put injuries on him, right? So, so that was very clear. He made that very clear. And I don't know how anybody can not see that. That is bizarre to me that you can't see what she was doing during that whole night, how she was setting this up. I mean, it's blatantly obvious what happened. It's a simple case of a drunk person hitting somebody and driving away. That's what this is. That's why I had no interest in it. I had no interest in this early on. I'm like, until I was kind of coaxed into it. I was kind of pulled into it.
And when you started looking at it, you were like, okay, what is happening here? Like, this is insane. I know off the air you said you were probably not going to do a season 2 of 34 Fairview. I want to encourage you to do it because I think the second season, if she is acquitted of this, we don't have to say that she's innocent because this woman is not innocent, but it could be something that you could do to look in the psychology of all this, like how it grew and the sides that people have taken that just is. It's so personal now. I mean, I'm a nobody and I am attacked like crazy for supporting justice for John O'Keefe, who has been completely lost in this entire thing, by the way.
Yeah, he was never part of this, really. Never part of this, which is the sad thing. And I mean, first, when I said that Crossing the Line presents season 1, 34 Fairview, I didn't mean there'd be a season 2 of 34 Fairview. It means this is season 1 of Crossing the Line present.
Okay.
However, I have been talking to somebody who is very big part of this case that I may want to tell this person's story because it's such. It breaks my heart. This story breaks my heart. So I might want to tell this person's story. We've been speaking. So there might be more on this from me. Not necessarily from me, but about someone involved. So there's still a lot of story left here, but it's like, no matter what you or I say about this, there's a whole culture of people who just will not budge. They're not going to budge from the conspiracy. So, and those aren't the people I'm trying to reach, but I just like to do the work, do the journalism, and that's it. And I was totally upfront with Aiden Kearney, Turtle Boy. He likes to say that I lied to him, and all these people like to say that I lied to him and said I never told anybody I was free Karen Reed. Nope. In fact, I told him the quite opposite. I said, you're not selling me on this, man. Yeah. I said, if you want to prove a conspiracy, prove the conspiracy to me.
Something.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that as well. Prove it to me. But I saw zero proof of a conspiracy. It's all speculation. It's all conjecture. And I don't roll that way. I don't, that's not how I do my work.
Nope. Well, I'm heartbroken for the McCabe's and the Alberts, especially Jen McCabe, who seems like such a kind human.
Just attacked, merciless.
I mean, it's awful what these people, what Karen Reed, what Aiden Kearney and her attorneys have done. Tell everybody, this could go on forever. Tell everybody about the thing you're working on now. And you should definitely tell some people's stories. This would be great.
I have a lot of people who are coming to me who want me to tell their stories, especially some of the women involved in being victimized, which I'm interested in, but also another person who is inherently involved, who I might focus the entire thing on. So I may do that. We'll see how that goes in the future. Right now, I'm working on season 5 of Paper Ghosts, which is called the subtitle is The Texas Teen Murders back in the 80s. And
He's my favorite.
I'm working on another
favorite.
big limited series podcast for a big
I don't know.
company. And of course, I do Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps every week, where I talk about, my experience and talk about a new case every week. So I'm I'm writing, I'm working on a book, some fiction that I owe a publisher.
So many.
So I'm really busy, and I need to stay busy.
I mean, maybe you could do a Dominic Dunn type of thing and give your season in purgatory, give the Karen Reed trial a season in purgatory.
Another city, not my own, right?
Yeah, I mean, this case is not going away, even if she is acquitted. My guess, she's going to have to move. That's my guess.
And they don't care about the
well, she may move to Los Angeles. Who knows? That may be part. She wants to, she wants to be a celebrity. She wants to be that celebrity. I mean, you can see it when she walks out of court. I mean, the fawning over her. And I was watching today when she walked out, the smiling and the kind of godlike adoration of her by people wearing pink.
But I've met Gronk.
Just blows my mind. This person is accused of murder, and you are adorating her as if she's, Mary.
Right.
And that blows my mind.
Well, speaking of God, God has a sense of humor, and I don't think God is laughing at this. And karma has a way of knocking on people's doors. And I have a feeling she's not going to enjoy this celebrity that long. She's an injured. I said this at the very beginning. I said, we're all here because this woman doesn't want to admit she has a drinking problem.
Yep.
That
for real.
No one has brought up that point in that way. And that will come back at her.
Absolutely.
You can't continue that and not have anything happen. So, that's a really great point, Angela, that you made. This is why we're here.
This is why we're here.
Alcohol. We're here
she
because
said, I have a problem. I mean, again,
do what all the politicians do. I'm going into rehab.
Yeah.
I'm going into.
And I made a terrible. She would have been out. She may not have even had to serve time.
That's right.
If she had admitted to involuntary manslaughter, leaving the scene, like whatever, like
that's right.
She would have been out and.
Yep.
She's a bad person, and Aiden Carney's a bad person, and her attorneys are bad people. And
Aiden is a vile person.
A vile person.
Vile person.
And you know who else? And we haven't even talked about this before we go. Karen Reed's parents. You've raised a monster. You've enabled a monster. Congratulations.
I can't even go there. I mean,
I can't.
I can't.
My mother would have been like, you better admit what you've done and take the consequences. That's what my mother would have done.
Yep.
What I find hilarious in this is that Karen Reed chose a hairstylist, salon owner as a spokesperson. That's one of her biggest spokesperson right now.
Oh yeah, who's that?
Nick Rocco. Yep.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, I saw him on Court TV the other day. I'm like, who is this schmuck?
She said schmuck.
I don't understand how that person has any credibility to talk about evidence, crime, anything like that, but that's who she chose. So
well, I will say you and Kevin Lonahan, I think that's his name.
Linehan, yeah.
You seem to be the only sane people in this. And I'm sorry that you got, the FKR lunatics after you, but the truth is the truth. And like you said in your podcast, the truth has a way of bubbling up. So
yeah, I mean, Aiden put a picture of the front of my house with the number on it, and said, just saying, that's where he lives. Just saying.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And then the next day, I got this was right around the time when that healthcare guy was killed by Luigi.
Yeah.
And somebody posted a picture of the healthcare guy and then said, Phelps, you better watch your back.
Not here to
and the FBI got involved.
That's
and
the problem.
it was, And then I started getting
nobody
my
knows we
manager got
exist,
death
and-
threats. I mean,
Or
yeah, I mean, we're talking about a
I'll tell you
podcast I
personally,
did. We're talking
Jack.
about journalism. You're going to kill me because of my work.
Because you have an opinion. Yeah, it's like, I know that a lot of conservatives are FKR, but I'm like, you should be embarrassed of yourself as conservatives, because this is like, these people are Antifa. This is Antifa behavior, what they're doing. So I would be careful as to who you align yourself.
Yeah, they can, they can come
That's
here.
hilarious, Monarch.
But I'm well armed.
Good.
And I have,
protection,
animals here that protect me and
Like
security.
real dogs.
Yeah. So, yeah,
Good luck.
I mean, so they're welcome to come here if they feel the need. But I just don't get it. I mean, this is, for her, for Karen Reed, for someone who was obviously admittedly
sure fucking
intoxicated and got herself into trouble for that. That's what you're going to kill somebody over. I mean,
Yeah, it's like
contact
the
me. I'm
lady
more than
who's
happy
like
to
such
speak
a
with them.
in
But
denial alcoholic. She's like, they gave me these drinks and I couldn't taste
The problem
anything, so I
is-
put more shots. And please, this heifer had a roadie with her on the way to the bar. Okay.
and
so many people contact him that my email would just be drowned out in droves. So I wouldn't bother sending an email that would just be drowned out by 100 other people. You guys are more than welcome to offer it up, and I'd be happy to do it. But I'm not gonna reach out myself because that email will just get lost. Maybe if you guys do, and there's more than one of you, then it won't get lost. But there's, just my singular email will get lost.
And she has zero in common socially and culturally and financially with any of these people.
No.
Nothing in common at all
Nothing
with
at all.
them. Zero.
Spit on them if they were on fire.
Absolutely right. And now they're all, she's hugging and kissing them, and it's all an act. It's all fake. It's all. John O'Keefe deserved better. His parents. And
I mean,
his brother, has
and not for nothing, Turtle Boy was almost the most vile to Mrs. O'Keefe.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Paul O'Keefe.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul O'Keefe. He's I've talked to these people and I'm like, I have to commend you on your restraint.
I wouldn't.
Because if it was me, I don't know that I could restrain myself from doing something. They have been that I commend them on not speaking back and not doing anything. That takes a tremendous amount of self-restraint.
All right, Matt, thank you so much for spending so much time with me
analyst.
today.
Absolutely.
I hope you come back anytime. You are welcome. Any case you're working on, tell everyone how they can follow you, and don't give your address.
Don't do that.
The FKR.
Don't do that.
Just at symbol M. William Phelps and mwilliamphelps.com, and you can find everything from there. And Crossing the Line with M. William Phelps, a weekly
34
podcast.
Fairview Road, absolutely worth it, worth your time. Oh, is that Chloe the dog? Did you adopt Chloe?
That must be one of the FKRs are here at my door. I better go check.
Thank you, Matt. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Thank you for sticking with us for this, and we're waiting on the verdict. All right.
She is. Let her live her goddamn life in peace. But they won't. They won't stop letting her. Oh, God, I got to get that. I can't with this right here. Can you guys see my mouse? This right here, this whole, every 5 seconds, it's membership, because why? They put it on members only mode. So you can only chat in the court TV. What a sneaky, slimy way of forcing people to buy your shit. The fact that court TV itself has super chats and super stickers and memberships on is just utterly disgusting to me. That channel itself makes plenty of money. They don't need super chats and super stickers. Like, that's insanity to me. Look at, they have 1.88 million subscribers. Okay. That's just absurd to me.
Because yesterday she wasn't taking any questions in or out of the courthouse at the beginning of day 3. So right there, this defendant appears to be upbeat by all accounts. As for the family spokesperson at this point in time for the Reed family and Camp Reed, I did meet up with her father as he was crossing the crosswalk here behind me. Let's play that now.
Ditto, Ski, ditto.
How you feeling today?
Hopeful, prayerful, looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. That's great.
You know, and as for
Dumbass.
Camp Reed, you know, you have William Reed and Janet Reed. They sat through both trials. That's the parents of this defendant, along with their daughter, Karen Reed, on trial for a second time. They tell me that they spend a lot of their time deliberating in prayer and praying through this process.
Sure they do.
As for the O'Keefe family, they have asked for privacy. That is the reason why we don't ask them questions. I want to make that very clear. But they are escorted in and out of the courthouse with some state police and also local police here in Dedham. They've been wearing blue each and every day during this verdict watch process.
No news.
So we have the team blue, and then we have the sea of pink supporters out here on the courthouse steps, Ted.
Yeah, it is something else. And every time you see the family members from both sides, you put yourself in their position of how difficult this process is, this waiting game. And it, you know, as much as people think, oh, we're very close to a verdict, we've been down this road before, Matt.
We have.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows how long this is going to take.
Right.
And I love
my
the
fucking
reporting there
what
that Paul Zensel says the jury is wearing casual clothes. A lot of times we see them, you know, pulling out the old sport coat, knowing if they're going to have a verdict and be walking out of that courtroom. Overall, the mood there is very
to rain on all you idiots.
Anticipatory, but you're saying also very positive. There seems to be, because
oh, fuck you and your positive bullshit. It's really sad, you know. You know, I can't. Yeah, it would. You kind of have to. No, he's here where we deal with all the insane bullshit people. Me too, Ski. Me freaking too. I am exhausted. I'm exhausted from all this. I am freaking exhausted. We are 17 hours, 22 minutes in. They're showing the verdict slip. We've been over this. No court tomorrow. It is a federal holiday. All the interviews with the dad. Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think we are all spent. You know, I was saying to a friend of mine last night, you know, the stuff that Peggy O'Keefe has gone through, you know, I can't imagine. And my friend was saying, like, I can't imagine. And I've been through a lot of trauma. And I said to her, even with my youngest being our rainbow baby, which means we have lost a baby before my youngest was born, even that, losing my dad to suicide at 21, having my bio dad be on death's door, losing my best friend after begging her to get out of a coma for 6 days, and losing my fiance in a house fire in 2006. That's the tip of the iceberg, and I still can't imagine what Peggy O'Keefe is going through. I could list every trauma I've had, and it would probably take all day and then some. But even all that, I couldn't imagine what she has gone through. Julie's the exception, my friends. You know? It also makes us who we are. I have to believe that each and every one of those traumatic experiences, including being a foster kid and dealing with abuse and all of it, makes you a better person than you were before, right? It teaches you something. Everything teaches you something. And that's one thing that I say to many people, which is, even if you're having the shittiest day of shitty, got to think about the things that you do have. I may not be a rich person, but I'm rich here. Rich with knowledge, with love, with empathy, with sympathy, with the good human emotions. And I have learned from my traumas. I have learned to better help other people not have to deal with the things that I have dealt with. I've lost a child, and I live every day wondering when the last day will be with my oldest, not knowing if that's a day, a month, a week, an hour, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. They don't know. There's less than 200 people on this earth that have my daughter's disease. And there's one damn doctor that studies it in the lab, and her partner. That's it. So my kid is an experimental guinea pig her entirety of her life. I live every day not knowing which day will be the last one. And I still, even having lost a baby and living it, could never understand the length of stuff that Peggy O'Keefe deals with when it comes to these people. Please hold. All y'all who live in the Plymouth area, just a heads up, it had started raining. Well, it was raining at least. The hubby said it was raining in the Plymouth area just a little while ago, so. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. Super chat. Jack also sent one via Venmo. I was just about to read, so thank you. Double thank you, Jack. And I'm sorry that you have to deal with some of the FKR idiots in your life and you're from this area too, because believe me, I fucking get it. It's the stupidest thing. They sound stupid and they don't even realize it. They don't even realize it. Oh, that guy. His name is Travis Decker, right? That's the guy. They're still looking for him. They found his poor 3 little girls. Did they find him? My husband says they might have found him. I have no idea. But let's hope. I say it's just about how you pick yourself up, and poor Peggy. Is he serious with this? They gave him a fucking t-shirt. Is this real life? I can't. I have to go to like the fan on like Law and Crime or something, because I literally cannot with this effing guy. I agree with that sentiment, Adam, as well. You know, you gotta suck it up. And that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing. You know, it's like, you know how shitty it feels here. You gotta give it to whatever's higher than yourself and hope that they do the right thing. And then that mob outside isn't what influences them. There's a lot wrong with people. Aw, rainbow babies. They're such a blessing. No matter how much they drive us nuts. I mean, to me, it's insane that Law and Crime has their thing set to I don't even do that. And that would make sense for a smaller channel like me to put it on subscribers only mode so that you can't comment unless you're unless you have a membership, like members only mode. That's crazy to me. That doesn't make any sense at all. Weird. Yeah, that's what they said. He could hide in the wilderness for a while. It's bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This shit is bananas. You guys got me singing. Well, if they share one brain cell, they're going to find someone else that shares one brain cell and they can like rub it together and maybe get some action. Some action. Oh, look, there's the greasy redhead. Yeah, these fucking people. Well, that's what it is. Innocence fraud campaign. Well, that's the thing. If it was just a simple OUI and that's what they were worried about, we would have already been done here, you know? You can say that again, Laura. You can say that again. Oof. It's especially a possibility because he's, you know, it's you go back to the Gabby Petito case and that's they manhunted for him and dude was gone the entire time. He had offed himself in the woods, you know? A lot, JMS, a lot, unfortunately, a lot. That's the sad part, right? You want to know why we don't think about that, though? Because children are never meant to pass before their parents. It's not the way it's supposed to happen. You never think about that because that's, you know, it's not how it's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go before your children do. You're supposed to leave this earth long before they do. So it's not something that parents ever think about or are supposed to think about unless you're in a situation where you have, you know, a terminally ill or sick child that you know it's coming, but you don't know when. That's the part. So poor Peggy, you know, I feel like at least had a little bit of a heads up with her daughter because her daughter had cancer. You know, the son-in-law, there was no heads up on that. Died just a few months after his wife. And then John and out of the blue, you know. They don't realize that yet, PNW wife. They don't realize that she thinks that they're beneath her. She doesn't realize that. No, Grave, but I've been looking into them. And from what I can see, they just look like they are. You know, I'm still waiting on a confirmation of whose skull they found off Route 3 in Plymouth. So, I mean, to me, it does look like there's something in New England. There may be a New England serial killer. I kid you not. Yeah, well, again, you know, that's so that the people in his, you know, court TV live chat will be like, super sticker, super chat. Awesome, Minnie. Awesome. Cool. You know, I was asking about you yesterday, Grave. You're lucky you popped in because I was about to send you a message to make sure you're okay. When I don't see somebody for a day or two, that's when I start to get worried. Well, that's the thing is that's the way our family court systems work. They're also run like a joke where, you know, the one parent can be extremely abusive and fighting so that you don't have your children in the situation with an abuser, and the court will believe the wrong person, whether it's that they're older and they look more like frail and elderly. So, oh, elderly, frail people can't lie. That was a sort of thing with Dorothea Puentes, as she dressed up as an older woman, older than she was, to seem like she was just this, you know, little old lady. Or they believe the abuser, the narcissist, and therefore your children are then put in danger and you have no choice but to follow the court order, or you're held in contempt and you're putting your child in danger. What do? You don't have a choice, right? I agree, Andrea. I agree. Well, they paid her legal fees and then some, Lisa. Legal fees, over $100,000 to stay in a ritzy hotel in Boston. There are a ton of hotels, by the way, right down the street from the Dedham courthouse. A ton of them. So at least 5 I can think of off the top of my head. Okay, so there's no reason that she needed to stay in the seaport. None at all. It's always there. And yeah, Jack and Lily, I keep thinking about them, the Canadian kids that have gone missing. Something is not right in that situation. Keep thinking about those kids, Jack and Lily. They were so little. Oh, he hasn't been found? Yes, please hit the like button. I'd appreciate that. The second charge was which one? Oh God, is the leaving this? There's 3. Leaving the scene of accident. A couple of other random things. Murder 2, and then I can't. OUI manslaughter? Is it OUI manslaughter? So the OUI manslaughter is the one that has all the lesser included. So then it's murder 2, and then leaving the scene of an accident, leaving the scene of something with OUI, I think. It is gross. It is the worst. It is the worst thing on planet Earth. Might as well just rip someone's heart out, stomp all over it, stab it, burn it, throw it out a window, run it back over again, and then some. You know? Oh, manhunt's still active. Ugh. Well, you know, engagement farming. It's, you know. He apparently doesn't. He likes his t-shirt. You want to know why? Because he gets paid quite a bit of cash to sit there and hang out. Sandra Crispo is my friend's mom. I went to school with her daughter, grew up with her daughter, and I've helped search for Sandra. It's a search I was talking about yesterday with my sister in an area that we searched in Weymouth for Sandra. And she didn't have a cell phone. She didn't have like tech like that. Her car was in the shop. She had been dropped off by her son-in-law, the kids, and just dropped off at her house. Her daughter called the next day. She didn't answer. She figured she might be taking a nap or whatever. And then when she didn't answer again, she was supposed to watch the kids the next morning for her daughter, where her daughter is a nurse and was at work in Boston. And daughter went by with the kids, and the front door was locked, which was weird. She went to the side door, I believe it was, and that was unlocked. Dog's food bowl was empty. No sign of Sandra. There were a couple weird things, but she just disappeared off the face of the earth with no trail, no car. And she hasn't been seen since. And that was in 2019. One of the reasons I started this channel. You know? It's sad. It's really sad. You can attempt to, Ellen, but I don't even make that much usually per stream. Not lately. But there's a lot more in that case that's, you know, as crazy as it is in Hanson, they're a very small police force, and I don't think that they did. And again, once again, it sucks to have to do this, but I don't think the Hanson PD did everything they should have done or could have done. I think they stalled, and they stalled before calling the state police. There was time, valuable time that was missed in Sandra's disappearance where they could have found her. Valuable time. And that's, you know, the Hanson PD being like, oh, nothing to see here. Here's the problem. If you go someone's house, right, and you walk in, would you know if things are moved around or misplaced? No, because it's someone else's house, right? So when a cop walks in and says, oh, well, we don't see any signs of a struggle, or we don't see anything here, mind you, a very small town, which they're not going to normally see signs of a struggle, okay? And you're telling them, no, this is out of place. This is out of place. This looks strange. This wasn't here. And they're not listening to you. That's a big problem. You know, I really would like if I could get a cadaver dog for her to search certain areas. I think that would help tremendously. But to get that, you have to have quite a bit of money, unless you know somebody with a cadaver that can come out and volunteer their time to help in certain areas and see if the cadaver hits on anything, you know? That is terrifying. And that it's that close to you too. I don't know how you could believe there's no collision. It's just insane to me for anybody to believe that. Oh, yeah, they'll need money to support her. She can't get a job. So I grew up in Plymouth. They found a skull on Route 3 months ago. We still have no idea who it belongs to. Could belong to Sandra Crispo, or it could belong to another woman or many other people. And so we've been waiting and waiting and waiting, and I haven't heard any word on who it could be. But I grew up between in the South Shore, so around those areas, ski scotch. That's what happens. It happens all the time. And then how do you protect your kid? You know, how? Oh, that is awful. That is awful. They're weird, right? Juror from first retrial tells us why they were confused with verdict form. Oh, we're talking about, Ronnie. Let's see what Ronnie says.
Nothing.
So what was your...
Let's see what he said. It was only a little clip. So.
To come to a conclusion on all three, was there any debate among the jurors about whether or not we have to agree on all three counts, or it can be just one count, or it can be two counts? Was there any discussion or debate amongst the 12 of you about what the rules were when it was time to fill out the verdict slip and determine and let everyone know where you were in these deliberations?
One of the big things that happened was we all agreed and voted.
Yeah, but she had already been brought home.
Kind of not came back to any of those charges.
Her house.
We never revisited them because we had already voted on them. And then we kept on debating on that second charge. And because we kept on debating on that second charge and deliberating, that kind of got us caught off guard at the end in terms of how to respond to that and whether to ask. There was a couple of us who did clearly indicate that maybe we should ask about treating each charge independently, but the majority overruled, and essentially we were left to believe that it needed to be all or nothing.
You wear short.
So what was your take from that guy? Seems as honest as can be. He's got the bow tie on. I have to believe that what he was saying was true. What was your take after interviewing him?
Absolutely.
No, she could be tried in federal.
He was there. He's
probably not likely, though.
He told us that they were debating involuntary manslaughter. They had gotten past manslaughter, and they were down to involuntary manslaughter, one of the lesser included.
Agreed.
And they didn't understand how to do it. He said they even took a vote on whether to ask a question about it, and he got outvoted. So confusion is not good. We want jurors to understand what they have to do.
Gee, I wonder why.
They understood that they have to vote and figure it out, but how to communicate that is so vital to our system.
Oh, is he 12? Yeah.
I sense that just the state of Massachusetts and the way they go about this, very stubborn in the way they communicate with jurors.
Me too, my friend.
Other states, during deliberations, I've seen open conversations between the judge and perhaps the foreperson in open court. And I think that helps.
Oh,
they're so afraid of persuading an outcome that they don't want to say anything to these jurors.
Yeah, that's
But the jurors don't know what they're doing. They need help. They look to you for guidance and help. It's legal in other states. They need to, I think, be a little less stubborn, a little less afraid to communicate with the jury during deliberations.
They can't.
Because they don't want to cross the line where they somehow forced an injustice by compelling a jury to do something. But when a jury has a straightforward question like, how do we communicate if we come to a verdict on 2 counts and we're deadlocked on the 3rd? Do we tell you we're deadlocked on all 3?
So let me just put Vinny in his place real quick. They can't. It's in our laws in the state of Massachusetts. It's not that they're afraid to talk to the jury during deliberations. It's literally illegal. They cannot. They are not allowed. Oh my God, these people actually just poked him on the back to get him to come over here. Like, are you guys for real with this? I can't. I just can't. These people are so deplorable and disgusting to me. Like, she just came over to get his attention. Like, that's, I mean, I can't. Well, I think, again, it ain't over until the fat lady sings. And since I ain't singing at the moment, it's not over. And I think if they were just hung on an OUI, or they were just going to convict on an OUI, we'd be done. We'd be done. We would be done. We wouldn't still be waiting. You know? We just wouldn't. Well, that's the thing, right? They're not saying anything. Shocker. Well, I put it on mute because I can't listen to these nonsensical idiots say shit that doesn't make sense. Talk about solo cups or butt dials or the sewer turtle or Karen so pretty or anybody could be Karen. No, anybody could be John. And if this jury doesn't do the right thing, there will probably be another, because the stories that her exes have to tell are friggin' horrific. Horrific. Just make no mistake, her anger isn't going to magically subside. And the poor prick that decides to get into a relationship with her, well, he'll suffer the consequences, you know? She clearly hasn't learned to stop drinking, so a lot. Well, that's part of the reason why they're all out there is the cameras. They all want to be on the news. They all want to be on court TV. They all want to be on Law and Crime. They all want their 5 minutes of fame. Like, do you think that these two women actually know the facts of the case? Or they just read a bunch of social media bullshit and we're like, well, Karen Reed's got to be innocent because a bunch of other people said it. These two didn't research the case. Like, come on. That's absurd. They say the stupidest shit. I just can't. Like, is this a kid? Is this a child? It's not that person is extremely young if it's not. Like, what in the hell? Because the exes didn't come forward to the police, and I don't blame them. You know, that's a story to be told when this is over, but I don't blame them that they don't want to be involved in this circus. Why would they? They have families and people to protect. Why would they want to be involved in this nonsensical crap? They don't. And I don't blame them at all. I don't. Would you guys, you know, if you were Karen Reed's exes, would you guys want to be publicly speaking? I don't think you would. You know that this mob of relentless psychopaths would be knocking at your door and sending you mail and emails and text messages and phone calls and you name it. And it gets, and I literally stopped there because the other things that happen is on and on and on and on and on and on. Like, they just don't stop. What is this, Post Malone? What's happening right now? Is this Post Malone? Like, what is this? What is happening? What is happening? You know? Come on, man. They do have tents. Some of them do have tents. It's insane to me. Last week's hearing on jury instructions, ADA Lally said prosecution was not requesting any lesser included under vehicular manslaughter charge. Defense has right to have added and chose to. Well, there's a lot of mental illness and cult mentality. We're seeing it right here in its full form, folks, in its full form. This right here is mental illness. This is what it looks like. Okay. Every single one of these idiots, when Karen has to do the depositions in her civil suits and she says very different things or things that are contradictory to what's happened in her last two trials, every single one of these idiots have to live with themselves that they got on a camera against a dead man's family and friends and loved ones and witnesses and people who had an opinion of guilt, not innocence. And the fact that they disparaged, insulted, screamed, yelled, pom-pommed for a murderer, every single one of them at some point is going to either come to the realization that they were lied to and they were fed BS, and they're going to feel real, real bad if they're human. Some of them will just disappear, crawl under a rock, never talk about it again. The very core 30 or 40 people will double, triple down and scream from the rooftops until the day they die. And then the rest of everyone else will pretend like it never happened and they never had anything to do with it, because every single day they have to live knowing they went down there to act a fool, to get on a camera, to get 5 minutes of fame and scream behind Vinnie Politan, to dress up like Post Malone, to hold handmade signs for a murderer. For a murderer. And then they have to live with the fact that they could possibly have been the people that helped get her off. Now, if you are those people, okay, and you help get this woman off, I don't know how you live with that conscience. I couldn't. If I helped this shit show, this nonsensical BS without dispelling information that was wrong, and it helped her go free because they're afraid of a mob, I would be ashamed of myself. Ashamed of myself. Like, what is really happening? You know? Bingo. But they don't actually know anything about it. They're just told that, and so they go with it. You know? Oh, I'm sure they did. I'm sure the Petitos did. You know? The core won't, but many normal, or at least semi-normal human beings that realize that they've been lied to, will feel bad. I don't know how you bring your children out there, right? I don't know how. I don't know how. Exactly. It's all what's trending, what's on there. I'm just saying. I was just saying. If he realizes one day that he's actually looking at, I don't know, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 years in jail, and he thinks he's got the goods to maybe lower that to 5 or 2, he thinks he's getting away with no jail time. I don't think there's a chance in hell they ever give him a deal like that. But if he thinks he could get away with less jail time, a lot less, and actually be out, I think he'd throw her right under that bus. I think he would throw his entire family under that bus if that's what it took, because I know what kind of piece of human garbage he is and a waste of oxygen. Just saying. Actually, there's 395 of you watching across 2 platforms. So if you're on X, come on over here. Most of you are on X for whatever reason. Maybe some hate watchers, I don't know. But if you're on X, why don't y'all come over here to YouTube and get in this live chat? We'd appreciate it. Definitely hit the like button if you can. Subscribe to the channel if you already haven't. Do me a favor and make sure you're a member, because we're going to have a members only live tomorrow night. Probably about 2 hours, I would say. It's not going to be a very lengthy one. I'd say about a 2-hour live tomorrow evening. So if you're not already a member, make sure you get your membership for the channel. You can also gift memberships to people. That's kind of cool, so that other people can become members that may not have the money to. I love when people do that. It's a nice way of giving back to other people. But the best ways to donate to the channel are these ways, because they go directly to us and they don't have to go through YouTube, and we don't have to wait, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you out of country. And we have a link that you can use your just credit or debit card. And also for people who are out of country, that link that is pinned to the top of the chat, that works for that as well. We depend on the kindness of you guys to keep it going and keep it moving. And we appreciate it, because we're not a huge channel. We're not Court TV. We don't have 1.88 million subscribers, and somebody isn't buying a membership every 10 seconds, and they're not sending a super chat every 10 seconds. So we appreciate the support that we do get, and those of you that that come here every day. Like, that support means the world to me. She'll be drowning in civil suits. Drowning. And I literally mean drowning. And so will he. That's what's going to happen. That's the thing. She can't take the fifth. So civil. So she has to answer the questions. I think it's going to be brilliant. You know? I agree with that, Joy. I agree. That's what it is. It's a circus. You know? No update yet. I would have texted you, but no, nothing yet. We are at 17 hours and 55 minutes on my counter. You know? I just don't understand it. If my child took someone's life, I still would love my child because it's my child. But I couldn't imagine allowing it to go as far as what has happened in this case. Never once have you heard Karen, her attorneys, or anyone even closely related to her in any way say, if you are harassing people on behalf of the FKR movement, please do not do that. Please do not harass people. Please do not, go after people in mobs of people online or in real life. Please do not do that. Why? Because they want it to happen. The same reason why the sewer turtle will never say, please do not do that. He can just say, oh, I didn't tell people to do it. Here's all the dog whistles in the world, including putting people's addresses and phone numbers. And just like Phelps said earlier, put a picture of his house, with the thing on it. Well, here you go, guys. Do with it what you will. Just saying. That's a dog whistle of incitement. You're inciting a mob to then go and harass people and do whatever they want and then say, well, I didn't tell them to do anything. I have no culpability here. I can control what other people do. Like, come on. That's absurd. Of course you have culpability. It's a dog whistle. I don't know. It just because I wanted to watch Julie Grant this morning. We can definitely change it back to Law and Crime. The only reason was because I wanted to watch Julie Grant this morning, so I popped it on this one. I usually do use Law and Crime, so hold on. Good point. I don't want to watch Benny's ugly mug. For sure, I don't. I do not. Share this tab instead. Sorry, let me get this thing down because see, even Law and Crime. Welcome to Armchair Detective. Like, what? To me, this is insane. How do you get rid of this? I know I'm going to make it, the whole screen. We'll get rid of it anyway, but I'm just like scanning to see what these people are actually saying. The pink hearts, of course, make me sick, but is this a subscriber only? No, they're not in members only. They're subscriber only. Okay, let's see. Pink hearts. It's struggling with the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, blah, blah, blah. Show outside on the streets? No, why would they want to? Karen Reed is innocent and not guilty. Yeah, okay. Nasty drunk killer. Karen killed her boyfriend, blamed a dog. Here we sit. Guilty. The fake conspiracy. Maybe one of you can pop in that chat over there in Law and Crime and be like, hey, anybody who thinks she's guilty, you guys can join us in the Not Crazy on the Not Crazy channel. Oh, absolutely. She'd have been done if that was the case. Should have been done. And that's the sad part about it, right? And Joan's right. If she looked different, nobody would care. Nobody would give a shit. No one would care. You can watch on X, but there's no live chat. They can write little things. Some people, if you can figure out how to do it. On X, there's actually like a little arrow on the bottom of the screen. That's how I think I had told Michael how to do it. And that's how he's able to do it from there, is on the bottom of the screen that you're watching on X. You can go to the bottom of the screen and there's like a little arrow. If you click on the little arrow, then you can type in comments and I'll see them. But the live chat in YouTube doesn't, which is why sometimes I put them on the screen for you guys to see them. And vice versa, so that people on X can see you guys' comments. You know, I don't obviously do every single one. That's why I say when people are on X, if they're not hate watchers, that is, to come on over here, because you can see the live chat here if you're here, you know. Food critic from Ratatouille. That's hilarious. I mean, it's a possibility, but there's too many possibilities to try to speculate on all of them. I feel like, you know, well, that's the thing. She clearly hasn't learned any lessons. Even with drinking, she's clearly still doing it, other than maybe hire a chauffeur. Well, these people will make sure she can have a chauffeur as long as she wants, right? They'll buy her a brand new car. Make no mistake about that. They'll buy her a brand new car. They'll, you know, buy her, pay her rent, or buy her an apartment. It's the sad truth. Well, I have to have faith somewhere, Lynn. There's far too many people who have been hurt. No updates. So I have to believe that somewhere along the line, someone has to be held accountable for this bullshit. You know? It just has to. No problem. I probably didn't see the first one. I'm trying to do 100 things at once. Ben Chu talking about the civil suit Karen is facing. Said Karen will definitely be. Yeah, they have to. She has to be deposed. And they can ask her practically anything. And yeah, the threshold's way lower. It would. There is no chance that she wouldn't be found responsible in a civil case. She absolutely would be found responsible in a civil case. And other evidence can come out of that. You know. No, it was Proctor's sister, Courtney. But yeah, they don't have shame. They knew exactly what they were doing. It's going to be a huge problem. You know? No, she can't. She's got to be deposed in a civil. She has to be deposed. Yeah, they already have the O'Keefes already have one. As for other people, you know, there will be some. Yeah, you don't have that right in a civil case here. You know? Community fans? I mean, I get it. It's just stupid as hell. I guess for 1.88, almost 2 million people that subscribe to their channel, and they're having everyone, you can only chat if you're got a membership on Court TV. So that just tells you if a quarter of those people buy a membership for $2 at their lowest tier, right? Do you know how much money they just made in the end of the day? For a channel that already makes it's shameless. It's shameless. I agree, Anna. I agree. Oh, yeah. We would be in a totally different scenario if it was a man. If Karen was a man. Yeah, we just hit 18 hours. We're at 18 hours and 3 minutes right now. Right, and the 53 rage calls. You're totally right. Yep, that's right. Or someone with a public defender. This would have already been wrapped up long ago because they don't get the same, you know, they don't have law clerks and Harvard helping them. They don't have endless money to help them. Endless campaigns of money. I mean, what about Lindsay? She needs help. Civil. She's got to fight him in civil court. Imagine having to fight your abuser in civil court so that he can try to shut you up to the world. And his goal isn't even to win. It's just to run her out of time because he knows she's a single mother of 4 children and does not have the money to fight him. No update. Nothing. Nada. I would text you if there was. I got nothing. You and Ashley are on my list of people to text if anything happens. But right, a dog, a random dog, a one-jawed dog, a toothless dog, and we still don't know. So no, nothing yet, my friends. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Thank you, Holly. I don't know. It's a good question. But even if she doesn't, it's probably going to be contradictory anyway. Something has to be, because if you're not telling the exact truth, then you're lying, right? So if she doesn't exactly tell the truth, here's the thing. If she does tell the truth, right, then it's contradictory to what she's been claiming. If she doesn't tell the truth, it's still going to be contradictory because it's not the truth. Doesn't fit with the actual data, evidence. So no matter what, should be caught lying. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I get it. I mean, you know, on my Twitter, there's a pinned post, and that is Lindsay's fundraiser for her legal fees, and she really needs help. She really needs help. If he gets away with this with her, guess what? He'll do it to more people and more people and more people and more people. That's the bottom line. I know. I do keep asking myself that. Why have they not come back yet after those questions and answers yesterday? It can only be that they're still not agreeing. I mean, it's more that they have ways to make profit. YouTube doesn't, you know what I mean? That's why I feel like big media companies like Court TV and Law and Crime, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, because the algorithm then is picking up their stuff and putting it at the top versus smaller channels and people trying to actually grow their way up. These are giant media companies who make money hand over fist. But again, YouTube gets a cut. So of course, anybody bringing in money, they're going to push up, especially if it's a lot and not a little. It's unfortunate, but true. But I also am choosing to be hopeful and saying they have not come back yet. So what's that tell us? You know? Because they reset their clock a couple times. So they're a half hour behind. Like mine's at 18 hours and just hit 7 minutes. And mine has been, I've turned it on around the same time as Law and Crime, but Law and Crime had to restart their clock a bunch of times because they had the whole where it was going past 60 minutes and it was like 63 or 64. So they had to figure out how to fix that, I think. So they took theirs down a couple times. And so that's why Law and Crime is behind. But, well, you don't stop the clock. You're not. So the way I've always gauged it is that clock, that verdict clock does not stop until they come in and say, we have a verdict. Then you stop the clock. So lunch, it should still be going because they're allowed to deliberate through lunch. Their lunch gets brought into them into the deliberation room. So they can eat and still do that. So that's why the clock still runs during that time. You know? Ooh, that sounds so good. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little jealous. I do have a little breakfast Yankee here that I might attempt to eat. You know? I'm starving like a hostage. I don't know if you guys ate this morning, but I am hungry. Let me see if I can find something real quick to watch a clip of, because I just want to eat this little piece of a sandwich. I'm starving like a hostage. Let's see. Well, they are a little younger. We know that. Yes, he did. I believe he chose a younger jury so they would understand the data. That's what I believe. Well, he had to be happy with the outcome because he had to help choose. So, you know, juvenile criminal work. Oh, yeah, the repeat customers. You want to know why they're repeat customers, Troy? Because they have that same narrative with their kids every time their kids do something wrong. Not my baby. Not my child. I called them the not my kid parent. I'm like, oh, what'd my kid do? You know, if that's my kid, like, all right, what'd she do? You can't be that. Oh, no, not my kid. My kid never would do such a thing. Come on. You know, come on. That doesn't sound, you know what I mean? Ooh, that sounds good. Haagen-Dazs? Haagen-Dazs. What's this idiot saying? Hold on. Let's see here. Vinny. Mm. Second, guys. I can't listen to Vinny Politan. I just can't do it. So hold on a second. I want to see. So channel 10 is just on the fan. I'm surprised that channel 10 doesn't have someone talking. Oh God, Defense Diaries is on with some of the Betero, and oh my God, some of these people are awful. The glare, why? Just why? Like why? Just why? Is the question. Why? This is interesting about the we're waiting. This is a little tidbit real quick about the Koberger case, which is one that we actually are going to be following. Well, I have been following, but one that we're going to be covering. We're going to watch this real quick. I'm going to shut my camera off anyway, so I can just eat the sandwich real quick. But this is an interesting little tidbit on this. So hold on a second. Let me get it on.
And if you thought things couldn't look any worse for Brian Koberger with, you know, the DNA and the cell phone data and the surveillance video and an eyewitness description of his eyebrows, at least, not to mention the laughable alibi, I like stargazing at 4 o'clock in the morning with my phone turned off. I know, I kind of thought that too, until what I heard today. A smoking gun that both sides somehow managed to keep under wraps for months. There is apparently another eyewitness. It's the DoorDash driver who delivered food to Xana Kernodle less than 10 minutes before Xana and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin and Xana's housemates Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez were all savagely murdered by an intruder. Police have confirmed to us that a woman seen in some of the interrogation footage from an unrelated incident is a 43-year-old woman known only as MM in the court documents. She was arrested that day for a DUI while being questioned at the Pullman, Washington police station. Just happened to reveal to the officers that she had to, quote, testify in a big murder case here because I'm the DoorDash driver, end quote. When the officer asks which murder case, the woman says, quote, the murder case with the college girls. I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian there. I parked right next to him, end quote. And I think I need to read that last part again because I did a double take when I first saw it. I saw Brian there, she says. I parked right next to him. That interrogation video was posted on a YouTube account where it was discovered by web sleuths and journalists. It's unclear, though, whether the woman's outing will affect the start date of the trial itself. The defense has been pushing for a delay for weeks now, but that's over the media leaks, the whole Dateline episode kerfuffle. And that is due to be the subject of a big hearing tomorrow. But the prosecutors want the trial to stay on target for the planned August 11th beginning. Our senior national correspondent, Brian Enton, is
that
in
makes
Boise,
sense. That
Idaho
she would be
tonight
how
with
they knew
much
what
more
kind of
on
car to look
all
for.
of this means First of all,
thought it was
I
the cameras
did not see this coming. A
that they knew.
second eyewitness.
Me neither.
Yeah, this is a bombshell, Ashley. If it is true what this DoorDash driver is saying, then this is a bombshell. I came to Boise thinking that the hearing tomorrow was going to be the big story, but this is big. The Idaho Statesman was the first to break it today. Basically, this DoorDash driver, who we knew existed, by the way. We've known for a long time there was a DoorDash driver, that she goes by MM. She's been referenced in the court documents. We knew that she arrived there to deliver DoorDash at 4 a.m., about 10 minutes or so before the murders. But what we didn't know is what is in this body camera video. And let me explain this a little bit. You did, Ashley, but the reason we know about this is because last year, this DoorDash driver, totally unrelated to the Brian Koberger case, she got pulled over, suspected of driving under the influence. She had a expired tag, suspected of being under prescription pills. And she got pulled over, and she just started volunteering this information to the police while she was being interviewed, and it's on body cam. And she said that she's the DoorDash driver from the Brian Koberger case, that she saw Brian Koberger, which is really the headline here, that she's a witness who saw Brian Koberger, and all of this just happened to come out through this new body camera video from Pullman, Washington.
Yeah, they did have to know to look. I
So
mean,
Brian,
you would guess it would look
take us
anyway in a
back
murder
to the
trial.
house. But we're going to have to describe it because the house has been torn down. But
so
if
stupid
you look
that
at
they
the
did
front
that.
of the house,
They tore
there's
it down.
a parking lot out front where all the cars were lined up, and they stayed that way till they were all towed. But this DoorDash driver said, I parked next to him, which makes me wonder if she's talking about the parking lot out front, or if she's talking about
Nothing
that
yet,
side
Dougie.
street
We're
off to the
still
left where that
waiting.
bushy tree is, that big tall bushy tree is just adjacent to the red car there. Because there's a
Courtroom
side
fan,
street that goes up
still
that
going.
left-hand side of the house, and isn't it
Yeah, it's a very,
believed that the killer used? Yeah, walk me through that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There was someone talking in my ear. Yeah, it's a very, very important part of what she said. Not only that she said, I saw Brian Koberger, but I wrote this down. She said, I parked right next to him. Now, you think about DoorDash. We all order DoorDash. A DoorDash driver typically would park right in front of the house where they're delivering the food. They pull into the driveway. You see them in the driveway. They get out. They go to the front door. They give the customer the food. Why would the DoorDash driver drive onto the side street of the house, which with the murder house, you've got the front of the house, you've got the driveway like you described it, but then you've got this side road that goes up the side.
Sometimes
near an
GPS
apartment
does
building.
that.
You can't
Does that,
even
my
walk
sister's.
down to the house like through. You'd have to go through the woods unless you walked all the way around if you went to the side road. We don't know exactly where Brian Koberger parked. You know, if he's guilty of all this, they've never said that in any of the documents. We know that he's caught on camera going up
I don't know why they did that.
and going
So
up towards the house, but we
stupid.
don't know exactly where he parked. But if
The
she's
scene would've
saying
been
that she
perfect for
parked
a
right
jury
next to
view.
him, does
Perfect.
that mean that he
Which is why I
parked
was
right
so
in front of
pissed.
the house? That he just pulled right in the driveway? And then went in for about 10 minutes to commit these murders. We don't know, but it's certainly interesting to think about.
That's what I wondered. And then also, just with the pictures we're looking at now, again, I'm always so sad when I see those cars parked out front behind the yellow police tape, because it's sort of the vehicle's frozen in time from the kids who would never come back to use their own vehicles until their parents or their loved ones took those vehicles away. But it certainly doesn't look like there's a whole lot of room, which made me wonder if this DoorDash driver
Tons of room. What are
parked
you
out
talking about?
front on the street, knowing, well, I can't go into this little parking lot. I'm just going to have to park out here on the street, which now would make a little more sense. If Brian Koberger did this, if he's really the killer, he might be surveilling from a little farther away, not so obvious, and out on the street. But that's the only thing I can think of, because as you said, going up that side road, it's really hard to get access to the house. As a DoorDash driver, you just wouldn't go up that side road to the side of the house.
Some people would, though.
Yeah, the whole thing up there is tight and confusing.
Criminology.
The layout when you drive up there is very, very strange and tight. We would always have a hard time finding a place to park up there. There's a little bit of parking on the street there, but it's difficult. It's hard to get in there.
He's definitely toast on that.
There's a place where maybe a DoorDash driver could have just pulled off without going fully into the driveway and like put their flashers on.
For a
and
variety
run
of
up with the
reasons, I
food.
agree.
But
I was so mad they did
it's
that.
It's hard to imagine
Tore
that
it down.
Brian Koberger
Come
just
on.
parked right in front of the house. I have to say I'm a little skeptical
of the DoorDash driver.
this whole story. just the way that it
Seems like
came
she was
out
trying to
through
get out
the
of it.
body camera video, the fact that in all of the police documents that we've been able to see in the probable cause, we knew there was a DoorDash driver, Ashley, but if they had a real credible witness who saw
would have
Brian
already used it,
Kohberger
no?
at the house, that is huge. How would we not know that by now? It's possible it's just like a bombshell that they're saving for the trial, but don't you think maybe that would have been in the probable cause or in all these court hearings that we've been to and we get new little nuggets? I would have thought maybe we would have heard about that by now.
I can't believe that it wasn't even a whisper rumor. You're right, especially with all the reporters that descended upon the story, finding every DoorDash driver in town. I know that
reporters don't always get the inside scoop.
DoorDash driver in town.
People like me that do.
The problem is everybody, does side hustles
media sources
with DoorDash. So it could have been anybody, and that was the problem with actually trying to find the person who did deliver the food that night. Okay, the question
We don't know
about
if she could
this
have,
person in particular,
or maybe it is just now, and that would be
the woman
suspicious.
in particular who's told the police, I'm the one who's going to have to testify in this case. I'm the DoorDash driver. I can't imagine what it's like to be her, because she had nothing to do with any of this. I'm sure she wants nothing to do with any of this. Like the stress and the frustration that this would have brought to her life, I'm sure, is unthinkable. But she also may have the credibility issues, especially if there's a DUI in play, or drinking, or and she seemed to say on the body cam it isn't the first time.
Ooh, no good.
Yeah, and look, I feel terrible for her too, Ash. I mean, the fact that we've confirmed she is the DoorDash driver, and she was there at 4 a.m. just minutes before this brutal slaughter happened. That's a hard thing to deal with,
because of the
I'm
weird
sure.
layout.
And I feel
That's what I would
very,
have wanted
very
it
sorry
for
this
and
woman.
they would have made sure it was
But
safe
in terms of credibility, I've seen the body camera video. She's pulled over, she's crying, she's had DUI in the past. They take her back to the station.
And they don't listen
she's
to it.
emotional, she's distraught. And she says, and she's just telling this cop that I'm the witness from the Brian Kohberger case. I'm the DoorDash driver. I saw Brian. I parked right next to him. I'm just wondering, was she was really the DoorDash driver, but like maybe she thinks that she parked right next to him, but it wasn't actually him. I don't know.
You just give a house
I just
property
think
away?
about the credibility.
Unless you're rich,
and I go back to the point that how is this the first time we're hearing this story, and it's through this means, through a body camera video that's totally unrelated of this woman in a very, very desperate situation after she gets pulled over for DUI.
So what do you think, just in terms of this hearing tomorrow?
They definitely knew who
like
she
you
was,
said, your focus
was
was
an
all
eyewitness
about
is the different
the Dateline leaks and how the defense is just
It is
sort of
what it sounds like.
apoplectic about how this information got out from under the gag. Now there's this, and it's out there. It's not a leak. It's just, people put things together.
Yep.
Is this going to have an effect potentially on tomorrow's hearing and the issue at hand, which is a delay in the upcoming August start?
Yeah, she probably was on medication, and that's not intoxicated.
I don't think so. I suspect this will not come up at the hearing. I do think it's going to be a bombshell hearing. I think it's going to be a really interesting, juicy hearing. I think that the judge is going to have to hear both sides about whether they want to delay, and I think he'll probably make a decision because they've already filed their briefs with their reasoning. But what I'm more interested in is at the last hearing, Ashley, you remember, he talked about wanting to bring on a special prosecutor to do an investigation to sniff out who the leaker is within law enforcement and figure out who leaked that information to Dateline. I think we're going to get an update on that. Are they going to bring in a special prosecutor now to have, could there be criminal charges? Have they figured out who this person is? They may have even figured it out by now. I'm very interested in all of that, which is gonna come out at this hearing tomorrow, Ashley.
Have you been, and listen, everything in this case has been difficult to learn, but have you heard any rumblings?
Yes, he bought the knife on Amazon.
Of an investigation already? Like, have they been ferreting out?
There was a Dateline thing that happened that had
have they
information that was unknown.
Cell phones and that sort of kind of, I hate to even suggest it, but asking people within the investigative circle, hand over your
They'll
phones,
know the
or we'll
layout, but it's
subpoena
not the
them,
same
and
as
we'll
walking
search your
through it. It just
history.
isn't. It's never going to be the same as the actual
Well, we
thing.
know that they asked everyone involved in the case and everyone in law enforcement involved in the case to save all of the records in their cell phones and emails so that they could go back and try to figure out who this leaker is. In terms of how the investigation has progressed, We don't know. That doesn't surprise me, though. I mean, this judge is serious, and he was serious before, and people were nervous to speak out before. I'll tell you, after the last hearing, I don't think we're going to know anything about that investigation. I think people are like nervous, which is why I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow to finally find out like what's been going on behind the scenes here, and will they in fact delay the trial because of this ongoing investigation into the leaker.
Wow. And then this weirdness that just sort of crops up the day before the hearing.
Yeah.
Okay, well, obviously, don't make plans at this time tomorrow night, Brian Engine. You're the lead guest once we hear how the hearing goes. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for scrambling early to get that information up for us. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based.
Sir, why are we screaming, sir? It's in my ear. I want the screaming, okay? Okay. But that is one of the cases that we'll be covering, and I have been following for quite some time now, is the Koberger case, the Idaho 4 murders. It's a really sad, sad case. 4 people, super young, senseless killing, of course. Oh, yeah. I have my DoorDash or Instacart set so that the problem with my house is it's a multi-family house because I live in an apartment and I don't have access to certain doors. So, for instance, my downstairs neighbors have 2 doors. I only have 1 door, and I don't have access to the front door. That's only for the apartment below me. So my DoorDash instructions say, please do not put at front door. My apartment has no access to the front door. That is only for the apartment below me. Please go to the side door. That's the access that I have. And I'd say at least 20% of the time, they just drop it at the front door, never read the instructions and leave. And I'm like, dear Jesus, do you guys listen to anything I say? Anything at all. Anything at all. But they don't. They don't. Also, why didn't you guys tell me that my eyeshadow was a little bit creased over there? I blended well, and then I got a crease. That's a no-go, guys. That's a no-go. I take a lot of time on my eye looks. You know, I'm like an artiste with colors. I love colors. I like big, bold colors. And today I used a blurple because that's what I call this. It's like a blue purple. It's a blurple. Okay. That's what we're calling it. Blurple. And a yellow. I'm going to use a yellow because I haven't used yellow in a while. And I used a little white up here just to, you know, give it a pop. Sometimes I'll use some in the corners or down below. But today I was just going to just a pop of color. Just a pop of color with my jersey. That's all. Yeah, no movement at the courthouse. I'll bring that back up. Nothing. Just Fanny. Just Fanny. Don't leave us. But if you do leave us, make sure you hit the like button. Anna has the best profile pic. The best. Hilarious. Hilarious. Also, I'm trying this new thing for my thumbnails. I hope they're popping out better for you guys. The one that I usually use is like an AI sort of thing, but it doesn't have some options. And, you know, things matter on YouTube when it comes to things like thumbnails and using tags and hashtags and words that you use in them. And so I have been trying some new things to try to grow the channel a little bit with using hashtags and different thumbnails. And this is a new thing that it's not an app, it's a website, but you have to pay. It's obviously not, it's not free. You got to pay for it. But it hooks up to your YouTube channel, reads your analytics, and sort of helps you with better keywords and things like that to sort of bring in people who are interested in the same type of true crime or mystery cases, things like that. And so the last 2 days or two or 3 days, I've been using their service for the thumbnails to make the thumbnails instead of the one that I usually use. So I hope they're popping out better. And you guys are finding them a little more eye-catching because, you know, you got to try new things to try to bring people in. And I'm going to be working on the shop today after stream because I have to. I have to. So I hope that it's a little bit more eye-catching. I do believe I heard something about a 3D scan of the house. I do believe I heard something about that. But he did buy the knife on Amazon. It was a K-bar knife or K-bar-like knife. And yeah, you're right. Facebook app does track your location. Google also tracks your location as well. You know, it's a good case to follow. If you haven't followed it, Jesse, it's a good rabbit hole. You like a good rabbit hole, my friend. It's a good rabbit hole. You know, it's always something different about stepping directly into it. And that's where I thought that they made the mistake, was tearing it down, because what happened was the owner of the house after the murders happened gave it to the college that these students went to, which I found to be really strange to begin with. First of all, you're giving up an entire property that he had rented, obviously, to college. He or her had rented to college students for all that time. I'm guessing years and years. So it was really strange to me that they just gave it to the university. Like, unless you are an extremely rich person, just giving away a property like that, even if the house was bad, you could rebuild on it. You could sell the land, even though it might not be a lot of land. It's still worth a lot of money. You wouldn't just hand it over unless there's something you're getting out of it, or you're very rich and you don't care. So the fact that they just handed it over to the university, and that the university said, we're going to tear it down. Now, the problem was some of the family of the victims wanted it torn down, and some of the family of the victims did not want it torn down. If I'm the state, though, I don't allow it to be torn down because it is evidence. It is a big part of the evidence. And so, no, you're not tearing that down. And I know people in the community wanted it down probably, but I understand why some of the victims' families didn't want it down. Part of the reason being is a jury walkthrough. And there's something very powerful about being in the place and seeing the layout itself versus just looking at a graph or a 3D model. Or it's not the same as being in the place. You can look at a model, right? But it's not scale. So you don't know how much space there is between me and that hallway, and how easy would it have been for me to walk from here to there, or with how much space would I have had? Would I have bumped into anything? Would I have made noise? All those questions that might be irrelevant, but they're in the jurors' minds. It's what people use for things like reasonable doubt. And so there's something very powerful about stepping inside a place like that to see, you know? I do think that I think you're right, Brie. I think they wanted these YouTubers and people to just go the fuck away and stop showing up at that house. And the neighbors probably were sick of it as well. I can't blame them, you know? But still, there's something different about having a jury view and being in the place, you know? Hey, MYB. Hey, but sometimes you need that kind of sleep. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, that's what I've said. I'm not going to start freaking out about anything until they tell me that she's, you know, getting off on it, or it's a not guilty, or it's hung again. Hung would be sad. So sad. You know? But at least there'd be a chance to try her again. Anything less than a guilty on a homicide, vehicular homicide, it is just a travesty, you know? Joe Krowski. I know that Court TV sometimes has him on. I would welcome Joe Krowski to come on. Welcome anybody like that who wanted to come on. Again, I usually have an open panel thing, so if people reach out and want to, I have no problem hosting them. A lot of the time, because I'm not a channel with 100,000 subs, people don't want to. Especially if they have their own YouTube channels, or they think they want more exposure, they'll say, well, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. Or if I was a channel that had 100,000 subscribers or 50,000 subscribers, people would absolutely be like, oh, sure, no problem. Sure, no problem. Because 50,000 people would see them. And that's sad, because I'd have to think that even one day, if I did have 100,000 or 50,000 subscribers, that if a smaller channel asked if I would come on, I absolutely would do it, because We should be putting our hand out and helping other channels, especially the smaller ones who are trying to just survive in all of this, get a boost, especially with good content, for people to find their channel. And the only way to do that is to help them out with some subscribers, to help them out, which is to put your hand out and say, come on my show, small channel, or I'll come on your show. And hopefully my subscribers will also become your subscribers. The problem that people don't do it is because they think that their subscribers will abandon them for someone else. Well, so be it then. So be it then. If your subscribers do that, then they do that. You can't stop them from doing that. So you stop yourself from being nice and doing something kind because you might lose out on a couple bucks. I mean, I'm sorry, but again, maybe it's because my grandparents helped raise me. Maybe it's because I have an old soul. I don't know. But my grandparents taught me to help people. Help people. Help people. Not hurt people. Help people. And another nail just broke. Beautiful. For the love of God. And it's the same one on this hand. Nope. No, it's the middle. God damn it. Snapped. I need to go get a fill. That's why. They're getting weak because I need a fill. And now I have 2 nails that need to be fixed. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it, Tracy. We need a girls' day. My friend from Texas. She's got to come back. We got to have a go get our nails done for girls' day. Oh, that's awesome, Joy. Probably because you're subscribed to it. The problem is having people find me that are not already subscribed, obviously. But I'm glad that I pop up first for you. Hey, could be. People would, believe it or not, Ellen. Some people like want to be in houses where people were, killed. Unfortunate, but there are people out there that would want to rent it, would want to buy it. Ex-wife sleeping bag. It's weird. But I do think it could be, it definitely is a tax write-off for sure. So they definitely could write that off for quite a bit of taxes. But is that all you're going to get out of it? Is just a write-off for taxes, I don't know. I don't think you can write it. I don't think you get an insurance payout for a total loss on that. You'd have to have a fire or a flood. A murder doesn't count as a total write-off as something you can't use. You can still rehab the house and sell it, so I don't think you would get insurance payout for that. Oh, I can't. I love you. Love you, Anna. That's right, Skylar. That's right. Yeah, I heard something about the 3D imaging, but it's so weird to have a jury put on goggles, right, to walk them through. I just think it's weird. No, I get it. I mean, that's all we can do is speculate, right? Ugh, listen, Court TV has said twice that we have a verdict. Okay, Vinny has told people twice that there's a verdict. He's also said all sorts of other things that were not true. I believe absolutely nothing coming out of that unless it's Julie Grant, and Julie Grant's not on anymore right now. So no. Well, that's good. I know. I got to figure out shorts or at least clip pieces of my videos and make shorts out of them, But I've been looking into it. It does kind of skew your regular algorithm, so I'm a little hesitant. That's the only reason, I know I need to feel so bad, like desperately. And I also think that I'm going to change the French color to a different color, maybe black, maybe purple, or maybe I'll just put the black line underneath like I sometimes do. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I really like the old-fashioned, just French look. That's what I always get, sometimes with a pop of color in it, though. By accident. Well, now you accidentally on purpose are here. I mean, that would be kind of cool, Appraisals for stigmatized houses. I mean, people will buy them, I don't blame you, but that's why we gotta woo-saw, right? In through your nose, out through your mouth, folks. I am with you on that, Dougie. I think maybe the jury is afraid of the mob, and I've been saying this, Yeah, they said a verdict was coming when it was just the end of the day, and we all knew it was the end of the day. So I don't really take anything that they say into, Oh, absolutely. Maybe that's what it is, Anna. Maybe that's what it is. When he says a verdict comes up, a bunch of people buy memberships because they can only chat in the members only on Court TV right now. I kid you not. I didn't know that they did that. Or maybe today's just one of the days on verdict days they do that. I don't know. But maybe when he says like, oh, it looks like we got a verdict or a question, maybe they like up the amount of people who buy memberships and send super chats. I don't know. They took walls? As far as I knew, they didn't take walls. Bio, like, hazard stuff, there's a company that comes in and cleans that stuff up. So it wouldn't necessarily be a total loss just because of that. I only know that because we had that happen in a basement in an apartment that I lived in, and a company, we couldn't stay there while it happened, but we had to stay in hotels, and the company had to come in and clean up all the hazardous materials. And then the building inspector had to come back out and re-inspect to make sure everything was good to go before we could come back. I don't usually do them. This is the first time I've had them done in probably 2 years. And I'm not going to lie, it felt very good to just have my nails. I was reading Becky's comment about hair dye. My nails done. And I really do need to dye my hair. And I'm going to because I'm going to. Yeah, I don't work in food service, thank God. I don't know. Here's the thing. They're a little long right now only because obviously I need to fill and I need them cut down. But I don't know how anybody goes past anything like this big, My regular nail is underneath here about here, but this is how much. This is it. I don't know how do you wipe your ass with nails that are out here and they're pointy? Like, why would anybody want straight this new thing about the coffin shaped ones? I don't know, not my style. I like a good old-fashioned square, just good old-fashioned square, French tipped, wedding look. Yeah, it's only 60s here too. It was only going to get to a 70, I think, or 71 today. It's still hot though. It's muggy. And a Lock Karen Up t-shirt. Oh, that would be great. Just wear that anywhere. Pigs in a blanket. That sounds good. I know, me too. Me freaking too. I am hungry. I would love like a Caesar salad right now. Like a chicken Caesar salad would be really good. Yeah, sometimes you don't, they cover the entrances and exits so that people can't get pictures of that. I don't think there should be pictures of that, It is definitely lunchtime. He's just creepy in general because he's lying, Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. What's the deal with the pointy and the daggers and I don't get it. It's just not a thing. Stairs to test for DNA lab. Usually they might take they might scrape the wall or cut out a piece, but they don't usually take entire walls. That wouldn't really make a lot of sense. They usually take crime scene pictures, swab some things, and if they have to, cut a piece out. But again, all that stuff can be replaced. That's stuff that, yes, the insurance will cover and it can be replaced. Their insurance company isn't going to come in and be like, okay, a murder was done and the police took a bunch of evidence and it kind of wrecked the house. So the whole thing's a total loss. They're going to say, that's what you pay insurance for. Okay, where's the damage? Here's the damage. Here's the damage. Okay, this is what it's going to cost. We'll cut you a check for this amount. Blah, blah, blah. You can fix it with that. They're not going to call it a total loss because that's way more money than just fixing the things that need to be fixed as a total loss. It's 87. I can't do shrimp cocktail. I like shrimp, okay, but I can't do cold shrimp. I don't know why. Ooh, a French ombre would look good. I could totally do a French ombre. I think that would look good. I would do something like that. Yeah, renter's insurance. 87, huh? I'm guessing down south or Midwest, Adam? Down south or Midwesty? I mean, don't dox yourself, but I'm guessing somewhere down there if the heat's that high. Guessing Arizona, Utah, Florida. It gets very sticky here in New England. Very sticky. So I'm a Boston girl through and through. And when I get pissed off, my accent comes out harder than when I'm not pissed off. When I'm pissed off, it's 10 times worse. I think that's for every Boston girl, though, to be honest. Could be, yeah. No, it absolutely could be. It could be that the people who think she's guilty are not willing to give in. And they're like, nope, we're not giving in to this mob of people, and we're not giving in to you. We think she's guilty, and there's a ton of evidence that proves it. So we're not going to cave. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I can't blame them, you know? Also, guys, if you haven't gotten your membership, Florida. I have family in Florida. That's why I ask. I have family actually in all different parts of Florida, funny enough. My grandma, she lives in Spring Hill. My brother lives near Tampa. So I have family kind of spread out in a couple different places in Florida. I've visited Miami. I want to go back to Miami. The water was so warm. Now, when you're from this kind of area, New England, when you get into an ocean, you're expecting it to be freezing cold because the ocean here is cold, like really cold, really, really cold. And so when I ever hopped into the ocean in Miami and that water was piss warm, I was like, this is amazing. The only reason I don't like the beach is two reasons. I don't like the salt. And I don't like the hard, pebbly ground of like Jesse, like Nanny Beach. Nantasket Beach is a great beach when you're younger, but it's very pebbly. It's not like soft sand like Duxbury Beach. Like I'd love a beach like Duxbury Beach. Soft sand, and a lot of beaches in Florida have that very soft sand. Like when I stayed in Cocoa Beach area. So we were right near the Space Coast Center, which is where my husband played the World Series of softball. We stayed in, God, it's right next to where they let off the rockets, but it's not that same town. But you can see the pier where they let them off from there. And actually a SpaceX rocket was going off when I was there. And we got to hear it and see it. It was kind of cool. First time ever seeing something like that. It was very, very cool. You could hear it. It was like right outside the window of the place that we had rented, this like condo basically. And you could see it from the window. You could see it and it was loud, but it was really, really cool. But I kid you not when I say I was shocked to be like, hey, I actually like the beach in Florida. Why? Because the water is not freezing and I could deal with the salt. And the beaches were nice and soft. It wasn't that pebbly, rocky sort of beach like the Nantasket Beach here in Massachusetts. So listen, I'm telling you, one of these days, that might be where I retire. No wonder why so many people retire there. It is beautiful. And we were there in October, end of October, nonetheless. And it was still beautiful, 80 degrees, but it wasn't sticky, wasn't super humid like it is here. The humidity here is the killer. You know, it was sort of just chill, just that perfect. I can't imagine like my kids being able to trick or treat without having clothes on underneath their, although the last couple of years it's been like 70 degrees, so they have been able to just wear their costumes. See, that's a good thing. I can deal with the hot without the humidity. Pensacola to Miami. Yeah, it's icy here. It's cold, very cold. Joy said she had a young woman apply for a secretary job at the law firm a couple of years ago. And one of the male lawyers asked her, will you be able to work on a computer with those nails? How do you type? How do you wipe your ass? Like, I just don't get it. How? And how do you go to a job interview like that? You know? Lots of hugs. Stupid meetings. It's not. Well, it's not here either. It's not. It is not. Most people know in New England, it's Cocoa Beach. Yes. It was the Cocoa Beach area that I stayed in, and it was beautiful. So the beach was literally right across the street from the condo we rented. All we had to do was cross a street. And I don't mean like a main strip highway. I just mean like a side street. Cross the street, boom, you're on the beach. So in the morning time at like 6 in the morning when everybody else is sleeping, I would go over there, and they say that's the best time to find the best seashells that have come up. And I would go over there and I would get the best seashells. And I have a jar, actually. It says Cocoa Beach right on it. The Cocoa Beach jar of shells that I filled up that jar with the shells from Cocoa Beach. And it's proudly on my mantle. But I've thought about moving to Florida. It'd be beautiful. The only thing that stops me is my kids. My oldest, her care is here. The only other place that I would feel comfortable going to would be Texas, because that's where the doctor that ultimately studies her disease is. So that's the only other place that I would feel comfortable going to outside of Florida. And that's because of her care. It's the only reason why I probably haven't done it already, you know? You're not in Texas anymore, Dorothy, right? Well, that's the thing. There is no such thing as standard, AC here. You got to buy your own window ACs. Hence why I only have one. If I had the money, I would have bought another one by now, because it's hot. Hold on. Oh, link's not working. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Someone said the link wasn't working. I want to make sure it was working for them. Let's see. I want to make sure that the link is working. For everyone for here, because it looks like someone was saying that it wasn't working. Now, if you're in one of the Facebook groups that I post it to, it's working. You have to click. So for instance, this is the post that I have in a Facebook group for this live stream. You have to click on the picture. You don't click on the link itself. Okay. Like you would in other places. You click on the picture. This picture will bring you right to this live stream I'm on right now. So you click on the picture. See? So I have heard a couple of people like, well, I clicked on the link and it's not working. You can't click the link. The link won't work. That's not the way it works on Facebook here. You have in some groups, you have to click the picture, guys. You got to click the picture. That's how you can get into it. So if you're having a hard time and you're clicking the link, that's why you have to actually click on the picture. Oh, it's so cold though. It's so cold. It's so cold. Hi, Whitney. No updates. Hot? Ooh, I bet. I freaking bet. So let's see here. Is that what it is? It's like mild, and except for like the middle of July. That's a new thing that I now know, right? Illinois. I have a friend that lives in Illinois. Georgia, Florida. I love driving through Georgia on the way to Florida because we always drive. And I know some people are like, oh, you're crazy. But we don't stop. We don't do that, because if you stop, it takes like 2 or 3 days. We don't stop. We just drive the 24 hours, and actually took us 21 to go to Daytona from here. But we drive the 24 hours straight through. We just do the whole, all the way through. And I love getting to the end there. So what I call the end is North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And it's because I know I'm close. And Georgia has a wonderful Buc-ee's store. And I always stop at the Buc-ee's right there on the Georgia-Florida border there. Because it's like a Walmart, but with like fresh food. It's good. It's a really cool thing. We don't have any Buc-ee's up here. I think the closest one from like the trip that I did was, at the time, this was years ago now, 2 years ago at least, was North Carolina. It's either South Carolina or North Carolina. That was the last one on the way back up this way. So yeah, it's still quiet. They were just they're going to do lunch soon if they already haven't. It's 12:35. So No updates. I had to text you if there was, my friend. I mean, if they went home and they decided real quick when they came in, we would have something by now. So clearly they're fighting over something. You do live in, I wasn't going to dox you. Wasn't going to say who I know lives in Illinois. Let's hope not, Leah. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. I always forget that you guys from overseas do Celsius and you guys don't do like miles per hour. It's like kilometers, kilometers. I'm like, okay, so what is that in Fahrenheit? Or what is that in miles per hour? Because you guys use Celsius and kilometers. You actually took a break. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. You don't break. You don't know what a break is. You're a workaholic. You don't break. But you're damn good at what you do. Armpit of the South. That's funny. Mississippi. That's definitely a place I haven't visited. I've done the whole East Coast and the exception of a couple other states, but Middle America to West Coast, those are on my bucket list. That's why I would love to get into like a Class A RV and just do a countrywide travel, you know? Oh, it could be. It could be. You know, my husband, when we were in Florida, wanted to try gator. They have these once a year, they have like a gator roast and it sells out at this one place that we go to in like 10 minutes and he never gets a chance to do it. So he really wanted to try it. And the only thing I could find him was gator jerky. So that's what I got him. But he has yet to try actual gator. I'm not one of those people that's like, yes, let me try something like that. I'm like, nope, nope, can't do it. Nope. If it's not just the basic stuff, like, nope. I've had venison. It's too chewy. I don't like it. So now I'm scared. Places to get a little place. It's so funny. Tell your husband he's got to get a little place in the Cape or in the mountains. That would be a beautiful place. Somewhere where it's quiet but pretty. I can't wait to go camping. I cannot wait. It only took 21 hours because me and hubby switched off driving. And that was with stops, mind you. That was with stops. I always count it with the stop. So that's stopping, obviously, to get gas, stopping to get something to eat, or stopping to use the bathroom. So, and funny enough, the Daytona trip, I was very pregnant. I was probably 7 months pregnant when we went to Daytona. It was a baby moon that my grandmother, God bless her soul, gifted us before I had my little. So that was almost a decade ago now. But it was a baby moon and I was pregnant and we stopped probably less times for me to pee than we did for him to pee. And I was pregnant. So that was funny. And it was a quick, like I said, 21 hours. 21 hours with stops from here to Daytona. But again, we leave here at like 6 or 7 at night so that when we do the drive, we drive right through New York with no issue whatsoever. No traffic, no nothing. On the way back, it's different because if you don't leave the same there, then you're going through a different kind of traffic. It's at a different time of day. So, but if you leave around 6, 7, 8, 9 at night here, you'll cruise right through New York with no problem. We've done it weekends, weekdays, doesn't matter. We always cruise right through, no issues. I mean, we definitely probably, went over the speed limit. I think everybody does at some point, but not that much over, just a little. You eat? I am shocked. I'm kidding. You are a workaholic though, but that's because you're good at what you do and because you care. And that's why you are who you are, my friend. Don't change anything about you. It's why I love you. Something outside? Oh boy. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'll be right back. What is it they say? What is it? Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. What is it? What do we think Leah made me go all the way outside for? Well, mozzarella. And we're talking about breadstick money. We got the breadstick money. We got the breadsticks. She knows me so well. Oh, that's so good. I'm eating one of these breadsticks. It sounds so good. Delicious. Right? Field trip. I'm on a field trip. We went to Francesca's shed where the spiders were staging a coup. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, Leah. Delicious. They did drop it off at the right door this time. They did this time. Oh, you know, I don't take anything he says seriously. The dude has diabetes. You know, he just does. Right, meow. I did. I know I'm behind in the comments. Let me skip down here. I know. I'm sorry. It's because I try to hit everyone's points. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, the older homes, depending on which ones they are awesome. No, that's not something small. That's something huge. It's my craving. It's my craving. Right? Ashley brought me a coffee yesterday, which was sneaky squirrel. You got me breadsticks and mozzarella. So good. They did drop it off at the right door. I love you. Thank you. Right? We just say just a little woosah goose rabba. Let's just hope that at this point, what's going to happen is maybe, just maybe, someone in that jury. Well, what bothers me about that is, oh my God, I've always wanted a swing on a front porch. I want a porch that goes all the way around the house. It's called like a farmer's porch or something. I've always wanted a porch that goes all the way around the house and a swing and a large yard. They usually do. They have been at 12:30 lately, but it's past that. So usually it's 1 to 2. So I'm guessing they're going to do 1 to 2 this time. I don't know. We can only speculate. We can only speculate on what's actually going on in that jury room. All we can do. Clearly, they're not agreeing on something. Whatever that may be, they're not agreeing on it. And so, to me, that says that it couldn't just be the regular OUI. It can't. They would have been done. They would have been like, all right, either guilty or not guilty on that. We would not be here right now. So, what are they debating? What are they debating? What are they debating? You know, yeah, usually for the last couple days, it's been 12:30 to 1:30, but we're past that now, you know? We can only speculate. To me, I would argue that they're arguing over vehicular versus manslaughter versus manslaughter OUI or involuntary, the lesser included, you know? Because what else could they be? There's only a few things they could actually be arguing about, you know? I'm only gauging that by the questions, of course, that they asked, but nonetheless, that very well can be what they're arguing over is the lesser included. You know, what else could it possibly be at this point? What else? And yes, they usually do lunch, or at least they have been during deliberations between 12:30 and 1:30 about. But we're past that. We're 12:46. We're 19 hours and 5 minutes. 19 hours and 5 minutes they've been deliberating. They do deliberate through lunch if they want to. No. They wouldn't be bringing phones into the deliberation room. No. Nope. Let's hope they're rethinking any potential not guilty votes. Yeah, let's hope. J-Rock said if there are holdouts and they're firm on it, they might just be waiting until it's appropriate to be like, we can't decide. Well, they're going to be sent back 2 or 3 times to try to decide anyway. So whenever they come out with their first I can't decide is going to be when they're going to be told, you are the people that are supposed to decide. So you're going to have to go back in there and try to figure it out, you know? Of course. I don't understand how anybody can be not guilty, but yes, I totally get it, Jane. Totally get it. It's just sad. You know, what's the name of the judge? Tui Rodriguez. Tui Rodriguez. So I have to reread that. Let's hope that's not the case, Ash. You know? Let's hope that's not the case. The Allen charge, I believe, is the final one. So there's like 2 because you have to send them back. You have to send them back. No fucking way. No way. You guys. Oh my God. I literally can't. Hold on a second. That was the weird shit. That was the weird shit. Hold on one second, guys. I'm just trying to... There's something funny happening. I'm just trying to... He probably didn't want to deal with the mob, I guess. Possibility. Jerry has the amended verdict slip. Yeah, that should help any confusion, you know? So an Allen charge, that's called in other states, I assume, right? Is that what you guys' state call it? So an Allen charge is the Tui Rodriguez charge. It's the same thing. It's just, I guess, different states call it different things, I suppose. Yeah, it's Tui Rodriguez here. So Tui, not Chewy, Tui Rodriguez. It's called that here. So maybe it's just a matter of different states calling it different things, I assume. I mean, there's always going to be different stuff that one state does versus the other. We don't have death penalty here. So there's a lot of things that I learned about death penalty cases that I didn't know previous because we don't have that here. So that's not something I ever studied here. We have no use for that information because we don't have death penalty cases unless you're federally charged. And then that's a little bit different. Like with the Farwell stuff, because it's federal and not state. It was the same with the marathon bomber. He could have gotten the death penalty because it was a federal thing, not a state thing, you know? Well, that's what I'm worried about, is them being afraid of the mob. But then I think to myself and I'm like, does anybody in that room have courage? The courage to say no. This is not okay, and we're not going to pander to a mob of idiots, you know? So John crashed into a parked truck, and there's a video of him leaving a note and leaving. And it's probably because John DePetro doesn't want to deal with the mob. It's a possibility, Thomas, you know? It's a possibility. You don't think when any of the jurors go home and their spouse, friend, neighbor don't tell them. I don't believe for 1 second they didn't see anything on the news or social media. I think that would be so stupid to think that you know, would be a real thing. I mean, they could be afraid of the backlash, yeah. Wouldn't you be? But she's guilty. And it's like, if that's what's doing it, God, then hope and justice is just gone. Because if this can be allowed to continue to happen, this is why, and in my opinion, and I've said this a long time, they should have nipped it in the ass forever ago. This kind of behavior should have nipped it in the ass. This is on Norfolk County. Norfolk County could have charged some of these people with cyber stalking, criminal harassment, stalking, and this kind of behavior would have stopped or deterred at least some people. But because they chose not to, people felt emboldened to continue and even do worse. And in my opinion, that lays on the shoulders of Norfolk County. It just does. I would love for them to try that here in the county that I live. There is no chance my county would let it slide like that. None. None whatsoever. Well, I mean, he left a note, but he did leave. Well, of course they are. I mean, if I was him, I would have too, because if it's a mob of people, they're going to, scream and yell and maybe lynch mob him, like. Oh, is that what he had? He had to testify today? Is that, oh, damn, that sucks. Yeah, I probably didn't have time. He was a witness. And oh, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot that he said that. Yeah. Yeah, no, she didn't leave a note, right? She just bounced. Yep. Get us a screenshot, Leah. Picture. There's no proof that just happened. They're yapping about it on the Grifter channel. Well, that's what they do. John was witness. I heard him say that the other day, but I forgot all about it. It should have been in check a long time ago. I mean, people do leave notes if they don't know who it belongs to. You're not going to go search through a mob of people to be like, hey, excuse me, whose car is this? Because then nobody's going to be around it. So the best thing to do is leave a note, call the PD and report it and tell them what happened and tell them you left a note. I'm sure he probably did that as well, Well, main goal over there is clicks and money. I mean, once again, I will never say that, yes, John DePetro, that content creators shouldn't be worried about making money. They should. This is a job. It is a full-time job. And they should make money. But my problem is when you step over that line into lying to people to get it. Why do you have to mess with your own morals and integrity to do that? Shouldn't you be able to build your channel, right, based on your opinions and not pandering to people, even if they don't agree with you, based on the truth or what you believe to be the truth or your opinions, and hold by them no matter what your opinion is? Because I don't want to watch somebody that's always wishy-washy. Now, there's one thing. If you're telling me that, we don't know because we don't have X, Y, and Z until we have X, Y, and Z, then I can't make a determination on that. That's not wishy-washy. That is common sense. Okay, obviously you can't make a determination if you don't have certain things. Okay, cool. So you can give your opinion up until that point, but that opinion should change if more information comes to light, right? That should happen. My problem becomes when the information is given, it's solid pieces of evidence or information, and then it is ignored. Why? Because most of their viewership, their chat, their subscribers disagree with them. So they need to pander, right? They need to pander and say, well, I agree with you guys. I refuse You guys might not always agree with me, but we're kind of like a little family, brothers and sisters, you know? We might not always agree. We might not, okay? And that's okay. We can still be friends and family even if we don't agree, right? Even if we don't agree. That's a very real thing. But what I'm not going to do is pander just cuz. It just doesn't, like, at least build your channel on some sort of I mean, if people think that you're pandering to people who, and this is half my problem with why people don't integrate their audience into their shows to begin with. If all you're doing is this, and everything that you pop up is a different color because it's a super chat or a super sticker. These are the two people, by the way. Thank you again to Maria for her donation, and Jack, of course, that have donated super chats on this stream. Now, we've been live 4 hours and 27 minutes. I have gotten two super chats. Okay. Actually, I haven't seen any memberships. So 2 super chats, no memberships, and 1 donation outside of that to my PayPal. Or 2, sorry, because Jack 2. So 2. 1 to Venmo, 1 to PayPal. So these people know that if they keep reading these, right, over and over, and I'll just click back and forth to show you guys, this is what their screen looks like all the time. Just constant, you know, different colors of people donating different money. Like, you're ignoring everyone else in your chat. So people now think that they have to donate to be recognized. It's a tactic that YouTube channels use to gain more money. I get it. I understand it. I just think it's a little slimy, which is why I don't do that here. Whether you can afford to donate or not, you're still a part of this community, this channel, this family. And some people just don't have it. They just don't have it. And that's okay. Just because they don't have it doesn't mean that they're not super intelligent. Doesn't mean they don't have a ton of life experience. Doesn't mean that they don't work in a specialized field of something that they know a lot about that maybe I don't. They contribute to the conversation one way or another, right? You did. You also donate your friendship to me, and I love you for that. Does that count as a donation? But my point is, not everybody can afford it, right? They should still be a part of the conversation. They should still be a part of the community. They should still be a part of what this is. And I think some creators do a disservice to their entire community by not integrating people, you know, by not integrating people into their shows. So I don't know. It's just that's my take on it. I wish there were better ways, though, because the reason that they resort to things like that is because there's no other ways to sort of make money for your channel. So they have to resort to things like that in order to bring anything in to cover the cost to then possibly make something. And if you're not making anything, right, and you're here 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours, 6 days a week, then you're actually losing. If you're not even making it, you're losing, you know? So that's where it becomes sticky. And also why I'm always behind in the goddamn comments, although I'm caught up right now because you guys slowed down in the chat. But the only reason I'm caught up now is because you guys slowed down a little. And yes, sometimes I'm behind in the comments even by 10 or 20 minutes because I'm trying to hit on every point that you guys make, and because I think they're important. And yes, as the channel grows, I will not be able to click on every single comment, but I will still be able to at least click on 1 or 2 comments of each one of you. And that's important. I don't think that I should be only clicking on these ones. These ones should obviously get a thank you, right? Because it's somebody's hard-earned money that they donated to say thank you to me and to try to help the channel keep going. And I appreciate that. But so does every other person that comes here to view your stuff. Every other person that hits the like button. Every other person that goes and comments on the video when it's not live anymore. That helps. That helps the algorithm and other people find us. It helps. It's all a part of it. It's just as good, you know. It was a coffee delivery, and I love you for that. She sneaky squirreled me. She sneaky squirreled me. I do the best I can, you know. I do the best that I can. You know, I try to make sure that I see everybody's names and then I hit on the only ones that I don't pop up are things like this, where you guys might be talking to each other, or, you know, it's only emoji, or it's a thanks. Like if you guys are talking to each other and like adding each other, like once in a while, I'll pop it up if it's something to do with the case. But most of the time, like I let those ones be because you guys are talking amongst yourselves, you know? But, or emojis, like something that just says thanks or an emoji, like I'll skip over those ones. But the other ones, I most of the time pick them up, you know? I pick them up. Thank you, Becky. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, thanks, Andrea. That's so nice of you. I feel like you are doing a disservice, though. You're ignoring really valid points and people's life experience. Some people have experience in things that I don't, knowledge in things that I don't, obviously. And I think that that's important. And I feel like, isn't that the point of doing a live stream to begin with? Like, isn't that the point? Right? Like to be able to interact? Isn't that the whole point? Instead of doing long form videos, you're doing live streams so that you can interact with your audience. That's the entirety of the point of it. So if you cut out if you cut that out, then what are you doing live streams for? Just go to long form videos. Thank you so much. I see it right here. Thank you for your $25 donation. I appreciate that very, very much, my friend. But I do think it's a disservice. You gotta, you know, the whole point is the live stream interaction. You know, it's the making sure that everyone, you know, if I go a day without seeing someone that's usually here every day, I'm going to check on you, or one of my mods is, where we as a team are going to check on you. You know, we are going to make sure that you're okay. And if you need something, we as a community can try to come together and do whatever it is that you need, right? Because we should be helping one another. And that's the community that I want. I don't want a community that's going to go out and harass people. I don't want a community that's going to do my bidding. I don't want that. I do not want that. I do not want that kind of vile, hate-filled, anger-raged audience. I just don't. I don't want it. I don't know why anybody would. You know? I don't know. Well, there's a lot of clickbait out there. We know that, right? We do know that. And I can only give what I can give when it comes to stop it. Nay. No, all right, never mind. Go back the other way. Okay. Other way. Right now. Stop. You're fired. Never do that again. He turned his hat sideways because he knows I freaking hate it. Looks like an F-boy. Never stop it. That. Mm-hmm. Okay. Started raining, so he got home early. I hate that. I'm turning head sideways like he did it on purpose. How about this? No, stop it. Stop it. You don't do. No, stop. She did. She sneaky squirreled me. She sneaky freaking squirreled me. And I'm pretty good at catching on stuff like that, but she totally got me, and she freaking sneaky squirreled me. She sneaky squirreled me yesterday too. She did. You know, what's funny about it is I, know a lot of people outside of this, obviously, who they're very different live stream than they are in person. And I expect that in some capacity. Most people who know me in person, like Ashley will tell you, like, what you see is what you get. This is me, my friends. A little more vulgar, a little more F-bombs normally. I try not to drop too many here because YouTube doesn't appreciate it. And some of my viewers don't appreciate it either. But you know, you'll get some F-bombs out of it, but a lot more, you know, F-bombs in real life. But other than that, what you see is what you get. This is me, my friends. This is me. Sometimes a little goofier, sometimes a little funnier, sometimes not at all. But basically, this is me when I'm not live with you guys. And so I like the realness of it and interacting with all of my viewers. It makes my day. It makes my day better. Okay. And we're at 19 hours and 25 minutes. But also, I know that if I'm having a shitty day, at least one, if not all of you, will put a smile on my face at some point for some reason. I might not share everything privately that I go through. And obviously that's because it's, you know, you get harassed by a mob and it's private. But I do want you guys to know that when I'm having a shit day, I look to you guys for a smile. So, yes, thank you. Yeah. Well, Andrea, don't be shocked. You know, you can't be shocked at this point. You want to know why? Because it's not about what they actually believe. It is literally about how many super chats and super stickers and memberships they can get in one stream. If it took them as long as it took me, they would have abandoned this a long time ago. They would have stopped. They would have did a different, you know, different kind of content, a different kind of something to get what they needed. That's what it's about for them. It's not about whether they actually think she's innocent or guilty. I believe many people know that she's guilty. It's about the money that they see flowing on channels like The Glarer or The Sewer Turtle or LTL or any of those other ones that cover it and have been covering it since around the time that I started covering it. They see how many subscribers they have grown. They see how much money comes in and how quickly, and they want it. They want a part of it. So the only way to get a part of that is to say what they want you to say. If you don't say what they want you to say, then you're not going to make any money, and you might even be attacked. So I love when they, you know, like to say something like say to the people like us, they're like, you guys are just grifters. It's like, what are we grifting exactly? Someone fill me in on that, because the money is not on this side of the fence. I promise you, it's really, really not. It's really not. It's been really hard for the channel the last month. So where? Or are you going to call anybody who's anti-Karen or thinks she's guilty a grifter? This is the funniest thing I've ever heard a day in my freaking life. Right? The longest OUI deliberation ever in life. The fan should have a YouTube channel. That's a very good point, Adam. It should have its own channel. I feel like my eyeshadow should have its own channel at this point. You guys have seen so many eyeshadow looks from me at this point that I'm like, you know. Sorry, I'm getting a message. Just let me check real quick. Let's see. Hold on one second, guys. Give me 1 second, guys. My little just got home from her last day of school. I don't like her on camera, so I shut it off. We are small but mighty, but I feel like my eyeshadow look should have their own YouTube channel at this point. The fan, every t-shirt I have, they should all have their own, you know, YouTube channel. It is lunchtime. It's past lunchtime, so I don't know what the hell they're doing. They need to, you know, keep going. I don't know how they do it either. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. How? There's a lot of pretending, and for a long period of time. A long period of the time. Because I have to. I have to believe that they will figure this out. I have to. For my own sanity, I have to. I'm not willing to throw into the friggin' towel until they tell me it's over. I'm not willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that for various reasons. One being John himself. Two being his family. C being Chris's family. You know? And all of the other people, Lindsay, all of these people who have been harassed by these monsters, this mob, myself, like I'm heels. I'm not willing to give up until I'm told in that courtroom that it's over. I'm just not. We are not in that deliberation room. We have no idea what they're thinking or not thinking, and juries can surprise you. I'm hoping that they do. Hoping that they do. You know? I have to go to the grocery store desperately. Groceries are so expensive these days, though. Yeah, I know it does, but connect with your audience, you know? It's important. That's the whole point of live streams. Why not just do long form videos then if you're not going to connect with your audience? If you're not going to make friendships or a community, why even do why do live streams? Just do long form videos where you don't have to interact with anybody and you can edit your videos the way you want and call it a day and just pop them up there. Why? You know? Let's hope. Yeah, exactly. It's not bad. You want to know what would be bad? If they came back first thing this morning and they had a verdict. Then I would have been a little worried. I would have been worried that they compromised on just the OUI and called it a day. The fact that they're still deliberating, still, right now, 18 hours and 55 minutes says this clock. My clock says 19 hours and 32 minutes. And I know that this is Law and Crime. They're behind. Court TV is around the same as mine. So 19 hours and 32 minutes. This was a 32-day trial, longer than the last one. Okay? Longer than the last one. And they have not come back out with a note to say we're hopelessly deadlocked, blah, blah, blah. They haven't been read, you know, the Tui Rodriguez charge yet. So, and they have to be sent back 2 or 3 times. So, I mean, we're not going to get an answer today if they don't come out with a verdict today. If they don't give us a verdict today, we're not getting an answer till at least Friday at the earliest because there is no court tomorrow. It's a federal holiday. So let me make sure that we're not behind any. No, we're not. So stress cleaning. So it's not. I think too many people are delving into this is so bad. It's going to be another hung jury, folks. This is terrible. This is awful. It's the same thing we were in last time. They're already willing to give up and give in the towel. I'm not willing to do that. I am not willing to do that. I'm not. Oh, moving is the worst. Becky, I wish you lots of luck. I wish I could help. I'm not much use physical wise because of all of my physical pain and disabilities, but it sucks. Moving sucks. All having to move all your stuff, and especially if it's, you know, on a second floor or a third floor, it's even worse. That's the thing. They haven't had any questions today, which means they must be having some sort of conversations about something. That's a good thing in my book, you know? Nothing outside that I know of. Woosah with me, Karen. You got this. Like I told you last time, I'm not willing to give in until it's all over. And I don't think it's all over. I think it's a good thing that they're still deliberating. They haven't asked any questions. They're not throwing a note in saying, hey, we're done. Even if they did, they have to be sent back out. And when they get sent back out, sometimes when they get sent back out the first time and are told, you are the fact finders, there's nobody better to decide the facts in this case than you. Sometimes once they're sent out like that and they're told that, maybe you get a compromise verdict at that point. Maybe you get a compromise verdict at that point. You know? Well, you'd have to have something to grift. That's the amazing part. You know? Scandal always sells. Conspiracy sells. And like I said, I like a good conspiracy. I like a good conspiracy just like the next person. But this is not it. I like a good rabbit hole. I've been down quite a few. But this one ain't it. It ain't it. And I do know about a few conspiracies, even involving things surrounding this case. Things that should never happen have happened. And I feel like I said, if I ever ever wrote a book, it wouldn't be about this case itself. It would be about the human toll this case has taken and on the people that it has taken it on. That is what I would write a book about. Their stories. Because in all of this madness, their stories have been drowned out. The victims who have been blackmailed, threatened, harassed, intimidated. And I'm not just talking the witnesses or the family in this case. This goes far beyond them at this point. There have been so many people, and their stories are just as important. The things that have not been done to protect them is deplorable. The lengths that they have gone to beg for people to do so is even more deplorable. And the people who have helped Karen Read and the Sewer Turtle do this and continue to do this are even worse. So if I ever write a book, it won't be about the outcome of this trial. It'll be about the human toll and the psychological, mental, and emotional damage that was done to so many people and whose lives have been altered on account of this. It's not okay. Those people feel like they don't exist. Those people feel like they don't matter because, well, they're not Karen. And if they're not one of the main people involved in all of this, then nobody gives a shit about them. But that's not true. And I've told every one of them this. That's not true. I happen to be one of those people. So I think that that's not true. It's not true. I think every single one of them matter, and every single one of their stories matters. They don't have to be one of the witnesses or Karen herself to have an important story to tell and be a victim in all this. A victim is a victim, and they matter just the same. I don't want anybody to think they don't matter or their story doesn't matter because nobody wants to hear it. I want to hear it. People do want to hear it. So if I do ever write a book, that's what it would be about. That's what it would be about. It would never be about the case itself. It would be the human toll and the victims' untold stories of people who had to deal with all of this. And how they tried to seek help. And how it failed them. Over and over and over and over again. Those stories need to be told. But they deserve to tell them. Not even I should tell it for them. They deserve to tell it. So if I ever did write a book, I would be asking their victims themselves, including myself, to write their own part of it, their own experience in it. And I would put it together as one book. All of the experience that these people have had, the way it's altered their lives, the way they begged and pleaded for someone to keep them safe, and all that to fail. That's a story in itself. Seems to me as if every other channel, media company, and documentarian seems to forget that. That story is important. And those people matter just as much as anyone else does. They are not alone. They know that I stand with them. And that I won't let their story die. Because it's just as important. If we let their stories die and something isn't done and we don't put it out there, then this happens again and again and again and again to somebody else's loved ones, someone else's sister, someone else's brother, someone else's children, someone else's father, someone else's mother, other people. No one should have to go through this. No one. I don't care who you are. Nobody should have to deal with this. It is literal torture. They are being tortured. Psychologically, mentally, emotionally, it's torture. And it's not right. It's not right. Yeah, but you could slow them down. And that's what I would probably do, is slow them down a little and then hit on a couple from each person, you know. I know it's harder when you have thousands in a live stream, but it can be done. Believe me, way back when I started, I had thousands. I think the most I ever had was like 9 or 8, something like that. And yeah, the chat goes by fast, but you yourself on this end of StreamYard at least can slow it down or stop it. And that's when you start going through some of the comments, and then you scroll down and tell people, hey, I'm going to scroll down in case you want to, you know, say something again that I missed. Because I think it's important. Try to breathe with me, my friend. In through the nose, out through the mouth, because it ain't over until it's over. Not over until it's over. Oh, thank you, Monarch. I appreciate you. Screen name is important. Oh, thank you so much, Monarch. I'm assuming this one is you, my friend. Thank you, Elise. We appreciate you from the chat. She sends $40. Thank you so much. I appreciate that very, very much. Yep. Okay. I think that one's you because that's the only other one I see. I appreciate you. That means a lot. You have to have faith, right? We have this. We have faith. Humanity, I've lost a little faith in, but being here has shown me that there are still good people, right? They exist. They're all over the place. We just need to make sure that we outweigh the bad, right? We outweigh the bad. We need to do that. Right? Goddamn fan. The things that fan has seen. Oh, yeah. A whole town and then numerous lives over and over and over and over. Sad, but true. I am going to eat this mozzarella stick because it's good. If I ever do one, that's what I would do it about. That's where we hope they come from, Grave. You know? Justice matters. You know? Closure isn't a word in my opinion. Because you never get what closure is. You try to start to heal. And time makes the pain a little less. But it's still painful. And it's still there. And there never really is closure. You know? But justice matters. And of course, John and his family and the witnesses, they matter. You know? There were a button when pressed would wipe out all heavy things, but also guarantees to see life for evolution happening. And when I press it, it's like that movie, right? Isn't there a movie called like Button? And they tell them if you press it, it'll kill someone, but give you $1 million or something like that. Black Box, maybe that's what it was called, something like that. Forever ago, it flopped in the movie theater, but I actually saw it at the time. I agree with you, Joy. I think it does need to be told. The problem is that no matter what side of this case you're on, there are some nefarious individuals on both sides. And some of these nefarious individuals want the limelight. They want, you know, the 5 minutes of fame. So they're willing to contact every documentary, every person that even thinks about talking about this and writing about this so that they can be the top person that talks to these people and that they can tell these people who to talk to and who not to talk to. Essentially controlling the narrative of who they like and who they don't like and having the documentarians speak to the people that they like only. That is not normal. I don't give a shit what documentary talks to who. I don't give a shit. Everyone's story deserves just as much attention. But what I do know is if you have to control that, then you're not doing it for the right reason. If they choose to come to me and ask, hey, do you want to do an interview? I'd be more than happy to do it. More than happy. I know obviously a lot, if not, you know, more than a lot of people when it comes to this case. And I have the background knowledge of criminal justice. So do I have enough to bring to the table for a documentary or even a short interview, sure, of course. But my main concern is more, again, the stories of the people that haven't been told and getting those stories to be told, because those matter. Those matter. I don't care about controlling who talks to who, or who does what, and what documentarian or what interview person talks to who or does what. I could be less cared with that. I care more about making sure that the people whose lives have been altered, their stories get told, and that they have the opportunity to do it without other people trying to damper their opportunity by talking shit about them to other people. I mean, that's really sad. That's pathetic at that point. But I'll tell you, it's happened. It has happened. It's like, there's a reason why I don't bring here what, the people I do like or the people that I don't like. I'll tell you this much. I don't give a shit what side you're on. Wrong is wrong. Right is right. If you're doing something that's sketchy or shady or nefarious and you're hurting people, I can't get behind that. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't give a shit. It is what it is. And I think, again, at the end of the day, when people realize they were fooled, it's going to be shitty feeling for some people. They might be going over the clips. They very well could be. I feel like they would have went over them quite a few times by now, I've met Gronk. My daughter actually was on, I think it was US Weekly magazine, giving him a high five at one of the hospital stays we had. And he came and they had a dance party. And I was able to meet him then. And they were singing song. I have some pictures of them. They wore funny hats and they sang and they danced. And it was a good time. And he is my favorite. So he's also a good person. So that is why I wear the lucky Gronk jersey today. Right? Stop, Shock. Don't be stupid. It's just gross. It's gross. Because she's a narcissist. Narcissists don't care. They don't have that sort of chip in their brain that gives a shit about anybody but themselves. Only they matter. Everyone else is out to get them. They're a perpetual victim. And if they can't get something out of something, they don't want a part of it. They only do things if they're going to get something out of it in some way. That's a narcissist. And we're dealing with at least two, if not obviously way more after that. So you're dealing with a sewer turtle narcissist and then Karen herself. Those types do not have that sort of sympathy or empathy chip to give a shit about anybody but themselves. They just don't. They could sleep just fine, no matter how many people they hurt. That's what makes it so dangerous. Anybody who's ever been with a narcissist or an abuser like that knows exactly what I mean. Oh, it's definitely peak ignorance. You are right, my friend. I do believe that karma comes around. It sure the hell does. What goes around comes around, right? At least you'll have to know, Florida, Texas, or country. Remember, or country, because we have people from all over the place, Florida, Texas, Rhode Island. It does suck, but we're gonna have to wait, right? That's the only option we have. Yep, different country, mass. Question about the clips of evidence coming before they had reached. So they didn't get the answer, I don't think, until after they asked the question before they got the answers to the other three, I believe. It's weird. Texas. Yeah, there was something about one of the questions was asked before they got answers to the other one. So I think that was half the problem. It was still being written when the if question came out, but was not noticed. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what does he think that means? That means you have to buy it. You have to pay for it. That's what that means. Like, hello. Yeah, the judge couldn't answer it, of course, because it's a what if. That's a hypothetical. There's no such thing as you can't answer a hypothetical. Weren't the clips part of the first three questions? No, there was one question about the clip. One. It's, are the videos evidence? If so, how much weight can be given to them? That was the question about the clips. Oh, it exists, Joy. Believe me. It exists. It exists. Right? I mean, I would be like, hey, hi, you're not helping me with anything. So what do you mean? That you're going to need to feed your children. Thanks. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. So when the hypothetical question was asked, they still thought that the clips probably weren't evidence until they got the answer from the judge. Okay, that makes sense. But we got a lot of Florida, huh? Florida, Mass, Australia, California. We have Canada. You better go back and look at every clip. That might change those supposed not guilties. Well, that's the thing. They are evidence, you know? I feel like that has to be someone that just, you know, didn't know. Like, or we're trying to convince other people. One or the other. We do. We have a few that come here. Quite a few. Maybe not all here now because it's, you know, different time zones and whatnot. But a lot of them are on the replay crew, you know? Yeah, they're back. Well, they're back to, obviously they haven't made a decision. That's clear, you know? Champagne is awesome. I love champagne. It would be a grave injustice, but I'm not willing to throw that towel in until the very last minute, until they tell me that magically she's just walking free. I don't throw in any towel. That's for sure. That is for sure. Oh, Grave sends 20. Thank you, Grave. I appreciate you, my friend. What's your funny comment? I always like reading your funny comments. Didn't pop up in the text message that it sends me, but it will pop up on the app. Yeah, see, it's 3:30 in the morning in there. South Africa. We have a couple people from South Africa, actually. We do. Brass knuckles to hit Karen. Come on, I know you want to. I love it. I love it. It's so funny. I love you guys. You guys always make me laugh, for sure. Are they still over on Tom's channel bitching and whining about John? Is that like John DePetro? They're still doing that? Is that like a thing? I'm confused. They're still over there doing that? Hold on here. Let's see. I have to see. We do. Literally around the world. Me too. Oh, God. For fuck's sake. All right. Hold on. Let's see what we can see. He left a note. How did he not leave an info? I mean, he's literally online. It's not like you can't find him. Like, I mean, he had to know that they were going to attempt that. I'm guessing he probably, I mean, he's a witness. Maybe he didn't have time, but I would have called the police station, you know? Hold on a second, guys. We're going to figure out what's going on here. Let's see what they're bitching and whining about here. Let's see. What the hell? There's a Koberger hearing. Is that right now? Or is that a replay of somebody playing it? All right, let's see. Where is it? Is today. Continuance hearing for Koberger. Not that that's super important right this very second, but let's see. Let me see if this pops up here. Let's see what they're bitching and whining about, like big babies. Didn't leave any kind of, let's take a break for Fanny. Yeah. Let's check out this dumpster fire, shall we? Oh, his voice drives me nuts, but we will look at it for a second.
We've been through a lot. A lot of people have been through a lot. It's affected toll on us.
Oh God, are you doing an interview, guy? Come on, really though. So we gotta go back a little, right? For him to start bitching and whining about it.
That's a hit and run. Come speak to this lady.
They're gonna leave the insurance.
You're on video.
He did nothing. He did nothing. It's a hit and run. Exactly a hit and run.
Is he serious?
And, you know,
I can't.
Okay, so this guy's saying that if he doesn't leave his insurance, that's a hit and run.
It is. It 100% is.
There's no insurance on
You
here.
have your insurance, your driver's license, your
Nothing.
your home address.
So you have to leave your home address, driver's license. I've never done a hit and run, so I don't know. You know. Where's Randazza? No other. This is not right. You're all the way here from Texas. She has to go talk to the police.
Absolutely.
They gotta go to Dedham Police. What they have to do.
Yeah,
The Dedham Police everywhere. Good.
Are you a boy? He's refusing to come over.
And he won't come over here.
And then you stop. That's what happened.
Yeah,
It's still
and
there.
he's refusing.
It's still there.
I'm not here. She's from Texas. She doesn't deserve
No,
that.
I'm
I
saying-
said, hello, you
No.
need to give me
No,
your
no.
insurance information
Not in a million pieces.
because it's my truck.
Fire
And
it
I
up.
want to fix.
Well, he doesn't want to leave. Okay. He doesn't want to come down. No. No. The court officer, we're talking to him.
Oh, you talked to the court guy?
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah, that court guy. Yeah, nothing. We gotta find Dedham cop, right?
What about Lindsay's car?
There's 10 Dedham cops all around here.
On behalf of the sewer
John
turtle.
DePietro backed into the
What about her
town
car?
with
They
a
didn't
sort
leave
of
a note for
taillight.
that.
And then left a note, but the note says nothing on it.
No insurance.
No insurance, nothing, and then he left. Then,
Now he's over there.
yeah, but they won't bring us over to him.
Well, have the cop go over.
The cop won't go over there. Go see Dedham cop.
That means the cop knows and you don't.
So if you go over here, Johnny get a Dedham cop to go on this side.
Ew. How dare they use John's picture as an icon? Well,
Okay, let's walk down there. Let's walk down there.
Oh, those are state.
Those are Stady. No, let's walk
Bunch of
down.
nosy,
I'll walk down.
psychopathic people. This is what they want.
Stady. Those are Stady. Dedham's over there.
Oh,
So you're also down.
those ones in the ones in the big shirts are dead. Those are state. Those are they're right there, three of them.
No, but
Yeah, I wouldn't leave any of my
Yeah.
information sitting on a windshield with
No,
all those
somebody already
people
did.
around
Somebody
either,
already
to
went
be
down there.
honest.
And they said they'd go find
I would have
Dedham
called
cop.
the PD and give it to them.
Yes, them cops
No
down
chance
there.
I would give it to all those people
Yeah.
on a piece of paper. None.
Yeah.
I think it's because he had to be in federal court as a witness.
yeah, and they'll send somebody over.
Yeah.
He could, but we don't know that he didn't call the Dedham PD himself and say, hey,
Then they'll
get a car, here's my information, but I'm not willing to leave it on a windshield of a car where all of these people harass me.
Good.
Oh,
Yeah.
orange? That's a good look. Yeah.
Yeah, just a non-emergency one.
Yeah, I only put it on for a second to
truck-
see if we could see
They target it.
where's the damage of it. I want to see where the damage is. Where is that? I mean, how long have they been going on and on and on about this? Is this it? Hold on. No.
Thank gosh, because
Okay, there's pieces of taillight. Oh my god, look, a taillight that broke. OMG.
This is a Buick Encore.
Buick Encore is what I've been told from an advanced bystander.
Yep.
In 1 second, hold on.
Yeah. You got him? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Why would he
for making
leave
me
like
stink
that
for
and
an
not tell
hour.
a cop?
He might have told the cop. You don't know.
But you see the taillight, Eve, how it's got like a plastic outside like housing on it just to clear. But it's not necessarily clear though.
No, it's got like an off color.
Yeah, it's an orangey type of
Mm-hmm.
tinge to it.
Okay.
Subaru is the same way.
but the diffusers are together, guys. You know. But this
Is there
is
a piece where you can snag your jacket on?
live and you harass.
Yeah, I know, huh?
Yeah, there are pieces you can snag your jacket on and your friggin' arm. Look at
That
that
goes
piece
there.
of a taillight.
Let me go get that.
Where's Maureen Hartnett? Get down her stat.
We have the technology. We can do this. We can reassemble this.
Yeah, you go right ahead and do that, sir.
We've got tape.
Yeah, tape.
I'm surprised they make it this, like, why make it that even that? It's like, it's almost clear though, right?
But it's pretty thick, thank gosh, because
I don't know how anybody listens to this. You can't even hear anything they're freaking saying. It's absurd. You can't hear anything. It's all like terrible quality. Terrible. Now they care about, that. That's what they care about. They care about that. Right? I don't know. Because they come over to them and they're like, hey, somebody hit my car and they left and they didn't leave a note. I need you guys' help. You guys are reporters, right? You guys are content creators, right? I mean, obviously the lady said something to him, but still. Please hold, folks. Well, it's not Tom's car. Wanted to steal a breadstick, so we had to have a little bit of a fight there for a second. I was just giving knuckle sangy. One mozzarella. I mean, the lady whose truck it is clearly went to Tom's CPU and was like, "That's looking at my taillight. Look what happened. He left and he didn't leave his number." Like, for all they know, because neither one of them have bothered, including the lady whose car it is, yet, at least that I saw, to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, did anybody call there about my car being hit in a parking lot down near the Dedham courthouse?" Also, folks, this is why you park at the police station, like I do. When I'm with anybody, we go and we park at the police station. Why? Because A, it's safe. B, the mob can't then decide to damage your vehicle like they did to Lindsay's car. And then for the sewer turtle to actually try to suggest in his little mini trial that the damage magically wasn't there. Sorry, not sorry, but she had just gotten insurance work done on her car for tires and stuff. And the thing was pristine. Okay. Literally. I watched her kids. So when she left, that car was not damaged. When she came out of the courthouse, magically, they scraped down the side of her car, punctured a hole into where her taillight was, and a piece of it was like missing and cracked. So they decided they were going to go all down the side of her car and then where her taillight was. I took more pictures of it when she got home because I was like, get the hell out of there. Like, that was the smartest thing that they told her was get the hell out of there. They told the people she was with was like, you just leaving this area is probably the smartest thing at this point. If people can do this, So by the time she got home, because I think her phone was dead, I was like, let's go back out and take more pictures of it. I'll take some with my phone too. I think I have a better camera on my phone. So I even took some pictures of it. That car was not damaged when she left. So the assertion that it might have already been there is so freaking absurd. Someone, and I think I know who, went and damaged Lindsay's car in the parking lot of the Dedham courthouse while she was inside the courthouse. How? Number one, ballsy. Number two, psychotic. Psychotic. Absolutely freaking psychotic. Right? That's what I said. Are you waiting for Karen to be locked up and turned into orange as well? Yeah, someone could snag a shirt or a jacket. But that was a metal piece that was sticking out of Karen's taillight, you know? Right? Right? They're just wild. Yeah. She was pretty excited. She was pretty excited. Ah, you guys always make me laugh. Was it? Congrats, kiddos. But now we're in for it as parents, Jess. You're gonna have to bring the kids over here. We'll just let them play, run around endlessly in the yard, and get them like a splash pad or a pool or a slip and slide or something to play in the yard. And then we can have like I am planning on having a cookout actually for the 4th of July, as a matter of fact. And I was hoping to have one for this, but hey, I mean, I don't know how anybody watches. You can't even hear anything. Can't even hear anything. Right? The irony. Right? It's the way that they spin things is amazing to me, you know? Now they want, now they're interested, you know? Now they're interested in how it breaks and why it broke and putting it back together, you know? Right? They should go into all the surrounding buildings and look to see if someone actually punched the taillight instead, because I think it's a conspiracy. I think one of the FKR people did it and then left a note saying it was John. I think that's what happened. I think John is innocent. Free John DePetro. It's a conspiracy. It was one of the Free Karen Read people. They freaking framed him. He was framed. Framed, I say. Framed. Arraigned. Hashtag Free John DePetro. He was framed. Okay? That's what we're doing. That's what happened. It was a vast, wild conspiracy. All right? That is what happened. He was framed by these corrupt individuals. I cannot believe it. I am just so upset about this. I mean, need to make some signs and go out there on every street corner, scream it from the rooftops. That's it. Needs to happen. It's a whole movement now. I have uncovered and investigated a conspiracy, folks. I have uncovered and investigated a conspiracy. I am now an award-winning doctor journalist. That is what I am. I have figured it all out and nobody else knew. Everyone should take me seriously. Nobody should laugh at me at all because it was a conspiracy. John DePetro was framed. Okay? They didn't go in and find out, where did the pen come from? Where was the notepad from said conspiracizing note? Where? I say, where? Where was it? Where? 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 Okay? They didn't do a good investigation. It was bad. They let poor John be framed. This is absurd. This is not okay. Not okay. You know? They're hiding the pen in the pool. They're hiding the pen. They're hiding it because it's a conspiracy. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So ridiculous. I am saddened. I am sad. Oh, absolutely she is. I am. Oh, I just can't. I am upset. You're trying to frame John DePetro. How dare they? It is AI. I say it is made up. There's no video. It is made up. They made it up to frame him. There's no such thing. It is AI. It is AI. They made it up. It's altered. I say it's altered. That is the answer because I am screaming it loudly over and over. So it is AI and they made it up. They made it up. There's no collision. There was none. No collision. None. AI video. It's AI. They made it up. They made it up. I have that effect sometimes. Right? We got to get marching. We got to get down there. Free John DePetro. Free John DePetro. They framed him. They framed him. We all need to wear brown for the shit stains of people that framed him. That's what I say. It's just ridiculous. No, there isn't. It's AI. Okay? It doesn't exist. La 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 la. It's AI. It's fake. They faked it. They tried to set him up. They hear no evidence. La la la. Just saying. No such thing. No such thing. Pedro. Key cycles, duh, had to be when they pulled him over to talk to him or when he got back. It's the wrong key cycle. Okay? God damn. Justice for John DePetro and his car. They were framed. He sprinkled it. I saw him do it. I seen it. I am an eyewitness. I seen it happen. I seen Tom sprinkle the taillight like the taillight fairy. I seen it. They're framing John DePetro. He is framed, I say. Framed. Everybody should be outraged, I say. We need to find the pen and the paper that they hid and find out where they made that AI video. I bet I know. I bet I know who it was. Right? It needs to be validated because I don't believe it. And even when they validate it, I'm still going to say that it is fake. That call that he made at 12:27, suspicious. Suspicious, I say. I say they called someone in to make said AI video of him walking away. That's what happened at 12:27. Shows the conspiracy. That's it. Proves it. That's it. AI, I say. AI. You can't break a taillight. Duh. Okay. You can't. Can't break. Polycarbonate. Yep, that's what it was. They brought their dog there. That's the setup. They brought their dog there to bite the taillight. It has teeth. It happened. We are all John DePetro. Get outraged, everyone. All of us. All of us. All of us. This could be any one of us. All of us or any one of us. Somebody call Dr. Russell. We need her. Dr. Russell, I'll buy you a meatball sub. Dr. Russell. That's who it was. It was Rescue Randy. It was Rescue Randy. Goddamn Rescue Randy. Why you gotta do John like that, man? Why Rescue Randy? When Rescue Randy comes in the courthouse, we're gonna boo at him. Boo! Rescue Randy! Boo! 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 Call Arca. Stat. Get those schmoes on the stand. Right? Well, if the clocks aren't different, I mean, if they're different, you must have quit. They're not the same. They are 7 seconds off. He's innocent, I tell you. Innocent. What would be the best evidence would say they have to show this? If Karen didn't do it, I'm confused. Wait, huh? Come again. One more time, Adam. It's probably my brain, but maybe make it a little clearer. What do you mean? We know. We know who did this. We know, Elise. We know, right? Good one. We know, Elise. We know. We know. We know. Somebody send the bat signal out. Dun, dun. Maybe it would, yeah. It's clipped. It's just clipped, you know. It's indestructible, I say. Witnesses? Must have been a fight. The car got beat up. It got punched. Boop! Right in the nose. That's what happened. And they blamed it on John. Or John. Ooh. You mean shameless? Pathetic or shameless? Right? Exactly. I will hire Dr. Russell with that meatball sub. It's like her bat signal. My client, Town and Country. Duh. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I mean, pathetic, I would say Dr. Russell. Shameless, I'd say Dr. Russell and Arca. Fame whoring, I would say Barrows. It was humorous. Everybody's was humorous. Did I miss it? I did. I saw it right here. Sorry, I missed it. I'm gonna join them. Oh God, that would, back when I smoked, that would probably kill me. I seen it. I seen it. It was Vinny. He helped them do it. He helped them do it. It must have been. You know what they did? You know what they did? They took the pen and they hit it. They hit it. They got rid of it. It's suspicious. It's suspicious. The whole thing's suspicious. Wasn't a good investigation. The cops wouldn't go over there. They wouldn't do it. Suspicious. Somebody's covering for Tom PPU. I mean CPU. I mean PP. I mean something. My God, the FBI's coming. Everybody run. Hide. Run. They're coming again. They've been coming for 3 years, but they're coming again. She's going to bust out the windows of the courthouse. Slide down on black ropes like the movies. And cuff everyone. Oh, goddamn, poor John. Looking for nudes on his phone. So inhumane. Okay. You're looking for nudes on my client's phone. God. That was a weird statement. Karina Kolakithis needs to get out. To get out more. Needs to get out more. Oh my, shut the hell up. We were literally, if you go back 5 minutes, wait. Is he live? I have to see if he's saying this. Where are they? Where is he? No collision. If you go back 5 minutes, we were just doing this. Oh, there is none. She didn't have any. Nothing. They're not pointing to anything saying that she couldn't have done. Just that everything is shady and everything is suspicious. So you can't listen to any of the evidence because it's all shady and suspicious because Proctor. That's why. He was live a few minutes ago. Okay, we're going to have to go look. I freaking love it. How much you guys want to make a bet he makes the same jokes that we just made? I would put money on it because it's funny. All right, hold on. Let me see. "32 minutes ago." All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it, folks. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna do John's and see what he says about this ridiculous, nonsensical bullshit of these people, and see if he makes the same jokes we did. Bet he does. How much do you guys want to bet he does?
All right, here we go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yep. Let me hear. I think the connection is fine on X, and it is. And we are on Facebook.
Jesse, keep a tab
we are
open
on YouTube,
for me for Law and Crime or
and
Court TV.
we're going to
for the
see how
courthouse.
long we can go. Here are all the Karen Reed supporters, folks who are on Verdict Watch here at the trial. What are they debating?
Uh-oh.
I don't know.
Let's
I
pass
don't know.
through.
What Gian says it sounds fine. Sounds good. Folks, we are live. Yes. And I'm going to show you the crowd. I mean, I could show you myself, but
Virginia Rex.
now there's also
We can't help
a
it
rumor
sometimes.
going
Becky.
around that I was involved with some kind of a motor vehicle situation
1
here
mile an
around
hour
the courthouse.
only.
But I'm here to tell you there was no collision. There was no collision. So now, right now, we are going to be, yeah. Do I
No
have to? I mean, I
collision.
could. Hi there, Heather. Let's see. I do have a pocket.
No
Folks,
collision.
again, we are waiting. Let me do a quick camera. Okay, there we go, everybody. This is a good shot. You could see everybody behind me here, but I'm going to do it the other way. But I want to say hi to everybody. But just so then you can see the crowd, which obviously is continue to be very big. So, and I think that would be more interesting. We're live right now on Facebook, and we're live on X, and this will be our update.
Excellent.
Now, I did this morning, I had to testify at another hearing where I was a witness on the stand. And so, but there's still no verdict. That's what people want to know. So, there he is. Good. Okay, we're going to start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that I saw that. I'm keeping an eye on the courtroom.
That is not true. Nope, there was no collision. There was no collision.
No collision.
And I've already talked to an attorney.
No collision.
Nope, not true. All right, we're going to start in 1 minute. 1 minute. And we'll walk around a little bit. But I actually this is a good perch, kind of above the fray, away from. There's a lot of people here that are supporting one side, but I'm going to walk you through, folks, everything. You can see this Ted Daniel going into the courthouse. Again, anything happens, we will bring it to you. But right now, we are still on Verdict Watch. If you're watching on Facebook, you can certainly share that you are watching. And I didn't check. I'm sure we're fine on YouTube as well. So, and Gian says good. And we'll see. I mean, I'd like to maybe go the full hour, but I don't. Obviously, if there's a verdict, I want to go inside the courthouse. So we're going to go as long as we can. And we're going to start. I just want to double check. I think the YouTube feed as well. Again, right now it's 106. Yes, it is. And we are outside of the Karen Reed trial in this portion of our program. is brought to you by PR Landscape Materials and Garden Center.
Oh,
Folks,
God.
full-scale nursery.
Come on, John.
Stop in and
I
see
love
them.
you, but come on, man.
3688
You can't do
Quaker
that.
Lane. Also, don't forget depetro.com, brought to you by the Coesit Inn, 226, and cracked a taillight. That is false. There was no collision. There was no collision.
Yeah, I have it on the other screen. I'm waiting for
So
anything
we're going
to
to move
happen.
down a little bit. They want us to move down. And we'll see how long we can go without. Now, remember, the crowd can come walking by. And these are, I can describe them as full
Yeah, I don't
fans.
understand.
So if anything, there are some signs over there. Here's a good sign shot. Those that are watching right now, we're live on AM 1380. And folks, we're also on 99.9 FM. You can always listen online at our website, which is depetro.com. Brought to you by the Coesit Inn, 226 Coesit Avenue in West Warwick. Remember, lunch, dinner, or drinks in the lounge, and the waiting for you at the Coesit Inn. So I'm going to tell you, so what does this mean? As far as the Karen Reed trial? Well, the jury right now is deliberating.
Nothing.
And I want to give you the latest. And again, I'm going to pan the crowd. I could just put it on myself, but there's plenty of videos that have what I look like. And many of you know that. And I'm not that much of, if I could just do a normal, here I am, I would do it. Otherwise, no need to do that. But here's what you should know. And that is right now. Here's what people want to know right now. And that is what is going on with the jury. Well, I'll tell you, it's certainly not where it was yesterday, because yesterday at this time, the jury sent that they had some questions, and there was definitely the Karen Reed defense. Karen Reed herself and her defense attorneys, they were pretty excited about that, because to them it seemed like, oh, wow, it's a question regarding OUI, which is operating under the influence in Rhode Island, depending on what state you're in, it would be DUI. But suddenly, I know that Karen Reed and her defense and supporters, they thought there would have been a verdict yesterday afternoon. Now, that has not happened.
Yeah, we heard.
So a lot of people were saying,
We
well,
heard.
there's definitely going to be a verdict.
I
They're going to
mean-
come in the morning, and they're going to deliver their verdict.
I'm not even gonna say
And
it.
now that has not happened. Now, I also want you to see this, the Norfolk Registry of Deeds. Look how the stairs are completely.
Hold on. This just went back to here. Law and crime. So they are obviously going back to the court. I think they're waiting for the families to come back. The jury got called back into the quorum. That might be an issue with the jury. I don't know. And, oh, gross. Get that person out of the camera view. Some of these deplorable people that I know, well, that I see, that I know, are just deplorable. And no, it's not. Law and crime. They're waiting for, I think, the families to come back in and. We don't know. If fans could talk. If I could be a fly on the wall of that fan. I agree, Jezebel. Clerk says he has asked the lawyers to respond. Courtroom. I don't know. I'm going to say a little prayer real quick. Could be. We don't know what it is. Maybe she's letting them go early. Who knows? We don't know. We do know there's no court tomorrow. We'll still be here tomorrow, but court will not be. We have a show anyway, but yes, pretty much, yes. When you buy out the crowds from crowd companies, and there is one in Boston that you can buy it from. There's a couple. Right. You can go home early. You're off tomorrow. It's a federal holiday. I do not believe there is a verdict. Well, that's different, though. What is it then? If there's a jury issue, are you letting them go early? What's the problem? Is there a question? Is there a note? They don't do that. They don't ask where they're at. They're not allowed. So all they do is send a note in around 4 to ask if they want to stay a little later. Usually, that's it. Clock's still going. Yeah, the clock stopped until we're in the court. It shouldn't stop until, we're actually told, hey, could be a notification. They are deadlocked. It could be the first notification. It could be. Exactly. Yeah, they don't do that here. They can't. It's in our laws. We don't know what's going on. Ew. We do not know. Right? Game frame, goddammit. Free John DePetro. We are supporting, but we're supporting from here. We're supporting from here because this is not what John would have wanted. This is not something that's a good look. John would have never wanted us outside that courthouse like that with these heinous people. And these people are dangerous. Numerous people have been assaulted outside there, including myself. It's dangerous to deal with these people. Now, I can handle myself, but not everybody can. And so it is not safe to go down there with these people there. It's just not. Let me make that abundantly clear to you. It is not safe. They will literally try to set you up. I kid you not. If you're not filming them, they will literally fall on the ground and say, "Assault! They assaulted me! Officer, officer!" I have seen them do it on 2 occasions. They attempted to do it in my case. Except we had been filming from not just my view, which they failed to understand, but from 2 other views, one from behind me and one from the side, and a state police officer watched the entirety of it. So they failed on that account, but that was the 3rd or 4th time they attempted to try to set someone up for a fake assault that they didn't like. It's dangerous. Ugh, utterly disgusting. Yeah, you do that. You do that. Somebody throw John's cuffs on her and call it a fucking day, will we? Yes, it would be all speculation, and the judge would go through talking to every single one of them individually. We had that happen last time. Well, that too. People are, I'm working here with you guys. But this is not, they're not allowed to have signs inside the buffer zone, so they shouldn't. Outside of the buffer zone, they can. Not inside. Why is that person have a sign over there? That's inside the buffer zone as far as I understand. They're not supposed to. It's just disgusting. I'm not going to say it's an easy task, Eva. It's not. It's really hard. It is hard. I deal with a lot of bullshit because of it. Ugh. Yeah, we know. That's why we're back here at the courthouse. He would. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, Anna. I do not blame you, my friend. Sometimes it just does, my friend. But know that we are all here and we're in this together. We're in this together. We are in this together. So no matter what happens, we are here as a community. If you're not in our Discord, you should pop in our Discord. It's a great place for support if you're being, feeling anxious or anxiety ridden, even if it's just not this case, even if it's something else. Someone's always awake because we're all over the world. And so someone's always awake in there to have a conversation with, which is nice. I have no idea, Eva, if he's there or not. I'm embarrassed to tell my therapist. It is a crap show. Yeah, no kidding, Joy. Under no circumstances. Under none at all. I know, but sometimes you just can't not. Even if it triggers, it's something that you're connected to, kind of like me, Like, you have to feel for people, even if it triggers you a little bit. You kind of suck it up and you do what you got to do. No, there's no court Thursday. It's a federal holiday. It's Juneteenth, so there is court Friday. There's just no court Thursday. These need to stop spreading rumors and saying things that are not true. There's court Friday. There's just no court Thursday. Nothing they're being asked to go back to the courtroom. We have no idea why. We have not been told that it was any sort of question or verdict or anything like that. We just don't know. He sounds like a good egg. No, that lunch break would have already happened. It's 2 o'clock. I mean, that's weird. Usually it's 1 to 2 or 12:30 to 1:30. It's not usually 2 and after for a lunch break. Yep, 20 hours. Lunch has been over if they did a lunch, yeah. We got you. Yeah, we're past lunch and then some. Yeah, I don't think so either, Jennifer. I don't think so either. Oh my God, right? Imagine. Oh my God. That would be wild. I didn't even realize it's 2:20 right now. Yeah, mine's very aware of my CPTSD as well. Yeah, mine's ticking too, but usually it wouldn't stop ticking until they actually say, yes, we have a verdict. Then you would stop the clock. Yeah, it's weird. But again, they didn't say anything about the verdict yet, so I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. It's an old building. No, I don't think it would be an OUI that they would be deadlocked on. Absolutely not. I don't have them downloaded on here. I don't have an Ed song, but I got a funny... Let me see. I don't have an Ed song, but I have Peggy rolling her eyes at these idiots. It's a good one. You go, Peg. You go. That's what she thinks of these people. We don't know. We do not know. Yeah, see? They are. I was assaulted down there too, but I can handle myself. I'll just knock somebody out. I really don't care. You assault me and I have every right to defend myself. That would be the stupidest thing. Let's see. Me too. I'm a survivor, If female to male DV gets completely overlooked. It does. You're right. I've said that a lot of times in this, where people just don't seem to acknowledge it because John was a man. That doesn't mean it didn't happen to him and it doesn't exist. 227 was the fake Google search they tried to claim happened at 227 that Jen McCabe made, when it didn't happen until after 6 a.m, as Karen screaming in her ear, telling her to Google how long would it take for somebody to die of hypothermia. And as we know now, Karen was also asking that same question to an EMT just minutes before that or minutes later. So we now know by the data that they tried to claim it happened at 227, which was the crux of their conspiracy, which would have been before John was found. And now it's been completely debunked numerous times, including by the head person of Celebrite, where they read it from, Ian Whiffet, twice. Mr. Green also had to admit that he didn't read it correctly and that he contacted Celebrite but never called Mr. Whiffen back. You know? Yeah, we know the signs. That's right. We don't know yet. We have no idea what is going on. I don't blame you, Texas Nurse. A lot of people actually right now. There's 480 of you watching across 2 platforms. Most of you are on X. For whatever reason, there's almost 400 of you just on X alone. I don't know why. The numbers are always higher of those of you watching on X for whatever reason instead of YouTube. It's weird. They could be sent home for the day. No, they don't always pause the clock for jury questions sometimes, but it's still technically deliberations if they're asking questions. It depends. Yes, exactly. The phony time. That's exactly it. Exactly. We all feel like that, Peg. I mean, hey, she's done weirder, Russell's limo. She's done weirder. I know you do, my friend. I know you do. Oh my God. That too. Same-sex TV is real. Probably underreported for sure because it's the stigma that's attached to it, you know? Stigma with everything, addiction even. I mean, hello. I'm in sober closer to 2 decades now. Okay. And still there's stigma attached. Okay, here we go.
You are unmuted.
I can't.
You see, the court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it? Thank you.
Uh-oh.
I haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
Oh, I'm a member, so I don't get them.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Thank you. All right.
Okie dokie then. Well, that's strange. Very strange. I'm going to mute that. So they knocked on the door, said they had a verdict, but then knocked back on the door saying they didn't have a verdict. So what that means is everyone in the room thought they had agreed. We're going over it again And someone else was like, wait, no, that's not what I agreed to. That's what happened. I would almost put money on it. That is my take on it. Take it or leave it the way it is. But that is what my take is on this, is that they thought they had a verdict. They came to some sort of decision, knocked on the door, said they had a verdict. And then someone inside the room was like, wait a second. I didn't agree to a unanimous verdict on that, blah, 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 whatever. And then they took it back. They're like, wait, no, just kidding. We don't. So no. So then she said, so we don't have a verdict. I don't know. No, because it's just the verdict slips from the one that they don't have a verdict on. So she's sealing those verdict slips. Nobody will have access to them. It just needs to be part of the legal record. So I'm sure they were given new verdict slips. They probably looked through all of them and realized maybe somebody didn't fill it out right. Maybe someone didn't agree. Whatever the case, it sounds like there's at least one holdout or one person arguing over something. One. I have also never heard of such a thing. But that's what happened. You can't expect anything less in this trial. I have never heard of this happening. Not once, not ever. But once again, there is no verdict until everything is given to the court and it is read in open court. That is a verdict. If they check off the boxes, sign the slips, and then someone changes their mind, up until they're sitting there and it is read, there's no verdict. That's what constitutes a verdict. There is a ton of legal precedents, and no, neither have I. Neither have I. I don't know. Maybe somebody realized they didn't want to agree. I don't know. Buyer's remorse, right. Mama Bree might be right. Buyer's remorse after voting. I don't know. Weird, crazy, never heard of it. But once again, expect the unexpected when it comes to this case, folks. It's all we can do. Maybe it's a possibility. I don't know. I don't know if they said they had a verdict but hadn't filled out the slips, so she just asked for the old slips and gave them new slips. I have no idea. But what I'm guessing, my guess, and all I can do is speculate and guess, is that it's one person. It's one person. Correct. You have a holdout. That's what it sounds like to me. One holdout that just can't make up their mind. One holdout. There's got to be one person that's just not getting with the program when it comes to It is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, I can't. This is a shit show, as Free Spirit said. You know, why did Bev take the verdict that's no longer a verdict? Because if they filled out a sheet and then they weren't unanimous, you got to start over. You got to start from scratch. If some of them filled it out and some of them didn't, or they didn't all match, you got to scrub it. You got to start over. Maybe we get one today. It's a possibility now, but if there's one holdout, that means there's one asshole at least that's holding out on everyone else, you know? I know. Imagine everyone looking at the one person who said, wait, no, never mind. That's got to be what's going on, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't know what other people's opinion are on it, but that is my opinion. It does, but at the same time, it doesn't, because they've already appealed this issue before. Karen Reed's team has already appealed an issue of, well, they came to a verdict, but we didn't, but it wasn't a verdict. That issue they already appealed, and they lost all the way up to SCOTUS, to the Supreme Court. Why? Because it does not constitute a verdict until it is read in open court. That is the legal precedent, and there is a shit ton of it to what constitutes a verdict. That is what constitutes a verdict. Until they can change their minds up until it is read in the court. So, I agree with you, R. It's right. It has to be that person, right? Takesy backsies. It is, at least they were trying to come to some agreement, I agree. She should be found guilty. Let's hope not, Emma. Let's hope not. Nothing. They had a verdict, but they didn't have a verdict. That's what happened. They knocked on the door. They said they had a verdict, and then they knocked on the door again and said, never mind, just kidding, basically. So now we're back at no verdict. So me too, J-Rock, but it's sealed and nobody will see it. That's a shitty part. Sealed into the record and no one's going to see it. It's just part of the record, unfortunately. Until it's unsealed, nobody will ever see it. They're clearly deliberating. That's very clear. She might have read them, the dynamite. No, she didn't read it yet. She reads it out to the Tui Rodriguez, and that's at the end. That's the last thing she does before sending them back for the last time. They haven't even been sent back one time yet. So, I don't think so. They already appealed that issue. Remember? They already appealed it. That's not what constitutes a verdict. There's a ton of legal precedent, at least in my state, of what constitutes a verdict. It has to be read. Has to be. Has to be. If it is not read in open court, it is not a verdict. Up and until that point. I agree with you, Kathy. I agree with you. That's literally what happened. So it's kind of, it's weird. Woosah, my friends, woosah. You can rewatch it if you want, but I think it's just going to piss people off. If it was not guilty, that wouldn't happen. So it seems an argument over a specific charge. Agreed. That's my thought process on it. If it was a not guilty, we'd have been done already. Right? It'd have been done. So clearly they're arguing over something, some charge, whatever lesser included charges they're arguing over. They are arguing over something, The judge isn't the one that gets the knock. The court officers do. The judge does not interact with the jury like that at all. The court officer does, and then tells the judge, and then the judge tells the court officer. So the judge is never in straight direct contact with the jury until after a verdict is rendered. And then she goes in and can do a polling and talk to them, which is always what happens. But until then, the judge has no direct contact with the jury other than in the courtroom. That's it. After that, it's a court officer's job. It's their job. Right? I want to know. No puking, ma'am. No puking. Not this early. I do think that. Yes. Yep. Agreed, Holly. They will. Yeah. Exactly what they'll be doing. And I think the judge knows that too. Not that it's going to help them any, but hey, especially imagine if it was a guilty on all of, on one they didn't want, you're going to argue over it, Well, I mean, think about it. Hundreds of people talking even are going to be pretty loud, Right? Just ask a few more times. We should just give in, Right? Hey, if you just vote guilty on this, we'll give you, should I have your cake and eat it too? There is a first time for everything. There have been a lot of firsts in this goddamn trial. I'll tell you that much. Seen a jury polled after a verdict, and a juror says that's not my verdict. That resulted in hung jury, not double jeopardy. Interesting. I've never seen that happen in Massachusetts. We had a case like that, and it was ruled that the verdict was already read. So once it's read, that's the verdict. Because people after that can start changing their minds and the whole shit show, you know? Oh, she'll appeal no matter what. Let's make that abundantly clear. Her attorneys and her will appeal no matter what happens. No matter what. And here's the thing, is the judge was very defense leaning, so they're not going to win any appeals. She really made it so that they couldn't win any appeals. I agree. Unfortunately, that's not the way the law works. It's not a verdict until it's read into the court in public. You know? That's how it works. Yeah, every person appeals, even if they are wasting their time. You know? That's what I think the problem is. There's one person in there that just can't friggin' stop and agree. You know? No, please don't put her in family court cases. There are so many shitty family court judges that I wouldn't want her in family court either, because there are too many families that have to deal with bullshit judges that have no business being judges. And I've been, helping families for a long time. And I've seen a lot of fucking courts, especially family court judges, give half custody or even full custody to the abuser because the non-abusing parent is trying to keep their child safe away from the abusive parent. And the courts will get mad and they will take the child from the non-abusing parent and give the child to the abusive parent, which mostly always ends up badly. Or that kid never asks for help ever again from anyone until they're an adult and they come out and say, that judge stuck me with my abuser after I had asked not to be because parents' rights and whatnot. And, listen, I was a kid in foster care, so I can tell you just foster care alone is abusive as fuck. There was no real reason for me to be in foster care. So, if you weren't abused and then you go into foster care and you were abused, the system has failed you miserably. I'm one of those people that it failed. Scream from the rooftops that you're being abused in foster care. I did. Guess what they did? They ignored me. I think I ran away. God, I can't remember how many times exactly from one foster home that was abusive. And the last time I ran, I didn't run away and hide. I would run away and walk the main road waiting for the police to pick me up. And the last time they did, I said to the officer, and I was 16 or 17 at the time, and I said, listen, if you bring me back there again, as you guys keep doing, and Child Protective Services keeps doing, I'm going to run away every hour on the hour and waste all of your resources. Put me somewhere else. And that was after almost 2 years of telling everyone who would listen that I was being abused in that foster home. You know who ended up listening? The emergency foster care placement mother that they put me with. She was my last foster home and the only placement I had ever been in that wasn't abusive. What does that tell you? I aged out at that point. That part of this justice system is a fucking shit show. I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. I mean, it happens all the time that they can't agree on something and they come back guilty. That happens all the time. It also happens that they're hung. It also, you know what I mean? It can happen anyway. Juries can surprise the fuck out of you. That's why I'm not willing to give up until it's over, Yeah, she's Chief Justice. She's not going anywhere. Nobody, I don't give it. Karen needs to go to jail. Where's their toilet wine? Someone on screaming at Larry to fix this. Hilarious. That I would definitely encourage for the court to be held accountable for why they thought that this defendant, out of all the defendants that walk into that court, why this defendant got special privileges, because every other defendant that goes into that court, absolutely 100%, if it has anything to do with drugs or alcohol, is on drug or alcohol testing and pretrial probation. Where did that happen here? Where? Where? They dropped the ball. They gave her special treatment. The court officer needs a hearing aid. Larry, somebody buy Larry some more grease for his hair. I love, well, I wouldn't say I love Legos. I like, wait, what? Christina Rex is saying there's a verdict now? Oh, boy. Oh, my God, I might puke. Oh, my God, I might puke, too. All right, you know what? Woosah, woosah, woosah. Everybody hit the like button. Like button, subscribe button. I appreciate all of you being here. No matter what happens, we're going to do this together. We're going to do this together. Okay? No matter what happens, we did the best that we could. Hank did the best that he could. Everyone did what they could do. Yeah, exactly, Scorpio. Exactly. Stuff like that. It way more than it should. Okay. You know, so many if we just listen to the victims. Oh my God, there's a damn verdict. I'm so that yeah, the same person probably actually reported they were oh, I can't. Let's hope so, Kathy. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's awful, Joy. No matter what happens here, guys, we did it together. We did it together. We can only do what we can only do. The things that we have no control over, we got to let go and let it happen. My clock's still going too, because until that jury enters there, I'm getting anxiety now. Starting to get panic. And leave it to Grave to make me laugh. Oh, God, Leah. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can. I feel like I'm going to puke. I'm going to puke. I'm going to puke. Okay. Somebody. Oh, it's Ashley. Verdict. I'm going to puke. Yep, we're going to fight that one too, because he's a piece of shit and a waste of oxygen. He needs to stop sucking my oxygen. Aw, thank you, Francesca. Verdict. Bye. Okay. I have to nervous pee. I have to pee because I'm nervous. Listen, I don't pray. All right? I don't pray. And I think I've prayed more for John in the last week, in the last years, than I have ever prayed for anyone. No matter what happens, we did it together. We have to let go and let it be. Let's fucking hope so, Inc. Let's hope so. I feel sick. I feel anxiety-ridden. I feel like I want to throw up. Well, we still have here. We still have here. We'll have a show tomorrow morning anyway. It'll be a little later than it normally is, but we do have a show tomorrow. So don't give up on me, folks. There might be a verdict here, but we have other cases and we still have this community, and I'm not trying to go anywhere. So I'd appreciate it if you all came back tomorrow morning for our show. I would appreciate that. I think we do all feel sick. Oh, God. I'll turn the mic off when courts get back. Yeah, I know. I know. Me neither. Me neither. Yeah, they have to bring everyone back in. That means the family too. Why weren't you already trying to get them out of buffer zone? Why now? Why now? You know? Justice for John is right. Well, we're still waiting, so do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you can donate to the channel, that would be very, very helpful. We're just a little guy channel trying to make it in this big YouTube world, and we need your help because we rely on you guys to keep the channel running. So you can do options like Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We also have the option in chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat for credit or debit. It's also in the description of the video. It's also on the main part of the channel itself. Hit the like, the subscribe, share the video. Also, make sure you get your membership. If you do not have a membership, we're having a members only live tomorrow evening. So if you aren't a member, you're going to want to be a member before tomorrow evening. So get your membership. You can do it on a computer or on an Android device. On the iPhones, it's a little tricky. You can do it with a browser, but I have no Sage left, goddammit. I ran out. I have none. I've already burnt all of it. They're moving the barricades to the center of the street to move the mob. Oh, boy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, make sure you guys, are in our Discord. We have a Discord. Make sure you hop in our Discord. That's what you say. Just, it's a mantra. Just keep saying it to calm your nerves, You're going to drive by this. Oh, no. I don't even, why are you moving them now? I mean, what's the fucking point? Like, let's hope not, Francesca. Let's hope not. Everybody's reporting there's a verdict. Their clock's still going. My clock's still going. Why is their clock ahead by... Oh, no, they're behind by half an hour. Mine's at 21:08. But I am going to stop mine because... No, it just is, any second now. All of a sudden, bustling everywhere in the courthouse. Court officers ask reporters in hall to keep voices down, phones on silent. Brennan passes me in the hallway and heads upstairs. It was very kind. Free spirit, thank you. Be any minute. Ugh. Of course she seems happy. She thinks she's going to be acquitted of everything. Oh, God help me. Well, it's only thank you, God. It would have been better for a mistrial than in a full acquittal. So if they don't find her guilty on something, I would have rather a hung jury where they could do it again, Ash. So I don't know, Francesca. I think she's got to be nervous. She has to be. That shouldn't be their concern. No. He did. That's what John used to say was his favorite saying was, it's just a movie. It's on his headstone, They shut down the road. Oh, boy. That's so true. I didn't think of that, Sky Girl, but you are right. You are right. Shows that there are just loving, caring, Amazing people. We all just need to pray that there's a guilty on something here. Because if they were, you have to remember, if they were, it's the second one they read that's going to be the most important. The first one is the murder 2, which they might not have found guilty on. They might have found her not guilty of murder 2. It's the second one that you want to hear guilty on something. Right? It's going to get rowdy one way or another. And we're about to get a verdict, I'm hearing. Yeah, it's on his headstone. It's just a movie. Oh, boy. My guess is that a few jurors wanted a guilty verdict but gave up due to pressure from outside and inside. You never know. You never know. I stopped mine, too. Well, mine's over 21 hours. Theirs is behind a little over 21 hours. Nope, only update is they're about to give a verdict any second, any minute. Me? Exactly. That's what sociopaths and narcissists do. Even when they know their world is crumbling, they still smirk and smile. Believe me, been with one. Know it. I don't think they're going to find guilty on murder 2. I think we kind of knew that yesterday, but it could be one of the lesser includeds. Yeah, it stopped. Well, let's hope that she's not let off, you know? Let's hope that that giggling and laughing gets snuffed. Yep, it does. Me too, Red Racer. I just want to hear guilty. That's it. On anything. On anything. For the love of God. Peggy needs justice for her son. These people deserve justice for their lives that have been upended. Well, if it's not guilty, it is one of the biggest failures in the justice system. You are right. Karen Reed wipes her eyes with a tissue. We await jury and O'Keefe family. Got tissue my ass. Right? Don't cry for me, Argentina. We have each other. Exactly. We're doing this together. Wait, what? This is Law and Crime. This is Law and Crime. Hold on. This is Law and Crime. This is Law and Crime, and it's not on there yet. They're waiting for John's family, I'm guessing. Yeah, she's trying to look sad. Ooh. I don't know. We're hoping for a full acquittal, obviously. Let's hope so, Eva. Yeah, but they also aren't just going to magically break down until they know, you know? If she's found guilty, probably. Exactly. We all know the truth, so it doesn't really matter one way or another. It matters for John's family and his loved ones and his friends. They have to be waiting for the family, right? No, they'll be there. They'll be there. Positive thoughts, guys. This isn't going to be Lizzie Borden. We can't think like that. They wouldn't know about the verdict unless it was tainted, of course, and they paid someone. And then, of course, if that was found out, that would be bad. Oh my God, imagine. We would change their mind again. I have. I've seen it. Nothing yet. They're, as far as I know, they're waiting for the family. Well, I suspect to hear not guilty on the first one because that's the one that I think they didn't want to do, which was murder 2. It's the second one that matters. It's what they say for the second one that matters. She did ask everyone to stay. I don't know. They might be in the bathroom. They could be in the DA's office, being prepared for anything that could happen. They usually, that usually happens. That too. That's right. Yeah, it is. That's the sad part, Leah. One of them probably will. Yeah, shocker. Yep, manslaughter does still carry a hefty prison sentence. That's right. They probably did. They might be in the DA's office, which is inside there. They always do added security for a verdict anyway, That's probably one of the reasons why they're waiting so long, is to make sure like security protocols are put in place for a verdict. So we knew when they said that they had a verdict, but that they didn't, that they were probably close, so. They're supposed to be on the sidewalk. It's fucked up. We did this together. Did it twice. Me too. When I get stressed out. Let's hope so. All we can do is watch. Family has entered. Oh boy. Okay, I can't breathe now. Now I can't breathe. Oh God. Camera's moving, camera's moving, camera's moving, camera's moving. Oh God. I feel sick. Extra court officers? Yeah, shocker. They have to. Hank did the best that he could. We did this together. And we'll do it together again, no matter what trial or case it is. And hopefully we'll help families. Oh God.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes. Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes. Guilty.
003. What say is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back to services complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise. Jurors, follow me. Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold on,
not yet.
hold on,
Not yet.
everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
And we would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay. Okay. All right, so Ms. Giannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend a probation 1 year 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that you be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is.
Media, please exit
Thank
the
you.
courtroom immediately. All rise.
Goodbye.
She was found guilty of the OUI, which is kind of a no-brainer. She was drinking and driving. She admitted it. But that's very sad for the O'Keefes. But remember that she's going to be bankrupted into oblivion with the civil suits that are to come. And I'm not sure that the Commonwealth doesn't have an option to go forth and charge her with witness intimidation. Well, that's half the problem, right? Money. Money. I'd bet. I would bet. Want to know why? Because Hank Brennan is a fair person, and I would have asked for jail time for her. Well, why would they? They're probably in pieces, you know? I want to, me too, but we'll know if any of them speak. We will know. We will know how they got to that. Because it sounds like to me a compromised verdict based on someone who was holding out. You know? Yeah, well, I mean, hey, there's nothing we can do, obviously, but it does set a very serious precedent that you can nope, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, Nope, 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 can't do it, can't do it. That family had to walk out of that courthouse to that? That's disgraceful. Me too. Me too. I'd be dying to know, you know? No, of course they don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Of course I mean, that might be one of the things that they asked them ahead of time. I don't know. You know? But that's exactly what it's going to do. It's going to give a playbook to every sleazy attorney that's willing to do what they did. You know? Listen, I gave up long ago on thinking that rich people or people with any stature, money, had the same justice system that we did. We all know that that's bunk, right? We all know that that's bunk. But I was hoping they got it right this time. You know? Well, that's literally it. You know? What happens to them? They bankrupt her in civil court. They find her legally responsible in civil court. That'll be the best kind of justice they can get is bankrupt her in civil court. Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. She's on an alcohol program. What do you think the first thing she's going to do today is? You know? Well, she was still found guilty on an OUI. Don't say that, Red Racer. That can't happen. That can't happen. Just can't. It's sad. It's sad. It's unacceptable, but it's what the jury decided. Well, it's unfortunate. I think they compromised. It sounded like someone was holding out or some people were holding out and they compromised to get the fuck out of there before a holiday weekend or holiday day, which is tomorrow. Yeah, she was found guilty, so she can't profit off of that, at least that part of it. Oh, abso-freaking-lutely. There is no chance. So if she violates that probation on that, it'll be a problem. Yeah, it will for a little bit. It will. For what? For what? Appeal for what? You know? Thank you, Roller Skate. I appreciate that. With that, folks, I need to go. I can't right now. I love you all. And we have a show tomorrow, 9:30. Actually, make it 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And I will see you guys at 10:30 tomorrow. All right. I love your stinking faces. Make sure you hit that like button, the subscribe button. Please make sure you get your membership if you already haven't before tomorrow night. I love you all. No matter what, we did this together. And I hope y'all will come back and still be with us for other cases. See your stinking faces tomorrow.